reflection room, which is situated in the Undercroft area beneath the pavilion seating. The artwork for the multi-faith prayer and reflection room has been completed in conjunction with a group of local schools. As you will notice, the club flag is at half-mast, and the Glamorgan players gathering on the boundary's edge are also wearing black armbands. This is because Malcolm Price, the long-standing committee member and well-respected youth team coach, sadly passed away yesterday in hospital in Newport at the age of 91. Glamorgan Cricket sends its condolences at this sad time to Malcolm's family, including his grandchildren Will Smale and Sophia Smale. It's good morning, Borodar, to our two match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Steve O'Shaughnessy. It's also good morning, Borodar, to the Glamorgan team led into the field by captain Kieran Carlson. And good morning, Borodar, to the two not-out batters from Leicestershire, Ian Holland and Josh Davey.
Very good morning. Welcome to Sapphire Gardens, Borodar a chroeso. On another fine day here in the Welsh capital for day 3, where Glamorgan and Leicestershire scored lots of runs yesterday for not many wickets. Glamorgan 440 all out eventually. Mason Crane 99, Leicestershire 215 for 1 in reply. Jake Weatherald 104 and retired hurt, but very much back in the game we expect, Richard Ray.
We believe so. The reports from Leicestershire yesterday, having spoken to the skipper Ian Holland at the close of play, were that it turned out to be just a little bout of cramp. And Jake Weatherall, the very first Australian to suffer with heat problems in Wales in April.
He must be unusually susceptible to it, because it wasn't as if it was a marathon innings. He'd been biffing away in the middle. I
suppose he'd been out there for 140 overs.
Yes, full day.
Glamorgan's first innings, but
it was just too much for him. Here comes Van der Hoogten with the first ball of the morning, bowling to night watchman Josh Davey, who gets his first runs of the morning, clipping down to square leg. All Hassan fields, and they take a single. 216 for 1. Trail by 224, but Leicestershire almost halfway to the Glamorgan total, with only Rishi Patel dismissed. And the likelihood, I suppose, that Weatherald might well resume at the fall of the next wicket, if his leg is in working order. Van der Hoogten from the River Taff end. Oh, well, that's down leg side, clipped away, and it'll go over the boundary for 4 runs. So, not an ideal start from Van der Hoogten. To the disapproval of his parents, who are over watching for a month. 220 for 1. Wonder if they're the sort of parents that give him post-match analysis.
I was going to say, do you think that makes him a little bit, even with his vast experience, a little bit extra nervous?
I think after 10 years in the game, he's probably past that. Van der Hoogten in, bowled. Oh, that one's flown up towards gully. It didn't carry, but it was lobbed up from the bat of Ian Holland. Didn't seem to bounce particularly high on him, but he's having a prod as if it did.
Curious.
Didn't look from the replay as though it got up. We'll see a replay from the other end. Just a little bit. Yeah, just a little bit. It's nothing spectacular. Waist high. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Holland plays up to mid-on, and there is no run. You may have heard before the start of the game the public address announcement that the Glamorgan players are wearing black armbands in memory of Malcolm Price, former committee man and the grandfather of current players Will Smale of Glamorgan and Sophia Smale of Essex. Van der Hoogten on his way, turned on the leg side by Holland, no run. Know that both of them have spoken fondly of the influence that Malcolm Price played in getting them started in their cricket careers and hooked on the game. 220 for 1, exactly half the Glamorgan total, with just 1 wicket down. 2 slips, Tribe and Ingram, as Van der Hoogten bowls. That must be close to, yes it is, a wide ball, as he banged it in, and well, there hasn't been an awful lot of bounce, but that one ballooned up over Ian Holland's head.
I think that's the first wide, isn't it, of the game? Can't remember.
Yes.
There were a couple of close calls in the Leicestershire innings, but as you say, they absolutely ballooned.
It's not exactly threatening bounce though, is it? But Van der Hoogten may be just encouraged by that one that got up a little previously in the over. In he comes, bowls, Holland turns it away on the leg side. He'll take a single. There's a slide by Sean Dixon, but he forgets to pick the ball up while sliding. And so they're through for a comfortable single, and it's a productive first over of the morning for Leicestershire, who've moved on to 222 for 1.
To open the bowling this morning from the Cathedral Road end, Ryan Hadley.
Well, as the PA has just informed you, it will be the Australian Ryan Hadley who will take up the attack for Glamorgan from the Cathedral Road end. He was lively in his first spell yesterday, not so. He looked distinctly weary in his second. 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 57. His figures from yesterday. He'll be anxious to improve those. He's going to have 2 slips as he bowls to the American Ian Holland, Wisconsin-born Ian Holland. Straightish, long run from Hadley. In he goes and bowls. That's a slightly slowish delivery. That was very much a loosener. It was accurate though. And Holland treated it with respect. Half forward, pushing it out towards mid-on, where Mason Crane is the fielder. He'll be anticipating a reasonable amount of work today. Ian Holland wants a new bat, I think. He's waving away at the pavilion, summoning the 12th man, but he's going to keep going with this bat for now, so maybe it isn't a new bat. It just the way he was leaning on it suggested that the splice might be a little bit loose. In goes Hadley and bowls outside off stump, steered down to 3rd man, might go all the way. In pursuit is Dixon. He does pick it up a yard or so inside the ropes at 3rd man, and in doing so keeps Holland to a couple. He moves on to 23, 224 for 1, but it's been reasonably gentle from Hadley in his first couple of deliveries, just getting into his work.
See the Leicestershire sporting weekend spiced up by triumph for Anstey Nomads, champions of the Northern Premier League.
I'm not quite sure what that level. Do they move up into National League something or other then, presumably now? I'm not quite sure how the pyramid works. Beyond a certain point, Hadley is in fuller on off stump and minimal foot movement from Holland. He's not a great stylist even, Ian Holland, but very, very effective. And having blocked that one out, the new bats are coming down the stairs. He politely asked Kieran Carlson for permission to go and get a new one, or choose a new one from, I think that's Sam Wood, is it?
Just a couple of options.
Running out with a couple of replacements.
They'll be playing at the 3rd level of non-league, whatever that is.
Right. National League 3, or they'll no doubt have some sponsor's name. And Wood made the choice of replacement. He brought 2 out, but he offered 1, and Holland just took the first one that was offered to him. He waits, sort of crouched slightly at the crease as Hadley is in. Outside off stump, it was there to be driven, but again a little bit too soon. He rehearses a nice steered drive through the offside. All he did actually was wait for it and bunt the half volley out towards extra cover. And he wanders down. He wants to communicate with Josh Davey. Might have been a little bit of swing. There's a little bit of cloud around today for the first time in the game. Nothing to be remotely concerned about. It's very high. It's very streaky. And probably won't have too much effect on the conditions. It is a little bit cooler though. The wind we had on day one is sort of back. Davey is watching as in goes Hadley and bowls. That's a nice straight delivery on the money, and Holland defends out into the onside, slightly off the inside part of the bat.
Yeah, it was a nice sunny day for a lot of clubs in this neck of the woods to play pre-season friendlies. Thank you to
yesterday, wasn't it?
St Fagans for hosting a Machen 11.
So
or Machen 12 to be accurate.
League cricket hasn't actually started, and it's still on the
the South Wales
stage.
Premier League, I believe, has started,
Right.
but not the South East and South West sections.
Frustrating when it's a perfect weather. In goes Hadley and bowls on off stump again. Holland just sort of waits for it, doesn't attempt to drive it away, just blocks it out into the offside. End of Hadley's first over of the morning. A couple of runs from it. 2-2-4 for one, the Foxes.
Yes, St Fagans must have been in charitable mood because our total score was for 11 wickets for Machen. So best wishes to the boys who are playing a friendly at Radda today on the outskirts of Cardiff. Hazel emailed yesterday, sorry I didn't pick it up at the time, said, my husband Tony is watching the cricket from sunny Mallorca and wants to know why Kieran Carlson doesn't get a mention, as the first ball of Van der Hoogten's over is pushed out on the offside in the 100 draft. Who's he upset? So yeah, I'm surprised that a player of Carlson's effervescence, high strike rate, has not been picked up, if not by Welsh Fire, then someone else.
Was he available? Was it?
Yes.
Did he? Okay. I just wondered, as Glamorgan skip, he might have said, no, I'm going to skip at every game.
As far as I know, everyone is available. As that's pushed forward on the onside by Davey. Well, he's led them to 2 one-day cup triumphs, so I think he's ticked that box a couple of times, and I don't think anyone would be complaining if Kieran were to get a lucrative gig in August.
Well,
July, August.
He bowled very nicely yesterday. Just the 5 overs, but the wicket taker and no loose stuff. And I was surprised he didn't bowl himself a little bit more, to be honest.
In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls. Davey chops it down into the gully, sets off, then retreats. 224 for one. Welsh Fire do have Ben Kellaway, the Glamorgan all-rounder, in their ranks, as proudly displayed on a poster outside Sapphire Gardens, who made quite a useful impression coming into that tournament last season, and also captained the Welsh Fire by the Welshman Phil Salt, who's North Wales born, hasn't actually played for Glamorgan, but has captained England here. As that is through outside off stump, no shot played by Davey. So yeah, in terms of Kieran Carlson, I mean, they're certainly is equal to several of the batters who've been in the Welsh Fire squad over the last few years, but I'm not an expert on the metrics of picking a 100 franchise squad. I'm sure there's a lot of statisticians involved, but Carlson's got a pretty high strike rate when he comes off in the blast. Van der Hoogten bowls. Davey turns it off his hip to mid-wicket, and there is no run. He remains on 11 not out.
Talking about posters outside grounds, at the Oval a couple of weeks ago, there were murals of most of the Surrey players, men and women, around the sort of ground. But some graffiti wag, if you like, has basically painted out all the pupils of the eyes.
Oh dear.
And it's very scary as you sort of go around looking at them.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls forward, presses Davey, defends on the offside, no run, and the over 224 for 1. I suppose that is the risk of sticking anything outside your ground, isn't it? Sadly.
It is in that London, apparently.
That there, London.
That London.
Thank you to John Geraint, who messaged during one of our less frenetic periods yesterday. The cricket may be dull as ditch water, but the exasperation of the commentators is highly entertaining. Yes, the exasperation of Mason Crane. He said he was obviously gutted at missing out on his century. He said, well, it'll be a good story to tell one day, but maybe not quite yet.
Hadley then, number 34 on his back, that very straight run. In he goes and bowls again. He's foolish on off stump, and again Holland isn't tempted to step out and try and drive it away, just getting something behind it and blocking it out into the offside. He won't ever win a style competition, as I say, in Holland, but a hugely effective cricketer with both bat and ball. That said, this season be anxious to get a score under his belt, because just a higher score, well, this is his highest score of the season now, 23 not out as Hadley bowls to him. He leaves a little bit of nip and movement away from the Australian there, but it was a little bit from the arm. It didn't sort of move off the pitch. It was directed a couple of inches outside off stump and went a little bit further. He worked up quite a head of steam in his first spell yesterday. He looked completely shot in his second. I don't know what quite happened.
Well, as these Australians get tired out by the searing heat of the Welsh summer.
The blazing sun of Cardiff in April is just too much for Messrs Weatherald and perhaps Hadley as well. He's fully recovered now, though. In he charges, a good 20 yards and bowls full again, and more middle and leg this time, and waiting for it. Holland turns it, but again, really more intent on just getting something on it than beating the fielder. And he clips it more or less straight to Eddie Byram at mid-wicket. Not many sweaters out there among the Glamorgan players. Most of the Leicestershire team had theirs on yesterday, and yet it's definitely cooler this morning than it was yesterday. It's still beautiful. I mean, it's not cold, but there isn't quite the promise of the heat in the air. Might clear the cloud, or the wind will drop. In goes Hadley and bowls again full, again clipped through the leg side, and this time he has beaten Byram. There's a chase back for Mason Crane towards the wide long on boundary. But again, Holland didn't put his full weight into the shot, so Crane can pull it up a few yards inside the ropes, get his throw away, and restrict Holland to a couple. He moves on to 25, 2-6 for 1.
No real threat early on, apart from the one that popped a little bit on Holland off Van der Hoogten and just lobbed up in the air, but thankfully for the Leicestershire skipper, just short of the man at point.
Waiting now with bat raised as Hadley is in to him, outside off stump again, went away, but again from the arm, and it was a little bit too wide to persuade Holland to play. 492 runs last season for Ian Holland, to go with his 38 wickets, which is a pretty solid all-round return. He was top of the bowling averages, top wicket taker. If you chuck in 500 runs as well, that's a pretty decent contribution. But he didn't make 100 last season. 7 Leicestershire players did, but Ian Holland wasn't one of them. His tie score was 90, so long way to go yet, but I'm sure he'd love to at some stage. In goes Hadley, bowls, foolish, driven by Holland. Crane will get across. He hit it down into the ground, the on drive. Again, he certainly didn't put his full weight into the shot. He kind of rarely does, Holland. Hit it down into the ground, and Crane able to scramble across from wide-ish mid-on to almost directly behind the stumps. They did pick up the one. Holland keeps the strike in so doing. He moves on to 26. Davey has 11, 2-7 for 1, and steady but tolerably comfortable start for the Fox's overnight pair.
Yes, I'm sure they'd take this, particularly with Weatherald chomping at the bit in the dressing room. Good morning to Aled Burkitt. Glorious day for cricket, he says, hoping Glamorgan takes some early wickets. Not yet. Van der Hoogten bowls and Holland leaves outside off stump. Aled says Pontier first 11 in Division 3, heading to face Penturk first 11 in the Village Cup, hoping to upset a Prem 2 side. Good luck.
That sounds like a league game then.
Village Cup.
A Village Cup, sorry.
Which is one of those competitions that starts local and then spreads out, I believe.
Not the cricketer one then?
Maybe.
Oh, could be. Okay.
Sure. As that's outside off stump and allowed to go through by Holland. There is a specifically Welsh Cup competition as well, but some Welsh sides do enter that UK one. So Nick Webb 2017 on X and on Blue Sky, Rich R23 on Blue Sky. Email glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk and Richard's Gmail, which is
Richard Ray RAE23 @gmail.com.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Holland leaves outside off stump. Was the number 23 specifically chosen, or was it just allocated to you as the next Rich R?
I suppose I chose it in the very early days of email. When it really began, people didn't put numbers on, did they? They just in the innocent days when you
write your name
before you understood spam and things like that, people just put their full names basically, but then realised that the addition of numbers helped in that respect.
Van der Hoogten bowls, clipped off his legs by Holland, down the backward square, single taken. 228 for one.
What would that have been? Sort of 1990s, sort of late 1990s, something like that.
Yes.
First I started doing emails.
Yes. In the days when I wondered why we were allocating precious resources in our department to a fledgling online section.
This will never take off.
Stick it on the radio. Come on. What's wrong with the radio?
Internet be gone in a year or two.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Davey squeezes away to point. Cranefield's no run. Yes. What's his app again?
App.
Apprehensive.
Yes.
These commentaries, of course, available via the BBC Sport app. And a good service these days from featured county matches on 5 Sports Extra as well, which appears to have 3 bits to it these days. Marvellous. Magic. Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's clipped firmly, but straight to mid-wicket by Davey. And there is no run. 228 for one, just the single off the Van der Hoogten over. And, well, this partnership... Well, they've gone for the partnership since the retirement on the scoreboard, so the partnership's worth 29. You may wish to add the 30-odd that were put on between Weatherald and Holland. But that's a matter for some debate.
Yes, how does... I presume there's some sort of official... This is what you must do thing, and when the wicket finally falls, what the partnership will have been for the second wicket. In goes Hadley and bowls. That's a better length in that it's a sort of good, maybe just fractionally short of a good length, and Holland stays on the back foot. If there was going to be any movement, that would have found it. There wasn't any movement, so he was able to deal with it comfortably. Just had the light roller again. Watched it being trundled up and down by a member of the ground staff before play. was Leicestershire's choice, which I suppose it would have been.
Yes.
Might have thought about the heavy roller, really, but I suppose... Come back to that in a moment. Hadley is in again a little bit short. That might just have come back a fraction. Holland touched late on it, played it hard down into the ground on the back foot, and it did go slightly backwards as it bounced after it bouncing, and he looked quickly behind just to make sure it wasn't going to go anywhere near the stumps. But it indicates to Davey that there was a touch of perhaps movement off the seam. Yeah, they might have put the heavy roller on in the hope that it might have helped to start breaking the pitch up, but I think they were thinking about obviously batting as long as they can today, and from their point of view the ideal would be to only bat once in the game, and see if they can rack up enough to put Glamorgan under a little pressure tomorrow. In goes Hadley, short outside off stump. There's room for Holland to get up on his toes and sort of ride the ball with a guide as much as a cut down to wide third man, and without there being a third man that was always going to be four, and it was, and Holland continues on his way into the 30s now, 31 to him. Davey, who hasn't faced much of the bowling this morning, he's still on 11 of 24. 77 balls Holland has faced for his 31, so we're in a little bit of a Crane van der Hoogten situation from yesterday morning, although these two have just probably accumulated that touch more quickly than the Glamorgan pairing did yesterday. Hadley in again to Holland, again a touch short, straightens up on him a bit, comes back in a bit. Holland takes his bottom hand off the bat as he rather shovels it out into the offside towards point. There isn't a point though, and so, well...
Is that a philosophical statement?
And the run is taken. Well, I'm not entirely convinced by the field. A long leg and a deep backward square and a sweeper on the offside, who has now come in for Davey. Looks a bit more logical now.
Yes, there's been no signs so far of Hadley banging it in short and hoping for the catch at deep square.
Goes the Australian and bowls to Davey. Everything right behind it. The body language of Davey is that of a night watchman who sniffs off an opportunity here, isn't it? Really, yes. This is a flat pitch, and
yes.
Ooh, I could go biggish here by my standards. I think his best is in the 70s. I'll check that. It was obviously he's only on 11, so an awful long way to go, but could get a decent score. Pretty sure he hasn't got higher than that. Nick's having a look as Davey faces Hadley and defends again on off stump. Good length delivery, but no movement for the Australian. Drops it out into the offside. That is the end of the over, the 6th of the morning.
You're absolutely correct. It is in the 70s. It's 75 not out, and you were probably there because it was scored against Leicestershire at Taunton in 2021.
Is that COVID? Is that Bob Willis Trophy then? Does that count as first class? That would be a WT. It did, didn't it?
It did count as first class, but it was 2020 that was the really truncated season. 21 we were back to, I think, a conference system.
Okay, that's why then we were playing Somerset. Okay.
Yeah.
That would have been the game that Harry Swindle's got a big 100, and Eddie Barnes, bless him, got a 90, I think, Eddie.
Yes,
Taunton.
The teams were divided into 3 sort of fairly randomly, weren't they, or by seeding, and not by entirely by merit, and then you played in 3 sort of mini leagues in September, as that is allowed to go through by Holland. First ball of Van der Hoogten's over. Yeah, 2020 we only played 5 championship games, didn't we? And the Bob Willis thing in somewhere near Christmas, the final.
Springsteen's been in touch on Blue Sky. Morning, Springsteen. I'll come back to your point after this delivery.
Van der Hochten in mild sunshine into bowl. Holland works one off his legs. There is a fine leg. And so it's just a single down to Hadley.
He says he watched most of yesterday, but missed why Weatherall, everybody calls him Weatherall, it's Weatherald with a D on the end, is retired not out. What happened? Is it a new law? He just retired hurt. He got a bit of cramp, apparently. We were worried it might be a little bit more serious than that. But he got a cramp, essentially.
As Van der Hochten bowls and Davey plays to mid-wicket, no run. Yes, having been on the field in reasonably warm temperatures for a day and 3/4 and got 3 figures, he decided he would put his feet up for the final hour and come back and do some more today.
Well, he got lucky on, I think it was 97, he gave Crane the charge and wild, it could have gone anywhere, got an outside edge and it flew down to third man. It could have gone anywhere, but I think that was the moment, because immediately after that he just rubbed his leg.
Van der Hochten bowls, Davey is forward watchfully, playing up to mid-off. No run, 234 for 1. 206 runs in arrears here on BBC Sport Online.
So hopefully from Leicestershire's point of view, Springsteen, he'll be back before, well, I say hopefully before too long, at when the next wicket falls. If he doesn't, then we'll know it's something perhaps a wee bit more serious.
Morgan down to 1 slip now, even for the night watchman, as he's beaten by that one. Davey, applause for a good delivery by Van der Hochten, but it eluded the outside edge of the bat as well.
And not in a spot of bother against Warwickshire. They're all out in their first innings for 279. That's in reply to Warwickshire's 459. So whether Warwickshire choose to enforce the follow-on, I'm not quite sure yet, but 180 deficit first innings. Warwick's look good, don't they? They look strong.
Glamorgan up there in a few weeks' time. As that strikes Davey on the pad as he looks to work on the leg side, there's a howl of frustration more than an appeal from the Glamorgan entourage, as it was going down leg side by some distance. 234 for 1 at the end of the over. Yes, I'm doing the first 2 days up at Edgbaston as I ease myself back into away games as well. So I look forward to that. I think we've only had one first-class fixture at Edgbaston in the dozen years that I've been doing the championship. It might have been the COVID season. I think it seemed to remember empty stands there.
Trying to remember, we haven't had many. We always obviously play them in one-day cricket, but not often in a red ball. Hadley was ready to go, but then Carlson had something to say, I think, about the positioning of the deep backward point, who has indeed gone a little wider. Hadley turns, goes back to the top of his mark, runs in and bowls on the leg stump of Holland, who turns in comfortably around the corner. And it's a misfield down there, as a consequence of which Holland can turn and complete 2. And it's Andy Gorvin's diminutive figure down there.
Ran past it,
well,
rather.
Yes, I was going to say the ball had almost stopped when it got to him, and perhaps he was pumping his knees a little bit too hard and
seemed to be
didn't pick it up.
a look of misunderstanding between him and Ryan Hadley as to who should have actually picked it up, because that ball was in the middle of 3 fielders, really.
Oh.
Leg slip in place or leg gully.
A little bonus run for Holland, who moves on to 35. Yep, second slip has gone to leg gully, and it is turned almost to the leg gully by Holland. It's sort of slightly short of a length ball on the legs, bowling for that, but he turned it down into the ground.
Yes, Tribe is not wearing his shin pads, which means they're not expecting spin imminently. I presume they'll have a blast from the other medium pacers before they turn to Crane.
The bright red shin pad is very eye-catching when he's got them on. Hadley is in down the leg side and started to look to play it as he fell across to his offside. Holland didn't bother doing so in the end, because you can see the sort of bottom inch or two. Whites don't quite pull down over them. Josh Davey having a chat to Steve O'Shaughnessy. He's the umpire standing at the Cathedral Road end in the first half of the game. Standing at the river end, the newly svelte Ian Blackwell. Looks very fit. Hadley is in, a little bit short, straight, sort of middle and leg-ish line. Holland went back and turned it to mid-wicket. No run. 2-3-6 for one.
Dave Sharman messages to say it is the Village Cup as run by the cricketer today. More than 400 entrants this year, with the majority playing in a first round game today. So thank you for that clarification.
Played in that competition a few times.
Yeah.
Not with any degree of success. Up in Yorkshire, that was. In goes Hadley and bowls. Good delivery, straight, and playing slightly across the line in defence there, Ian Holland, but again getting plenty on it, pushing it to mid-wicket. Actually, one of my proudest days on the cricket field, that when my very tiny North Yorkshire village, we beat a much bigger village called Hareham, who used to win, who won the village cup a couple of times. They had a very strong team for a while, and then one day in the evening cup. We managed to go to Hareham and pull off a famous victory. Fond memories.
Indeed.
As Hadley, elbows jutting, runs in and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before, but the hesitation as Hadley turned suggested it might have just done just nipping down. Let's have a look-see. It was nipping down. Yeah, he's just getting a little bit of in movement and in dip though, is Ryan Hadley, perhaps off the seam. But
yes, if that had started 6 inches wider of off stump, paradoxically, it may well have been out. Well, you're late to cue Edward Bevan on memories of Lords with his
course.
team.
Yes. They win it twice. Could have been
2 finals. I think they won one of them. That's pushed away on the offside by Davey. Kenneth Davis is with us. Do you want to take a blow? Go off in pursuit of fine coffees, Richard Ray. 2:36 for one. I'll welcome Kenneth Davis to the game. Kenneth was with us for part of the first game against Yorkshire as well. And Rob Phillips will be representing BBC Sport Wales at Hampshire. Van der Hoogten bowls and Davey plays no shot through outside off stump. 2-3-6 for one as Kenneth makes a switch from his rugby duties last night.
Yes, I'm going to be slightly in limbo until probably start of June, I would think, Nick. Straddling between both sports, working on the Scarlets last night, who just went down to the Bulls of South Africa and was at the Arms Park, a packed Arms Park on Friday, for what would have been the Y11 derby.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and that's pushed away by Davey. He'll get runs here down towards third man. There is no third man at the moment. He'll get a couple of runs as Crane retrieves it. 2:38 for one. For those who aren't into rugby politics, you'd better explain that reference.
Don't get involved. Y11 are the owners of the Ospreys, who were thought to be were interested and were the preferred bidders by the WRU to buy Cardiff, but that fell through last week, and so we're back to square one.
Van Dorchten bowls. Davey blocks it hard back past the stumps that go through for a quick single. If that had struck, Davey might have been struggling there at the non-striker's end. And indeed, Holland had to make his ground at the striker's end as well, because the ball fizzed past both sets of stumps. And yes, that would have been out by a mile had Carlson hit, the replay shows.
By a country mile, yeah. Head in hands. It was a difficult one because he was coming round. He's a right-hander, obviously. Left-handed throw might have been, he'd have been in trouble.
So a chance missed by Glamorgan as forward comes Holland and defends. Right. 14, so Davey hasn't been particularly proactive this morning, just fulfilling his night watcher's duty to take a little bit more out of the legs of the Glamorgan bowlers. Yes, if you have any opinions on Welsh rugby, send them to someone else.
Yeah.
If we haven't got time to read them out.
We've given up on it.
As Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and that's through outside off stump. Holland plays no shot. Send your suggestions to WRU Towers, Westgate Street, Cardiff.
Yeah, it's going to be the status quo for another 2 seasons at least. Still glorious conditions here, but nothing much on offer for the bowlers. It's going to be hard toil. I took a stroll. I popped over yesterday before my rugby duties and had a stroll round, and yeah, it is tough out there. Maybe a bit on offer for spin, but we've not seen anything really untoward either. It hasn't broken up yet, and it's going to be tough for the seamers. And it is now Andy Gorvin from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over, and of course Chris Cook is standing up, taken by the wicket-keeper.
Neat piece of glove work that, down leg side. Cook whipped off the bails.
Just the 1 wicket then. Patel caught Byron, bowled Carlson for 79. Jake Weatherald, just as a reminder, retired hurt after his century, and just possibly will come in, because it's not as bad as one thought initially. Severe cramp.
Yeah, we thought it might be a muscle strain of some variety.
So when the next wicket falls, we might see Weatherall coming in as Gorvin comes in, bowls, and that's guided past backward point. There is a third man, and it is a single. So Leicestershire started on 2:15 overnight for 1, 2:25 in arrears. They've moved on to 2:40. Holland is 35, and Josh Davey on 15. Gorvin coming in, conventional field, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Full that time, and that's played towards mid-wicket. There is no run. Of course, Glamorgan hoping they would have targeted this game, as would have Leicestershire, the 2 promoted sides from last year, Leicester being champions, of course.
Yes, they know each other. It's nothing to be particularly afraid of in the opposition.
Gorvin with Cook standing up. That's just jumped slightly at Holland, but plays it well, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, the game last year was the first one, if memory serves me right. Leicestershire won. And got them going.
Indeed. Leicestershire with a fine record last year in the Championship, only lost the one game and were fairly comfortable champions ahead of Glamorgan. Leicestershire were 7-1 and Glamorgan 5-3 in terms of wins and defeats.
Corvin in, good delivery once more, played comfortably though. There are certainly no demons in this wicket at all, and hence the scoreline, 240 for 1.
Yeah, the batters to come, Tatisol, Hill, Eskenazi, Cox might be licking their lips at the thought of batting on this in pleasant conditions today.
Few supporters dotted down, less than yesterday. Was warmer yesterday. Corvin in bowls, and that's played comfortably. It's fielded by the bowler, and that is the end of Andy Corvin's first overs of his latest spell, with Leicestershire strolling on 240 for 1.
Yes, it's difficult to see.
It's
Anticipate a breakthrough, isn't it, for Glamorgan at the moment?
It's going to be one of those ones where you're just going to have to plug away, and there's going to be an enforced error of sorts. But even that, you would say, is going to be very difficult.
Yes, Mason Crane then to bowl the first spin of the day, and probably continue on the attack for large parts of the next couple of sessions.
Oh, you did feel desperately unlucky for him yesterday, because it was in stark contrast to how he'd been playing the last. It took from 85 to 99. I'm not sure how long it took, but certainly a long time where there was a lull of nothing really happening.
As Crane with ball in hand will bowl to Davey, who defends on the leg side. Yes, I think he was worried about
Yeah, I don't think it was
Hadley's permanence at the other end, because Hadley had done a good job.
I don't think it was pressure in the end. I think it was probably just a bit of patience, and he thought, I'd better get there.
Yes, went for a swing and got stumped. Balls down the pitch comes Davey and drives to mid-off, and no run. One of two stumpings by Ben Cox, who also sent back Tim van der Hoogten with really an even better take. I mean, you'd expect it to some extent off the spinners, but took one off the seamer as well. Crane bowls, Davey pushes forward.
Yeah, we didn't have a side-on view, so I'm not sure how tight it was.
Yes, he looked to have taken a step or two, didn't he? Looked to hit over mid-wicket. Crane bowls, and this is another stumping. Speaking of stumpings, Davey comes down the pitch, swings, doesn't even bother to try to get back. Chris Cook does the business. It's 240 for 2.
It's as if we just make these things up.
Well, there we are. Josh Davey finally losing patience, or thinking that he'd done his job. He was a good metre and a half out of his crease.
Yeah, you didn't need a side-on for that.
As perhaps he's thinking that Jake Weatherall was chomping at the bit in the dressing room. Davies done his job anyway. He's lasted 40 deliveries. He's made 15 runs. He got them through that last period last night after Weatherall's retirement. And the trouble is, having got rid of the night watcher, that could bring back the guy who's on 100 or 104.
Yeah, let's see who's going to be coming down those steps.
Dr. Hignell, the PA, should get first sight of him, or the Leicestershire scorer.
Here he comes.
So we wait for the announcement. Turn around now. If this is Richard, he could identify him from his walk down the steps.
It's exactly when you want the subs in rugby to turn around.
Is Lewis.
I know.
Oh, now that's interesting. Hence, you would assume that Weatherald is still suffering in some way. Because you would have thought that cramp would be the sort of thing that would disappear. So Hill comes in at 5, even though it's 2 wickets down. With Tatisol and Eskenazi of the specialist batters still to come, plus the keeper batter Ben Cox. Strange. Well, I thought that he was eligible to come in next if wanted, Weatherald, unless there's an ECB bylaw sub-clause that we've overlooked. Mason Crane to bowl to the former captain, Lewis Hill. Last year, 917 runs, nearly 46. Crane bowls and Hill pokes that to cover. There is a short leg and a slip. Cover and mid-wicket are in fairly tight, as they often are on this pitch, as fielding sides look for a catch on the drive. That's outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Hill safely enough. Crane was excited about that. I think it turned away from off stump reasonably comfortably, but of course Crane does have an effective googly in his armoury, so you have to be able to read it and make sure it's not a googly before you leave outside off. 240 for 2 at the end of the over.
So Glamorgan have struck on the 3rd morning, and if they're going to make inroads, you would think Mason Crane is going to have a big part to play as Gorvin continues from the Cathedral Road end, and that's played firmly towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Holland unbeaten on 35. Mid off, mid on. And there is a fine leg, 3rd man, Gorvin in, bowls, played on the onside through square. There is a man at deep square leg. So just a single on offer. There's a short cover, deep cover. And Chris Cook standing up to the bowler. Bit of a conflict between Andy Gorvin and his captain Kieran Carson. Glorious sunshine, wind fluttering. See the flags in the distance. I was perched on one of the seats banking on to the turf end. It was very, very warm there yesterday. It is a sun trap. Gorvin coming in, bowls, and that's played nicely down to 3rd man for a single. Many a red face.
Yes, well, we do get the reminders over the public address
Yes.
of getting your sun cream on.
Gorvin wheeling round, medium pace. Right arm over. Meandering in. Bowls full that time from Gorvin. Driven with intent, but it's fielded by Gorvin himself, the former Hampshire man. And incidentally, Glamorgan are next in action against Hampshire down at Southampton. Did we get to the bottom that it is still the Utilita Bowl? I think it is. It's changed hands. Rose Bowl and so forth. I think it is still the Utilita. There is an Utilita in Cardiff, of course, formerly the Motor Point and CAA and other things. Played on the onside. There's no run. Actually, I'll be there. the Utility of Cardiff in.
All right, who's playing there?
It's the Super Furries are there.
Oh, Dion.
Is it next? When is that? That's either a fortnight or 3 weeks. Have you got any gigs? Usually, Nick, you've booked up.
Went to see James last week in Cardiff.
Of course, you don't partake in the ones on Blackweir due to protestations. Govin in full, and that's played firmly, and it's partially stopped by mid-wicket.
Well, I'm in a bit of a moral
single.
dilemma this year because the Cure are playing, and I'd be quite keen to play them, but I'm very much against gigs taking part.
I'm not sure if there are as many on Blackweir Field this year as there was last year. There were Stevie Wonder was there. Lana Morissette was there definitely. There was a few. Lewis Capaldi is over there.
We heard a lot of Alanis Morissette's rehearsal at Sapphire Gardens.
Lewis Capaldi. But bizarrely, Lewis Capaldi, and I know this because my daughter is going up to Blenheim Palace to see Katy Perry, but because we couldn't get tickets at the Castle. Katy Perry's playing at the Castle the same night. Lewis Capaldi is playing on Blackweir.
Oh, right.
Which is very, I would have thought, slightly odd.
I'm surprised that permission was given for those two at the same time as Crane bowls. Holland sweeps and gets 4 runs. Down to backward square, nailed that one very nicely indeed, did the Leicestershire captain, and moves on to 41, and the total is 247 for 2, a smidge short of a batting bonus point. That was actually fairly straight from Mason.
Well played.
Well played, but taken off the stumps, so it was wasn't a rogue delivery that pitched outside leg. So Crane might just think, well, I'm in the game there. Yes, for Leicestershire listeners, the 2 open-air gigs about a mile apart might lead to a bit of noise pollution and would lead to a lot of traffic congestion in Cardiff. Crane bowls, and Holland plays that rather uncertainly out on the leg side. I think he was aiming towards mid-off.
Well, I've lived in Cardiff for more than I've lived in Swansea, and I've never seen such a busy summer as was last year for open air concerts.
As that is defended by Holland out on the leg side. I last saw the Cure in Strasbourg around about 81, 82. I think they've released a few records since then.
Yeah.
247 for 2. Crane bowls. Holland slices this one away on the offside. We'll pick up the single down to deep point. Didn't seem entirely in control of that.
Take that in the stadium next month, but you haven't got an oasis like you had last year, which I think people came from all parts of Europe to see Oasis in Cardiff last year.
Was it their first
It
gig
was.
back?
It was. They had 2 nights at the start of June.
Short leg and slip in attendance as Crane bowls the new man Hill, who punches it off the back foot once, a quick single to mid-off, and it's gone straight through Ryan Hadley, and Holland has overrun the wickets, and so they don't take the second run, which would have been easily available. Cricket was the loser there. It was poor fielding and poor running. 249 for 2. As Crane bowls, flicked away down leg side, well fielded by Dixon at short fine leg. Freddie Jones inquiring whether Weatherald has to wait a certain time before he's allowed back. Not that I can find in the laws. So yeah, there is. If you've been off the field while you're fielding, sometimes you can't bat before number 7, but I don't think that applies during the batting innings, that someone can come back as soon as a wicket falls and they're fit to do so. So maybe Weatherald's cramp has...
Was he just biding his time? I don't know.
It doesn't have to come back, but you'd think he'd be keen to get him into the action as soon as possible.
Gorvin continuing from the Cathedral Road end. Just the one wicket to fall this morning. Cut aggressively. And that might be cut off on the third man boundary. It is. So it's just a couple.
Ingram, what's he doing out there?
Yeah, he's not usually in that position.
The veteran off the Glamorgan side.
2-5-1 for 2. Crane with a wicket this morning. That of Josh Davey. Stumped by Chris Cook for 15. Gorvin coming in, standing up is Cook, full, and that's played firmly, partially stopped. There was a hand there which probably saved a couple, and they come in for a single. Ul Hassan is the fielder out in the deep. Few joggers in the distance on the Taft's Trail. If you're unfamiliar with Cardiff, maybe a few Leicestershire supporters, the Taft's Trail is just beyond the opposite boundary to our vantage point, with River Taff in the distance. Gorvin coming in, bowls, and of course it is the day of the London Marathon.
Indeed.
So good luck to, well, past good luck, they're in the midst of it. My wife was going up this morning, driving up early because my sister-in-law is running.
Okay. Yeah, my daughter's in attendance, supporting her partner who's running.
Yes, your daughter is a keen runner.
She has done the London Marathon and is doing the Amsterdam Marathon in October.
Well, it was a bit of a shock to learn that it's 10 years since I have run London. Dragged in short, pulled beyond the man at Square Leg. It is so difficult now to get a ballot place in London. It's almost nigh on impossible. Because
are you still trying then? Or?
I haven't for a while. I did try for a few years after I ran for the St David's Hospice, which is a hospice in Gwent. So I ran on behalf of them, Gorvin in bowls. But I'm not sure what the tally is that you have to raise these days. I think mine was around £2,000, which in the end you do get there with a bit to spare, but it does play on your mind when it's hard enough to concentrate on the training itself, you know.
Not sure I know that many people to raise £2,000.
Yeah, and the trouble is, if you do it more than once, you're asking the same people to contribute, so it is difficult. Gorvin coming in, right arm over, good length delivery, but played confidently towards Carlson at mid-off. End of the over, so Leicestershire comfortable, albeit they've lost the one wicket of Josh Davey this morning, that off the bowling of Mason Crane. 254 for 2, trailed by 186.
Yes, and we don't really have to worry too much about bonus points from the batting point of view, because they've got so much time. We've only had 62 overs gone, so they've scored at 4.1 runs and over, and would be ideally placed, if the innings is still going, to get the maximum 5 points at 450. Crane bowls, Holland defends. Glamorgan got to 440, but that was in 142 overs, so they only got the 3 batting points. Denied Leicestershire a third bowling point, so it's 3-2 to Glamorgan. 3-all now at the moment with that for Leicestershire. As Holland drives nicely through the offside. Full ball from Crane, picks up a single, 255 for 2.
Because prior to this game, both sides would have been targeting victory. I mean, when you look at survival, you're looking, 3 wins, a few draws chucked in as well. And obviously it's going to be difficult, having gone up a division.
Holland drives into the offside. Oh, Carlson's run over this one. The Glamorgan fielding has been less than premium this morning, and Holland is able to wander through for a single, 256 for 2. That's 3 missed fields already in the first hour of play. Crane bowls Holland back on his stumps, jabs down on it defensively. Ball trickles out to Byram on the offside, no run. So Richard Ray will be back with us very shortly. BBC Radio Leicester. As Holland pushes forward. Sorry, Hill pushes forward. Two numbers very close to each other, 22 and 23. Hill slightly the shorter maybe of the two men as he pushes forward. Ball comes off a thick outside edge, but safely to Byram at gully. There is no run. Holland has 44. Hill has 7, and probably best if you manoeuvre from one side to the other.
Indeed.
So that Richard can take up his laptop significantly. So if you are just joining us for the first time, just the one wicket so far this morning, that of night watchman Josh Davey, stumped off the bowling of Mason Crane for 15, but Jake Weatherald has not reappeared. Richard Ray, thankfully, has.
I'm told it's precautionary as Gorvin runs in and bowls, and it's played back to him on the off stump by Ian Holland. Quite what that means remains to be seen, but well, let us see if he reappears after the fall of the next wicket, for which Andy Gorvin is labouring away from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. He's got a short, sort of wide-ish cover, and he's in the action straight away, diving away to his right field on the bounce there. Ace Tribe with those now familiar red pads on underneath his whites. Good stop away, as half stop away to his right. 256 for 2, so honours even in terms of bonus points now as Gorvin bustles in and bowls too short and a little bit too wide as well, and that is cut away nicely by Holland, but good work down there on the just backward of point boundary means that Holland is restricted to 2. He'll be disappointed it didn't go. He didn't get it sufficiently wide. Zainul Hassan over there to pick up the 4. He moves on to 46 though, his best score of the season, as I say, so far. Opportunity for the Leicestershire skipper to go on. In goes Gorvin and bowls 2, and that's a better line and length, and Holland treats the delivery with appropriate respect, leans forward and blocks it on the bounce out to Tribe.
No, you're a keen runner, Richard. We were talking about marathons. It is London Marathon Day, and Kenya Sebastian Sawe becomes the first to finish officially under 2 hours.
Sub 2. I think the second runner was sub 2 as well. First and second were both under 2 hours.
I was a few hours after that, I have to say.
Likewise, in goes Gorvin, turned off his legs by Holland out to deep square for 1.
In fact, there's a famous Welsh presenter called Angharad Mair. People would know her well. She is a very astute runner, and the year I did it, she was going one way and I was going the other. There's that terrible point in London where
there is. It's just after Tower Bridge, isn't it? If you head out towards the sort of East End, and the leaders are coming back with only about 3 miles to go to the finish. In goes Gorvin and bowls. Forward goes Hill, playing it out to Tribe again, blocking it there.
However, it does get better when you're the other side and there still are people going the other way. So it works both ways.
And they really are shuffling at that stage, aren't they? You're down to the sort of lower thirds by then, and they're struggling. But yes, two men sub 2 2.
Wow, that is
We shall see.
it's crazy, isn't it?
It is, actually. And
That is sprinting 26 miles.
yeah, I mean, if
26
occasionally you see little videos of people trying to run at that pace for sort of 100 yards or 100 metres on a treadmill or something like that, and you realise just how fast they are running. It is ludicrous, really. What is it, sort of per mile? It's sort of it's you know, it's only sort of about 4.5 minute miles, isn't it? It's crazy. Superhuman.
Superhuman, yeah,
Superhuman.
indeed. Well, let's see if Mason Crane is superhuman, because he has taken the 1 wicket this morning, and he continues from the River Taff end full. That's whipped beyond mid-wicket as mid-on comes round. Another misfield. We've seen a few this morning from Glamorgan. Zainul Hassan that time.
I can't blame the outfield, which is velvety smooth, having walked across it. Beautiful condition at Sophia Gardens.
Ian Holland on strike. In comes Crane from the River Taff end, bowls. That's prodded, and it's a dot ball. Holland, just the single needed for his half a century. Still the mystery surrounding Weatherall continues. Precautionary, Richard was saying. We thought he might have come in at the fall of the first wicket. Crane in. Oh, that's gone skyward, but it evades everybody.
Yeah, popped up off the pad, I think. Towards short leg would have certainly caught it. Whether he would have claimed a catch, well, he'd have claimed it. Whether it had been given,
yes,
I don't know.
In comes Crane, bowls. That's swept behind square, and there's a man in the deep, and that is Ian Holland's 50 off 115 balls, to the gracious applause of those around Sophia Gardens. 262 for 2. Holland on 50, and much now will depend on him to push Leicestershire forwards. There's a slip in place. There is a short leg in place now. Crane, and that's cut through the covers. They'll come back for a second.
That's one of Hill's favourite shots, really. He does love a sort of punch away,
Just give
squarish or in
himself
front of square on the offside.
room to manoeuvre with. Ingram, who was at a time at third man, but he's in more customary position of slip. That's played, and there's no run. End of the over with Leicestershire 176 in arrears, 264 for 2.
That's the 4 boundaries for Holland then, from 115 balls. So it's steady stuff, but it always is with Holland, because he is beginning just to pick up the scoring rate a bit. They're still at over 4s for the innings as a whole, thanks to the rumbustious opening partnership between Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall. So they have a bit of sort of slack in that respect, but they usually try to go at sort of 4.5s, and if these two get going, they'll be busy rather than destructive, I would suggest. Gorvin to continue from the Cathedral Road end of the ground. Bowls line and length on off stump. It's arrow straight though, no deviation at all. The ball is 65 excuse me, 0.1 overs old, so you really wouldn't expect there to be much had in the pitch, which is completely blameless now. And it's going to be hard graft for the Glamorgan seamers.
Yeah, there's not much on offer at all. And it really hasn't spat for Mason Crane there. We've had that stumping, but
Yeah,
it's not doing much.
Corvin kicks up his heels, runs away from us and bowls straight, a little bit too straight really, middle and leg rather than middle and off, and so Holland can just lean forward and nibble it around the corner for 1. Moves on to 51. Hill struggled in the first game of the season against Sussex and in the first 10 balls of his only innings against Surrey, and then was dropped badly at slip and sort of shook himself and played beautifully after that, but really did look very nervous for such an experienced player at the Oval. And then, as I say, suddenly clicked a switch as Gorvin bowls straight to him, and he clips it comfortably out towards mid-wicket.
Has the Leicester City post-mortem started in earnest?
I believe so.
10 years after. It's unbelievable to think. Well, it's unbelievable that it's 10 years, but to think 10 years and they'll be now dropping once more.
Yes, it's been an eventful decade for the Foxes, one way or another. The footballing Foxes, that is, as it has been for the cricketing Foxes. Davey, Gorvin is in, and he over pitches on middle and leg, and Hill clips him away through mid-wicket for 4. Well, it's sounding nice off Hill's bat, isn't it? There's a nice mellow timbre as it comes out of the middle, and he moves into double figures onto 13, 269 for 2 punches, gloves. As I say, he will be busy. He likes to score it close to a runner ball if he can. Zainul Hassan starting to warm up in the covers as Gorvin is in and bowls. Hill just leans forward and blocks it back up the pitch. It's a real shout of effort from Gorvin as he delivers, but not extracting much, if anything, from this Sapphire Gardens pitch. A hybrid pitch, so it should retain some sort of, although it looks pretty brown, doesn't it, already, but there should be a little bit of a sort of green on it. You can just about see a few tinges. In goes Gorvin and bowls, leg stump line, wrong line, clipped away with all the time in the world by Hill, out to deep square, takes one and keeps the strike, moves on to 14, Leicestershire on to 270 for 2. Yeah, the word was that Weatherall not appearing immediately was precautionary. I wasn't quite sure of the ruling. If you
we
went
were
off about
deliberating.
sort of 45 minutes or so before the close, and the first wicket, and Davey went about 40. Whether he has to wait those 45 minutes, I'm not quite sure. So it could have been that partly as well. We shall see.
Change from the River Tapper, and as Richard was alluding to a minute ago, Zain ul Hassan was warming up, and he will enter the fray, so to speak.
And I see Warwickshire have made knots follow on at Trent Bridge. 19 without loss in their second innings, still trailing by 161.
So Zain ul Hassan, medium pacer, struggling with the bat so far in the previous 2 games. In he comes, bowls, and that's a flash, and well, it was meant to be played into the offside, and it ended up at fine leg.
So airy drive, and must have come off the inside edge.
Yeah,
can't have missed leg stump by.
A rush of blood there. Almost a dramatic start for Zain ul Hassan. Wheeling round, mid-off, mid-on, standing up is Chris Cook. Mid-wicket, extra cover, backward point, deep cover. In is ul Hassan, bowls, and that's struck firmly, but too firmly to take a run towards wideish mid-off.
It is a ferociously defensive field now. No slips, no close fielders.
Gorvin is fine leg.
2 sweepers.
Yeah. 2 sweepers, there's a man...
Third man,
yeah.
It's very defensive now.
Yeah. Containing mould are Glamorgan, with Leicestershire chalking off the runs. Ul Hassan bowls, that's played. Defensively, there's no run.
It's a game of patience now, really. The batsmen...
They'll have to eke out a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
but even that, Rich, is going to be difficult on this pitch because there's not much going on.
Glamorgan's thoughts perhaps will be turning towards the new ball, which is only sort of 13 and a half overs away.
Zainul Hassan in the Cardiff sunshine, coming in, bowls, and that's whipped off the legs of Holland down to fine leg, where it's thrown back in by Andy Gorvin. Still a few injuries. Obviously, Ben Kellaway's injury is a concern. Definitely missing Hampshire. Almost definitely. The next game after that is Somerset. So Glamorgan feeling his absence, of course. Ned Leonard is the other injury. We haven't seen the former Somerset player as Ul Hassan comes in. That's just guided down very, very late off the bat of Hill, and it's all the way to the boundary for 4. Just to help that on its way.
Clever shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Guided down.
No slip. Who would have been in the game there, but he wouldn't have played the shot if there had been a slip, presumably. But
Yeah, back problem for Ned Leonard, so he would have been in the mix. I don't think he is going to be seen until possibly the start of the T20 campaign. Ul Hassan coming in, that's played defensively to mid-wicket. There is no run. That'll be Northants, incidentally. 22nd of May. Of course, it's the big change. That is the end of the over, incidentally. 276 for 2. All change in T20 from the north-south divide as was. It's now 3 groups of 6. So Glamorgan in with the usual suspects, Somerset and Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, Warwickshire, Northants, and then you have those odd games, the one-offs. So Glamorgan, Blackpool, yeah, Middlesex, and all the way up in Blackpool against Lancashire.
That's a fair old drive.
It is, because I think it's Worcestershire to Blackpool as well. So, yeah. And Leicestershire this year, Richard?
I will tell you in a moment, because Mason Crane's going to have a go from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, I think for the first time in the game. In he goes and bowls. A little bit of slow turn. It's the first time we've watched him from behind, so to speak, and just worked by Holland cautiously out into the offside. Will he get a little bit more from this end of the ground? He blows on his right hand a couple of times, bounces in, bowls, tosses it up nicely, a little bit too full so Holland can get to the pitch of the ball, but he just does stroke it out to mid-on. Hadley is the fielder, mops his brow. Tall, slightly splay-footed Australian, as he walks, that is. Crane in, bowls, again on driven. Wasn't quite at the pitch of that one, hence the oohs and the ahs from Crane and the wicket keeper, and the slip. Very well worth trying from this end, just seeing if he gets that little bit more. Bowls, little paddle sweep from Holland. He's sweeping off the straight, gets it behind to Tribe, who's on the 45 on the leg side. He goes straight to him, so no run. Slightly risky from Ian Holland, but he's been there for 124 deliveries now, so he should be seeing it pretty well. This is a good over so far from Crane, who is in and bowling on Midland leg. Again, no real turn, but stretching forward. Holland blocks it out into the onside. Hassan goes running in from mid-wicket to pick up the ball. Crane, can he come out of the over? Well, in he goes. Drops a little bit short. Went for the sweep anyway, Ian Holland, and got somehow on top of the bounce. It didn't bounce too much out to the deep backward square sweeper, who throws on the bounce to Chris Cook. And Holland takes one and keeps the strike. He moves on to 53, 277 for 2. And the turn, there's a hint of it, Ken, but so slow.
It is slow, yeah.
The point that both sides have made is that the batsmen, even if they're not picking it or it turns
they've got plenty of time.
They just adjust.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was evident yesterday. Hard toil as Leicestershire Try and make hay in the sunshine.
What did Simon Hughes call it? Hard yakka.
Zain ul Hassan will continue from the river end with a defensive field. Cook standing up to the bowler, the medium pacer, bowls, and that's checked. I think initially Holland was going to cut, but he just played it down to third man, where Eddie Byram is fielding. And a single is taken, 278 for 2. I was talking about Leicester City, of course. In contrast, there was a big party in the capital yesterday, and it wasn't for the faint-hearted passing the Bluebirds fans yesterday as I was walking into BBC Central Square. Zainul Hassan, there is a watering hole right opposite the Principality Stadium, and they were in fine voice.
Repeatable songs? Or
well, no,
okay.
not for this time of day. But of course, they were already promoted. But this was the party, if you like.
Was there a?
I think there was all sorts happening on the field, presentations, so on. And of course, the weather added to the joyous nature, and comfortable victory for Cardiff City. 5-1, more than comfortable, 5-1 against Northampton. Wrexham, for those in North Wales, are playing today as Ul Hassan comes in, played firmly towards mid-on, and it's a dot ball. Of course, they're still in the mix, but I can tell you they are a goal down to already promoted Coventry. So that is going to be nip and tuck. Wrexham in 6th. They are in the last playoff position at the moment. They may yet get there. Now, what a story that would be, because they've had consecutive promotions. Ul Hassan coming in the sunshine. And there is a shout, but a muffled, unconvincing shout, shall we say. 279 for 2.
Might have been outside the line.
Yeah, just having a quick look.
A bit high.
Yeah, I think height definitely, and going down. So
good umpires, these two.
in is Ul Hassan from the river end, and that's just prodded back to the bowler. End of the over. Just the two coming off it, and really Leicestershire just meandering along nicely at the moment, trailing by 161. 279 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Tom Scriven comes up, I guess Tom, comes running out with drinks for Ian Holland and Lewis Hill and change of gloves, etc., etc. Yeah, they need another, 12 runs to avoid the follow-on Leicestershire. I don't think that is going to be an issue, but meandering, they can just essentially bat all day. And maybe an hour tomorrow, if the pitch doesn't change its characteristics, try and get by that stage something like 200 ahead, and then declare and just see if Ajaz Patel can persuade the pitch to yield a little bit more turn than it has, a faster turn than it has yielded thus far. They will, I'm sure, look to pick up this scoring as the day goes on, that the rate goes on. The next 11 overs, they'll hope will be a little bit more productive with the old ball. But Crane is bowling nicely as ever. Very little loose stuff. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 77 for the former England leg spinner, who bounces in and bowls, brings Hill forward, pushes the ball back up the pitch to Mason Crane. A short leg and a slip. The 2 close fielders. Otherwise, a single saving field with a sweeper on the offside and a deep backward square. Crane is in, Hill is forward. 2 hands going to the air from Crane. But straight out of the middle of Hill's defensive bat into the offside, picked up by Sean Dixon.
Always surprised that England, he hadn't had more caps for England. He's been a brilliant acquisition for Glamorgan.
In he goes and bowls, tosses it up, bounce, and that looked like turn to me, and it beat Hill's outside edge, and it wasn't taken cleanly by Chris Cook. Let's have a look-see. Yes, bounce and turn. Well, that's a sort of hopeful sign for Mason Crane, and Leicestershire might be not entirely displeased to see a little bit of something. But that was a lovely, beautiful piece of bowling from Crane, who is in and bowls. Hill hits him high into the air. Is Hadley going to get there? No, he's not. Drops just beyond the Australian as he went running back, hands on knees throughout the sort of Glamorgan side. They thought Hadley was maybe going to get there. There was just a hint after that previous delivery that turned and beat him of desperation about that one from Hill. He more or less got to the pitch, tried to hit it over long on turning. Hadley went running back, and he's the tallest man on the Glamorgan side. If anyone was going to get there, he thought he might. Went down on his knees, couldn't quite get there. Crane is in, and that's too wide, and is driven away by Holland.
It was a great effort, and it's one of the more difficult catches to take over the shoulder, but at one point you thought he might make the ground.
Just picked up a single there, Holland, as Hill did the previous delivery. So a little bit of a life for Lewis Hill, who's on strike as Crane goes in, bowls a full toss to him that he whips away into the leg side for 4. Well, Crane bowled so nicely up to that point. Just maybe disappointment being a bit of a factor there. Could so easily have picked up a wicket with either of those 2 deliveries to Hill. The first that beat him, the second that lofted into the air, but the next 2 were not so good. A bit of a half volley to Holland, got away with that one, went only for 1, didn't get away with the full toss to Hill. 285 for 2, Holland 55, Hill 25, and whatever with leg spinners, it's always eventful. Things happen, don't they? And that was an eventful over.
Yeah, something to work with though.
That one that turned,
yeah,
was off the, it wasn't out of a foothold or anything, it was off the pitch.
So Mason Crane, bit of encouragement, slightly unlucky. Might have thought he'd have picked a wicket up. And we've been speaking about those errors that could have been one there. Ul Hassan, and that's come off the pad, I believe, to the onside. There's no run.
So we won't get the new ball before lunch, which is 9 overs away, pretty much, no, 9.1. Sorry, 9.5. Is that right? Yes.
Yeah. Ul Hassan, and he will have to revert back to the mark. Still glorious conditions here. Cardiff. Ul Hassan in and bowls, and that's squeezed out into the offside, and it's another dot ball. Leicestershire trailing by 155, slowly but surely, chalking off the runs. 1 wicket to fall was that of Josh Davey, stumped Chris Cook off the bowling of Crane for 15, the night watchman. Of course, we still await to see where or if Jake Weatherald will appear. Ul Hassan bowls, and Holland resolutely gets behind that, and it's a dot ball. Very comfortable. Tough out there. They're just going to have to plug away. Some encouragement coming in the shape of Captain Kieran Carlson, who's at extra cover, defensive field. Ul Hassan in, and that's helped on the onside. They will have to quickly, I think laboured would best describe that run by Leicestershire, and they needed to get a move on. I think they thought they had more time than they had, and the throw came in, and it was far tighter than it should have been. It came off the throw of Dixon. I think he believes they would have gone. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's played fine down to Gorvin, and there's a single. It's just too nonchalant, really.
Yeah.
But survive they have. Last ball of Zain Ul Hassan's over. His 6th over. 0 for 20. Starts his run up. Bowls. Played by Holland towards mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So had they lost that, we were talking about mistakes, that would have been a glaring one.
Indeed. Well, there have been a few, haven't there, batsmen who've kind of got themselves out slightly. Thinking of Kieran Carlson and his dismissal, and well, they were very nearly one in the Crane over, and then nearly one in the Zain Ul Hassan over. The Crane, of course, will continue. 9 overs before lunch. He's having a chat to Kieran Carlson, but he definitely is extracting more from this Cathedral Road end of the ground. I think a lot of people have said to me they were surprised they didn't see him bowl from this end yesterday at any stage. I don't know whether he just simply prefers bowling from the river end, but it seems to me that he's getting a little bit more from this end. Carlson is happy with the field now. In goes Crane and bowls. Forward goes Hill, and he's beaten on the outside edge by another one that turns. And he looks askance back down the pitch as Kenneth departs for now. Nick returns. I'm sure excited at what he's seeing now, because suddenly Crane is finding a little bit of something. In he goes, and Bowles tosses it up, gets to the pitch of that one, Lewis Hill, and blocks it rather hesitantly out towards Carlson at extra cover. And there's suddenly a slightly different feel.
Yeah, not
about
often.
things.
Not often from this end, Crane.
In he goes, and bowls, and just a little bit leg-sidey. And although it does turn a bit, Hill can work it around the corner. Not, again, particularly convincingly, but sufficiently wide of Acer Tribe at short leg to pick up one and have a look from the other end. And I don't think he'll be too disappointed about that. Hill on to 27, 288 for 2. Tribe retreats from short leg to the sort of 45 on the leg side for the more established batsman Ian Holland. Crane in to Holland, a little paddle sweep, and it goes more or less straight to Tribe. So good fielding position change by Carlson and Glamorgan there. Encouragement for Crane from his teammates. In he goes, and bowls. Forward goes Holland. No great turn on that occasion, just blocked out into the offside. Leicestershire 152 behind, and they'll have ambitions to go well past. However, as Crane goes in and bowls, and it's driven by Holland out to the sweeper on the offside boundary, who's Tim van der Hoogten. And one is taken. I don't think they'll be entirely displeased to have seen Crane just get that little bit of extra bounce and turn, arguably for the first time. They obviously don't have their leg spinner, Rahan Ahmed, who's gone off to the IPL.
Yes, is he carrying drinks satisfactorily?
Apparently. Somebody was saying that although the sort of you see the headline figure for what they get, he's getting almost exactly 60,000 if you theoretically. That's what he's been signed for. That there's all sorts of clauses within the contracts as to number of games played and things like that. So whether he'll get all of that if he's not actually playing, I'm not sure.
Ul Hassan from the river end bowls, and Holland square drives on the offside nicely. That's just about stopped inside the ropes by Tribe on the boundary, and they'll hasten back for a couple of runs. Holland to 59, 291 for 2. Another bonus point, Hove's interview at 300, of course. And Leicestershire scoring at 4.03. Well, you only need to score a little more than that to get maximum over 110 overs. That's down leg side, well taken by Chris Cook as Holland makes no contact. So batting to come, Tatisol, Eskenazi, Cox, and of course still we think likely Weatherald at some point if needed. I mean, he might not be, I suppose if the other batters get going they might not actually need him to return if there's any doubt about it. Ul Hassan bowls and driven into the offside pleasantly again by Holland. Again, Tribe as the fielder has to do slightly less strenuous work this time, and it's a single that takes Holland to 60, 292 for 2. Glamorgan's over rate was +1 at the start of the day. They had bowled 48 overs overnight, so in their 25th of the day. Ul Hassan bowls, driven by Hill to mid-off, no run. So they're likely to get 30 in, I suppose, if Crane continues. As Chris Cook is now going to stand back by the look of it, or is he?
Yes.
Yes. Strange. Ul Hassan is in and bowls, and Hill pushes out on the offside, thinks about a single, thinks twice as Carlson is into field. Carlson is now back in his preferred covered position, having been lurking at mid-on, mid-off earlier, presumably better to advise the bowlers. Likes to be in the firing line at cover. Kieran Carlson. As Ul Hassan is in bowls, and Hill came down the pitch there, gave him the charge, and Ul Hassan dropped it short. So he didn't really play a shot in the end. 292 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online, and thank you to Dave Sharman for your elucidation on the Village Cup, pointing out the number of Welsh winners. Left out Gowerton though, oh dear. St Fagans, Marshwell, Anisstower and Sully Centurions. No winner from Leicestershire apparently yet in the Village Cup's 54-year history to date.
Mason Crane in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls a little bit too full but misses out a bit there. Ian Holland pretty much got to it on the full, clipped it away hard into the leg side, but more or less straight to Zain Hassan at mid wicket. So as I say, I rather feel he missed out a bit there. Crane in, bowls, back goes Holland, strokes it out into the offside, not fielded cleanly by Carlson, but kind of deflects it on its way towards mid-off where Gorvin completes the job. No harm done in terms of conceding unnecessary runs. Crane in, drops too short, but Holland just waits for it and turns it towards the vacant square leg area. Means that Asa Tribe has to run up from the 45 to field. He does so. Holland takes one. Tribe takes off his cap, puts on the helmet, and he's going to go in at short leg for Hill.
Wrexham level 1-1 at Coventry at the moment.
Crane looked ready to go there, but perhaps Hill was still looking down. Hill steps back and then steps back into his guard as Crane goes in, and he's hit him over the top, but he has middled that one. He's got most of it. It's going to bounce away to the wide long on boundary for 4. It's what he was trying to do first time he took on Crane and skied it and went fairly straight, and Ryan Hadley very nearly got to it running back. Might just have brushed his fingers, but no chance with that one. Hill into the 30s now on 231. Crane in again, foolish, but this time checks the shot. Hill just pushes it firmly back up the pitch to the fair-haired leg spinner. Boyish figure. Blows on his hand, gives the ball a spin. Grips it, in he goes, bowls, touch short. There is turn again for him though, but from a little bit short of a length, so Hill could adjust and just sort of play it down into the ground and run it down to slip. So the over not without some encouragement for Crane, not as much encouragement as a couple of overs ago, but a couple of things there. It'd be interesting to see if he were to get a little bit more with a newer ball.
At the river end, Kieran Carlson.
Oh, so we didn't see much of Zainul Hassan there.
No, just seven.
Was that on the bounce? Oh, right.
Did he bowl any yesterday?
Yes,
must
he
have done.
bowled
Must
yesterday,
have. So, it wasn't 7, was it? It was maybe 3 or 4.
So Kieran Carlson, who was a wicket taker last night when he got rid of Rishi Patel, mishitting a slog sweep. He's bowling from the river end and fires the first ball in, and Holland just blocks it back to him. 2 wickets this season, Kieran Carlson, because he hasn't done an awful lot of bowling at all. Just in the second innings, briefly at Notts, a couple of overs. Carlson bowls down the wicket. Oh!
Dropped.
Caught and bowled nearly. Very good effort from Carlson. Holland fired it back at him. Carlson got at least one hand to it in his follow-through, but that would have been a tremendous reflex grab had he held on.
It would. He got a big hand to it. It's his wrong hand, isn't it, as well? But sometimes they stick.
Didn't on that occasion. Carlson bowls again. Holland fires this one back to Carlson as well, but on the bounce. Oh no, it eluded him in fact and trickled up to mid-off. Carlson in bowls again, gives it a lot of pace, and it's just played comfortably in the offside. Single taken. Holland to 62. 298 for 2. Leicestershire about to go ahead on bonus points, you would have thought, unless they lose a wicket now. Hill defends that one back to Carlson, who has not given it much air as yet. Maybe just an exploratory over of making sure he gets his line and length right before he varies it a bit. A fraction slower, but no real loop on it. Hill defends it back to the bowler. 298 for 2. And, well, half a chance, really. Or a difficult chance back to the Glamorgan skipper offered by Holland. Don't drop your chips on the outfield, the message.
Spill your coffee on a length.
You know what you fiendish foxes might be capable of.
Holland and Hill have a chat. A lot of experience between those two. 7 overs until lunch, or 15 minutes. I might just get them with Crane and Carlson bowling. Crane is in and bowls to Holland, who just leans forward on middle and leg and defends into the on side. Chris Cook comes running out into the desert of earth that was the pitch from a couple of weeks ago. Crane in, straighter, and is defended on the front foot. Forward defensive from Holland, back up the pitch to Mason Crane. Partnership 58 now for the third wicket. As Crane is in, sweeping off middle and off really is Holland, but he's swept pretty well, and he's got it so far in front of square, in fact, on that occasion, that Byram running up the rope cannot get there. And Holland picks up 4, and a double teapot for Crane. Shouldn't be allowed sweeping off middle and off. He swept on length, and in fairness he pretty much got to the pitch of it and got it well in front of square.
300 up, 76th over.
66 to Holland. Run rate back at 4s with that boundary. They'll want to keep it there. They'll need to keep it there if they're going to give themselves remotely enough time to have a theoretical chance of getting ahead and bowling Glamorgan out for a second time. Crane is in, walking down is, skipping down really is Holland, and then defending, having gotten more or less to the pitch of it. Crane did push it through, hurried it through. This is his 20th over of the innings, 1 for 94, his figures at the moment. So a little kick up of the heels before he goes in and bowls, and forward goes Holland, defending off a thickish inside part of the bat, running it out towards mid-wicket. Zainul Hassan picks up.
Yeah, he's improved his economy rate slightly, Crane, hasn't he? Because he was going at 6 or 7 for the first few overs.
Steps in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and it is swept down to the fine leg boundary. Paddle swept really for first. Again, you're asking not for it to be totally consistent of the leg spinner. Just drifted that one down the leg side, and meat and drink for a good sweeper like Holland. Even with the man on the 45, he got it much finer of tribe, and he picks up his second boundary in the over. So Crane 1 for 98 from 20, going at 5s, and on that basis in Leicestershire 306 for 2.
Had an email from, if my screen will clear, Dave Bottrell, who's a Glamorgan member here. As Carlson starts a new over, fires one through outside off stump, no shot from Hill. In the swings and roundabouts of long-form cricket, I always thought part of the drama was resilience shown by teams and individual players to struggle through inevitable arduous periods. Carlson bowls, Hill plays to cover, no run. Bearing in mind the debacle over the substitutes experiment in the block of 4-day games and the Weatherald retirement yesterday, don't you think we're losing part of the appeal of long-form cricket? As Carlson bowls, flights that one up, driven on the leg side by Hill for a single, 307 for 2. Is muscle strain or cramp a legitimate reason for retiring hurt these days? Is player safety being taken too far? Well, it's always been a legitimate reason for retiring, but not obviously being replaced as an official playing member of the team. That's over pitched by Carlson. He gets away with it as Holland drives it straight to cover. Hassan did well to get down, 307 for 2. Not time to discuss much between deliveries with 2 spinners on. Carlson bowls, and Holland drives up to mid-on. They amble through for a single, 308 for 2. I think it's true that there have been more subs used than most anticipated. Carlson bowls, and that's knocked away by Hill on the leg side for a single, 309 for 2, 77 overs gone. I mean, I think a few eyebrows would be raised if Weatherald were to be replaced by, say, Budinger or whatever, just for having cramp. You wouldn't see that as a legitimate replacement, but we haven't had any suggestion yet that Weatherald's withdrawal is permanent from the game.
No, I understand it isn't, but I agree with Dave's other points. Absolutely, it's one of the huge appeals of the red ball game that you can have periods where you can admire a side sort of. It's understanding the pitch and the nature of the game, isn't it? Some people were saying, oh, Glamorgan should have batted, in a more attacking fashion yesterday, and then declared before lunch and all this sort of thing. Crane is in and bowls a little bit of bounce and turn, but off the back foot, Hill drops it out into the offside. There's so many factors in red ball cricket that don't necessarily apply in white ball cricket, certainly not in T20 or the 100. Crane is in and bowls to full, driven and into the ground, presumably, or was it a catch? Let us have a look at the replay. I thought it driven into the ground and then it was sort of knocked up at slip. There was no great excitement among
reaction, was it?
The fielders. Did he get anything on it? Not quite sure. Turned a long way if he didn't. In he goes and bowls again, lovely line, and forward goes Hill, defending out into the offside, but judging by the body language, he may not. It certainly wasn't a catch anyway. We can definitely say that. Crane is in, bowls touch too short, but played off the pitch on the back foot by Hill, dropping it down into the offside. And there's no run. And he come out of the over strong. 2 balls left in his 21st over. Crane in, bowls, that's a nice length. Forward went Hill, straight delivery. Pushing it out towards mid-wicket, Hassan picks up. Hill's 33 or 50 deliveries now. Been a little bit tied down. The last over or 2, in goes Crane and bowl. Cut away by Hill, it was just too short. Out to Van der Hoogten, who's been, well, not only in isolation, but hasn't been underused out there. Hasn't been involved at all for a few overs, but he is there, gets his throw away, and it is just 1. Hill keeps the strike, moves on to 34. Leicestershire, who began the day on 215 for 1, and now 310 for 2, so 95 added for just the 1 wicket. They'll be content enough with that, I think.
Absolutely, it hasn't been spectacular this morning, but over 100 runs. And losing just 1 wicket, and that the night watchman. Very satisfactory indeed from the Leicestershire point of view. So Carlson into his 9th over. It's into bowl. It's cut nicely by Hill. He'll get runs down towards third man. A couple of them as Byram is able to trot back and field inside the boundary. 312 for 2. Hill on to 36 not out. And at this rate, Leicestershire should be ahead by tea time unless they have a remarkable collapse. As forward comes Hill, 128, maybe around tea. 128 the deficit at the moment. Morgan hugely in need of wickets if they're not to lose control completely, as Hill jabs that one back to Carlson. And there's no run. Ingram's still there at slip, but 5 saving the single, 3 out in the deep. Hill pushes forward, back to the bowler. No run, so at least Carlson's keeping things tidy. But not giving the ball much air, and therefore there's another one's punched back to him, not giving himself maximum chance of inducing errors from the batters. You wouldn't have thought. Maybe he thinks that frustrating them out is the best way to go. Carlson to finish his over. Hill defends, 312 for 2. It remains just the one scoring shot in that over.
Well, the new ball will be available for potentially 1 over before lunch. I wonder if they'll take it.
Yeah, 4 minutes until lunch. An over of Crane to come.
Should be anyway. Nobody's hurrying very much, are they? It wasn't quite the situation we had yesterday when Ian Blackwell funereal march to,
yes,
to
almost
the
walked
stumps.
backwards towards the stumps, didn't he? He didn't want an extra over, but the clock resolutely refused to flick on to 1300. And, well,
one will do it, won't it, in that respect? So they're going to do it again, aren't they? They're going to try and just bowl the 1 over in this.
Glamorgan want to be
4
fresh
minutes.
with the new ball after lunch. You'd think they would have. They're not hurrying over Crane's over. You'd think they'd want to get a 1 over in with the new ball.
In goes Crane and bowls a full toss that Holland somehow whips to mid wicket, and a good diving stop by Zainul Hassan means that Holland misses out. Really, it was a foot outside off stump. It was a low full toss. You would have thought he'd been looking to drive it away, but tried to whip it into the leg side and missed out again. Crane is in, drops a little bit short, doesn't really get up, and Holland this time can legitimately play it away past Zainul Hassan for a couple. He chases back the Glamorgan all-rounder and picks up, gets his throw away. Holland into the 70s already, 73 now to him. He stands, doesn't take guard, waiting for Ul Hassan to walk back to his fielding position. Crane is in. That googly, I think, and it's turned down the leg side in the air for a few feet by Holland, but long way short. There was hands into the air from Crane, long way short of the man on the 45, Asa Tribe. Crane in, bowls forward Holland. Back up the pitch to Crane. They're going to do well. It's 12:58. And there are 2 deliveries left to go. I'm watching, seeing if Ian Blackwell is going to retreat a few yards just to make it less likely. Full and clipped again in the air for a few feet by Holland out to mid-wicket. Again, it's yards and yards short of Ul Hassan, but anything that's being hit in the air for a few feet gets a ooh and an ah at the moment. Crane to finish his over is in. Back goes Holland and defends down into the pitch. End of the over. Well, I think we will have one more because Ian Blackwell isn't doing the very slow
The moonwalk.
marching. No,
Going backwards.
but it won't be with the new ball because Kieran Carlson's going to continue. So I'm assuming he's not taking the new ball. Certainly there's been no signal to the scorers.
Don't understand that. Hey ho. Fast bowlers obviously.
You'd have taken it and said to the fast bowler, you have one in.
Carlson bowls and clipped off his legs by Hill. No run. I mean, Carlson could have bowled with a new ball because it's likely to bounce a bit more. Don't understand that. But there we are. They know more about professional cricket than I do. Carlson bowls. Played back to him by Hill.
Sometimes the fast bowlers quite like to somebody else have an over or 2 with it just to take a bit of the lacquer off or something, but anyway.
Carlson in bowls and Hill defends. It's a mutual non-aggression pact at the moment, by the look of it. 3 balls to go until the interval as the clock does reach 1300 on the scoreboard. As that's defended on the offside. Hill thinks about a single. Byram is quickly in from point. Leicestershire resuming at 215 for 1. Have just lost the wicket of night watchman Josh Davey. Stumped Cook, bowled Crane for 15 with the score on 240. Carlson bowls, Hill defends. Ian Holland dropped by Carlson. A difficult return chance on 61 has moved on to 73 not out. Hill is on 36 not out. As Carlson finishes his over and there is a run in it as Hills chops it out to deep point. They wander through for a single and they wander out off for lunch. 315 for 2. Hill moves to 37. Holland has 73. And commentary will resume at 1:40. You're on BBC Sport Online.
wided as well, but it seems very early with a new ball to be going to a short, delivery attack. It's sort of a bit of a waste of a new ball in a way. Yes, it will bounce, but thumping it into a hard, dry pitch won't keep it hard for very long. However, this is the policy that's being pursued. No slips as Hadley is in 2-hill, who turns him off, or tries to turn him off the legs. Did he get anything on it? Sounded a little bit thigh pad-y, waiting for a signal or not from umpire Blackwell. And he does indeed raise his left knee and gives it a thump with his fist to the scorers. So a leg by to the Leicestershire score. 3-17 for 2. So they have a short leg, Acer Tribe. They have a conventional square leg almost directly behind him, 15 yards or so, and they also have a man just in front of square sweeping on the leg side boundary, and a wide long leg too, so very much a leg side attack as Hadley is in, and almost gets through there because it was on off stump. It was a bit short. Holland, I think, was looking to dab it through the gully or maybe just defend it. Got an inside edge and it went over the stumps, quite a way over the stumps, a foot over the stumps probably at least. Bounced once and was taken by Cook on the bounce to his left. So trying something very much new, innovative. Glamorgan could pay off, nearly did then. But an indication really of how difficult they think it is on this pitch to make something happen. Hadley is in and bowls another bouncer. That should be the second for the over. It is. And he looks a bit disappointed about it. It was far too short, really, wasn't it? He looks very disappointed, whether with himself or with the signal. But I mean, it was quite a long way above shoulder height, so he must be, I think, with himself for being that little bit too short. So another one of those should be no balled, but whether it will be remains to be seen. Holland is just sort of practicing the sort of flick off his hip as Hadley is in and bowls to him. Thickish outside edge. He's squared up there on the back foot, and Hadley's telling him how lucky it was. It runs down to third man and one is taken. Hadley, what was that signal from umpire Blackwell? Just seemed to put out his, I don't think it, I mean, it certainly can't have been signalling a no ball, so because it was only just above waist high. So whether he was just waiting for the ball to come in from the fielder, not quite sure. And we have another slight hiatus because we're getting a change of field because of that edge. Ingram has gone back in at slip, and there is also a leg gully. Body line.
They need to try
Welsh body line, sort of. In goes Hadley and bowls, and Hill is dropped. Hill is dropped because he was a good bouncer. It took the edge. He flinched. He couldn't get his bat out of the way. Took the edge, and it wasn't an uncomfortable. I didn't think it was too bad a height for Cook. It was around about shoulder height to his right. Maybe it was so much of an edge. It sort of put him a bit wrong-footed. He got a right hand to it, and he couldn't hang on. It popped out. But for me, that was a very clear drop.
I think you may be right. I think he was wrong-footed, which momentarily affected his reaction time, and interested to see that one again.
Well, yeah, I don't know whether the chaps can show us a replay on that one, but the attack worked really. The sort of round the short balls from around the wicket created almost a couple of opportunities, and certainly one.
Van der Hoogten from the Cathedral Road end bowls, full delivery, that down to point. There's no run where Dixon fields. So in a game where chances are going to be few and far between, Glamorgan need to latch on to everything.
Well, I suppose if you're being harsh, that's the sort of third catch that's not been taken today.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls, full and struck firmly, but it's fielded by the bowler.
The first two were very, very hard, but Hadley just about got there running back, and Carlson did get his left hand to the court and bowl chance, but that one Cook will have been disappointed not to have taken, I think. And Hill's going to get more of that after that, sort of the way he played it or didn't play it.
Van der Hoogten wheels round past the umpire, right arm over, bowls, fullish delivery, played firmly to mid-wicket where Eddie Byram's fielding, there's no run. 318 for 2. Leicestershire trailing by 122. We haven't seen Jake Weatherald since he retired hurt yesterday. So we'll see if he is the next man due in if a wicket falls. Van der Hoogten ambling in from the Cathedral Road end. Full delivery and again struck firmly, fielded, and there's no run.
They may feel they don't need to risk him, depending on when the next wicket falls. And then this partnership is 78 now, so. But he'd be the right man, you'd have thought, wouldn't he? If a wicket falls quickly against an Aussie fast bowler with a new ball in his hand, that's his job. Yeah. All right, he might be doing it for a second time in the match.
In comes Van der Hoogten. Glamorgan desperately needing a wicket that's struck firmly through the covers for 4. Straight off the bat, timed to perfection by Holland, and it's sped away to the offside boundary. Just a touch too much width from Van der Hoogten. Not much, it has to be said. He was on it, and Holland wasn't going to miss out. A man who is on 78. Two slips for Van der Hoogten, who's in, bowls, and that's steered away on the onside. Down to long leg, where that is a single. That is the end of the over. And nothing much that Cook chance apart happening.
Yeah, it's going to be another interesting over though from Hadley. I'm certain that they'll keep up this round the wicket short stuff, body line, because it very nearly paid off.
Hadley, slingy action. He's in for the first block of 6 championship fixtures, and then his countryman Nathan McAndrew comes over for the T20 with 2 games sandwiched in that period.
Here comes Hadley then, the sweatband on his left wrist, bowls, and is slightly short of a good length, but Holland can play a ball that is slightly short of a good length pretty comfortably because there's no real pace in the pitch, and off stump he just pushes it firmly off the back foot out towards Andy Gorvin at mid-off, and there's no run. Needs to be a little bit shorter than that. Ingram is in at slip for Holland, as well as Tribe at short leg, and Carlson now at leg gully. Dixon mid wicket. There is also the man on the sort of skewed drive on the 45 deepish gully. In goes Hadley, bowls, bouncer, ducks underneath it. Holland plays that one comfortably enough. Yeah, it's Byram who's clapping his hands at that sort of deepish gully position. Gorvin, the only man in front of square on the off side, so he's not planning on bowling much on off stump, certainly not that the batsman can lean into. Hadley is in, and bowls very high bounce, so that'll surely be at least one for the over. He's gotten away with it in terms of it not being a wide because Holland sort of ducked down, but it certainly is one for the over. Second one probably was as well, presumably. I didn't see this, the second delivery. I didn't see the signal of one for the over, so whether we've had two for the over already, not quite sure. Deep square is out. Nick's coming back to do an update for BBC Wales as Hadley is in, bowls down the leg side, and there is a sort of gentle inquiry of the umpire as to whether Holland might just have nibbled that one on its way. He missed it by a yard for me, and indeed for the umpire, who is deep in conversation with Lewis Hill, Ian Blackwell. And have been on a few cricket fields together over the years. Hill, 13-14 year career. Blackwell obviously was playing for a fair chunk of that period, although albeit for Somerset. And Leicestershire and Somerset didn't have too many games against each other in that period. Here comes Hadley and bowls, another bouncer, and umpire Blackwell looks across at umpire O'Shaughnessy, and there is no signal. But Hadley says, I'm going to go back over the wicket, because Holland has been playing those deliveries, or ducking them, comfortably enough, really. So Ingram takes a step to his left at slip, goes to a much more conventional slip. He was quite wide when Hadley was bowling around the wicket. But Carlson and Byron both stay in position. As back over the wicket comes Hadley and bowls, good bounce, so that is helped down towards third man and is caught by Mason Crane. Holland tried to ramp it on its way. He did ramp it on its way, but he got a bit too much of it, steered it straight down to third man, and Crane on his knees down there, just falling forward, two hands underneath it, and well, it's worked. Coming over the wicket made a bit of a difference. Holland had been playing the stuff from round the wicket fairly well, but he's swiping away at the air in annoyance. Ian Holland, 79, his best for the season, but again, he still hasn't managed to go past three figures for Leicestershire. And another bowling bonus point goes the way, or a bowling bonus point goes the way of Glamorgan, and the third breakthrough of the innings. Interesting to see who comes in now.
Going to take a breather, Rich, or is it myself? Richard is going to leave the point for the time being. Nick will have an update in due course. So the tactic, as Richard was alluding to, has worked. The short stuff from Hadley, and just got slightly big on Holland, and it was caught down in the deep by Mason Crane. A wicket that Glamorgan desperately needed.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch while I was walking around. Was there a previous chance off Hadley?
There was, which we believe, we didn't see a replay, that Chris Cook may have been slightly wrong-footed and picked it up late.
All right.
But they've certainly gone on the charge in terms of the short stuff.
And it's still no Weatherald. It is Johnny Tatisol who is in, rather than Jake Weatherald, who retired last night. It was described to Richard as precautionary, his non-appearance this morning, but his non-appearance will last a bit longer. Of course, you can make the decision at any point in the game, or ask for a substitution to be made if you feel it necessary, but it certainly wasn't described originally as the sort of injury that you'd have thought would need a substitution. So Hadley, much needed wicket for him. 1 for 70. Van der Hoogten is running away from us and bowling, and that's firmly driven by Hill. Back past the bowler, this might well go to the boundary. Shortish straight boundary here, and it does. Pursued by Carlson, but doesn't get there. So Holland exactly the same score as Patel, 79. Nicely struck boundary from Lewis Hill to move him into the 40s. 3:27 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. Two slips with this new ball as Van der Hoogten bowls, turned into a big gap in the leg side by Hill. And runs every time he pushes it in that direction. As someone's unwrapping their sandwiches next to our
I think
effects microphone,
you
isn't it?
made the good decision of taking a sandwich. Make it slightly bland stuff. Could have done with something. Gravy.
Different gravy. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. As that's clipped away on the leg side by Tatisol. That'll get him off the mark. And Leicestershire moving onwards to 330 for 3, just 110 runs behind Glamorgan and still poised for a first innings lead. But Glamorgan have claimed 1 wicket since lunch. The Aussie paceman Ryan Hadley had Ian Holland caught at third man by Crane for 79. Hill is still there, 42 not out. Weatherald, the Australian who retired last night on 104 not out, has yet to re-emerge. But Glamorgan's bowlers still with a lot of work to do. Leicestershire 330 for 3. Van der Hoogten into Tatisol, who's just picked up his first couple of runs, and he defends on the offside. So Eskenazi to emerge at 7, Cox at 8. Green, Patel and Hull, everyone shuffled down one because of the night watchman Josh Davey, who did his job, surviving last night and a while this morning before he decided he'd had enough and got stumped off Crane for 15. Van der Hoogten bowls and Tatisol drives gently to Crane at mid-on. New ball taken at the lunch interval when Leicestershire were at 315 for 2. It was 81 overs, the new ball. They declined to take it beforehand. Here comes Van der Hoogten. Ball's full length. Tatisol gets down on it, digs out the Yorker, plays it to cover, and there is no run as two batters meet for a little chat. In my wander around the ground, certainly no real sense of anticipation among the Glamorgan supporters. They haven't made much happen consistently, the bowlers, today.
No, it's been tough work, but I presume we're going to see more of the short stuff coming from Ryan Hadley from the River Taff end. Struck in the last over with a wicket of Ian Holland.
Yeah, third man is still down there, fine leg on the ropes as well, and Carlson at a leg gully position.
In comes the Australian Ryan Hadley, bowls, and that is a short ball. And umpire's a little think about it.
He's got the height to dig it in, Ryan Hadley, hasn't he?
He has. Almost well, would have been a great catch in the morning session, where chances have become few and far between for Glamorgan. 330 for 3 at Leicestershire, trailing by 110. Starting his long run-up is Hadley from the River Taff end, coming around, and that's straying down leg, taken by Chris Cook. Flings it towards his captain, Kieran Carlson. What a tough caught and bowl chance. I couldn't see it very well. I was strolling round the perimeter prior to lunch when Carlson brought himself on to bowl a few.
Yes, it was a tough one. It was hit very hard, but Carlson got a full left hand to it in his follow through.
Sun has gone away in the Welsh capital for the time being. In comes Hadley bowls. There's a short leg in place, and that's why. But Hill takes evasive action of the bouncer and taken by Chris Cook.
Chap called Xavier Voigt-Hill was on X looking at Mason Crane's stats with the bat. Averaged 10.5 for Hampshire and is now over 35. His average for Glamorgan in the last 2 and a bit seasons.
He's had a few knocks and despairingly, agonisingly close to getting his first century yesterday. Hadley coming over to Hill. Oh, and that's chopped, it's played on. And Hadley is struck once more. So a flurry of wickets in the last few overs for the Australian. That's another to go in quick succession. Hill dragging on, but it's the short stuff once more that's paid dividends. Just dragged on, and Hill cannot believe it. Glamorgan take a 4th wicket.
Yes, we saw Colin Ingram perish in similar circumstances, didn't we? Dragging one on from well outside off stump. That was a shortish pitch delivery. Hill trying to get on top of it and managed to deflect the ball downwards and sideways. It was the sort of delivery that you'd think would be more in danger of being caught at slip. But double strike from Hadley gives Glamorgan a little toehold back in the game. Leicestershire still favourites for a first innings lead. Will it be Eskenazi or Weatherald?
Eagerly awaiting Jake Weatherald, who's been absent since having to retire hurt yesterday. We'll await the doctor.
Incoming batter for Leicestershire is Stevie Eskenazi.
No, it is Eskenazi. So we're still awaiting Weatherall to appear, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, surely if he doesn't reappear in this innings, then it's surely not cramp.
No.
It's not the sort of problem that keeps you out of returning the next day.
So Hadley, the one causing problems at the moment.
Yes, I mean, when he signed up for Glamorgan, I wonder if he knew about the nature of the wickets here, which don't always help fast bowlers. The only really pacey pitches tend to be in the middle of the square and kept for international duties, or matches rather. But Hadley's doing his best to flog like life out of it. He's got 12 wickets so far for the county.
One slip in for Hadley. There's a short leg gully, conventional gully. Hadley in, bowls, and that's whizzed past Eskenazi, former Middlesex man, amongst other clubs. So, still, as Nick was alluding to, Leicestershire favourites at present to get a lead. However, this bit of a mini wobble, nothing more than that. But if Hadley can get into 2 new batters in the shape of Tatisol and Eskenazi. Eskenazi is on strike. So Glamorgan going on the attack ever so slightly. They've been so defensive and having to be defensive. Hadley coming in over the wicket, bowls, and that's played on the offside. There's a single Govin will field. And that is the end of a successful Hadley over once more. Wicket taking over as he receives gracious applause here at Sapphire Gardens, Leicestershire. 331 for 4, 109 in arrears.
Yeah, we thought maybe with a little bit of turn for Patel early on this match that it might start to spin a bit more sharply, but the spinners' figures in this match so far to belie that, with Patel, Ajaz Patel, 2 for 146, no success for Rishi Patel, and just the 1 for Mason Crane, 1 for Kieran Carlson, but hasn't been turning sharply. As Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, and Eskenazi plays it gently on the leg side. So Glamorgan with 2 new batters to bowl at, albeit they are both proper batters still. Top order man in the new signing Tatisol, who played 1 game last year, and Eskenazi, relatively new signing, played 3 games last year. For Leicestershire, that is, as Eskenazi defends up to mid-on, and there is no run. Has captained Middlesex on occasion. Remember him leading them against Glamorgan. 331 for 4. Deficit is 109, but after that double strike from Hadley, just a little more hope in Glamorgan ranks. Quite still afternoon though around the ground as Van der Hoogten bowls and Eskenazi defends. Back to the bowler. Van der Hoogten coming into this match with 8 wickets to his credit from the first couple of games. Morgan's leading wicket taker last season. Batted well, made 52 at quite a slow rate for him. In comes bowls. Eskenazi drives to mid-on, no run. This the 7th over with the new ball. It was taken 1 over late, as Glamorgan didn't want to take it before luncheon. Now pretty overcast. The cloud has thickened a little bit since this morning when it was high, and there's still a bit of blue sky around. Now it's still high, but it is a complete cloud cover. Van der Hoogten bowls. Eskenazi blocks it gently to mid-off, picked up by Carlson, and there is no run. Good tight straight over from Van der Hoogten. As Glamorgan look to put the brakes on, apply a bit of frustration maybe to Leicestershire's ranks, and possibly force them to take a few more risks than they might otherwise want if they are to get to maximum points. Van der Hoogten bowls. Eskenazi plays defensively on the offside. It's picked up by Dixon, scampering in. End of a maiden over. 331 for 4. Tatisol has 2. Eskenazi 1. The men out today. Davey stumped Cook, bowled Crane for 15. Holland caught Crane at 3rd man, bowled Hadley for 79, and Hill bowled Hadley for 42.
Yeah, and it will be Hadley to continue, obviously, after 2 wickets in his last 2 overs. 2 new batters in the shape of Tatisol and Stevie Eskenazi. take another wicket, it would be interesting at least. It's been tough out there. Hadley steaming in from the River Taff end. 2 wickets to his name. Oh, that's gone fine, but there is a man down there. It is Dixon. So just a single on offer.
He just glanced wide of a diving keeper. Chris Cook just about got enough on it to Tatisol.
So there is a mid-on. There's a wide-ish. Well, no, it's extra cover. 1 slip, backward point, short leg, leg gully, deep backward square, fine leg, and a deep third man. Hadley wheeling round, steaming in from the river end, coming around the wicket, and that is short, and that was a good bouncer. Whizzed past Eskenazi, who pulled out late on.
Yes, the sort that fizzes past the nose and you find yourself taking evasive action here in the commentary box.
Good spell here, though, for Hadley. And this short stuff is working. Sun struggling to appear. I think it is making an effort. Hadley coming in past the umpire, coming around. That's played fine, but that man, that is Kieran Carson, is at what you would call an unconventional leg gully. Or leg slip, possibly. So Glamorgan trying to conjure something here. They've had success after lunch. On this 3rd day of county championship action. Glamorgan next in action down in Southampton. That is over bank holiday weekend. Hadley in bowls, and again that's the bouncer. Again Eskenazi gets out of the way, and it's taken through by keeper Chris Cook. That will begin on Friday down in Southampton. Rob Phillips will be there for BBC Wales, and the next home game will be that against Somerset.
Yes, haven't had them here in a 4-dayer for a while. The only first-class meeting that I can recollect having worked on in the last dozen years was during the COVID season, and that was at Taunton.
Somerset, of course, still in the same T20 group as Glamorgan. In is Hadley over the wicket, and that's chopped into the ground on the offside through the covers for 4 off the bat of Stevie Eskenazi.
Nice shot going on top of the bounce.
Yeah, I thought for a moment, I just lost it, thought it was upish, but it wasn't. Got hold of it. And sped away to the offside boundary for 4.
Well, the number of players catching on the leg side means that the offside has got a huge hole in it. There's one man in front of square trying to cover wide mid-off cover.
Last ball of Ryan Hadley's over. In he comes, coming around the wicket this time. Bowls, and that's defended, but there's no run as it is fielded by Andy Gorvin, who comes round from extra cover to mid-off. That is the end of the over. 336 for 4. 2 new batters. Tatisol is 3, Eskenazi on 5, and they trail by 104.
At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are battling back, having been asked to follow on. They're 180 behind on first innings, but they are 99 without loss in their second innings. Are Notts, with Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater still together, both in the 40s. At the Oval, Surrey, who lost 2 very quick early wickets, but have recovered in style. They're 319 for 4. Dom Sibley made 101. Ollie Pope 69. Dan Lawrence 107 not out. Leicestershire having piled up millions last week against Surrey. Last time. That one is defended by Tatisol. First ball of the Van der Hoogten over. So batting averages at the Oval. Must be nice to play there as your home ground, because the averages tend to go up. At Headingley, plenty of runs there as well. Sussex made 502. Yorkshire in reply, making a very solid job of it on 329 for 4. Finley Bean made 105. It's Van der Hoogten bowls and Tatisol drives back to him. Sam Whiteman is made 101, and Joe Root, playing his first county game of the season, is 68 not out. Although Johnny Bairstow was out cheaply for 6. That is Division 1. In Division 2, Derbyshire struggling at 218 for 7 in reply to Gloucester's 498. No shot played by Tatisol through lowish outside off stump. Not too far from the off stump, but safe enough. Looks to be a positive result game on the cards at Chester Street, because Lancashire 72 for 5 in their second innings. That is now 147 runs ahead of Durham, who were bowled out for 295. And poor old Kent in the mire again at Worcester. Van der Hoogten in bowls through low outside off stump. No shot played by Tatisol. Kendra 136 for 6 in their second innings. And that after Worcestershire took a substantial first innings lead, 447 all out. They made 251 lead runs ahead. So that means Kent are still 115 runs behind, but with only 4 second innings wickets standing. So that could be the first result of the round. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Tatisol works it off his legs, down to fine leg. Hadley fields, and they go through for a single. And Glamorgan women now know their opponents in the next round of the T20 Women's County Cup. They will play Berkshire away, because Berkshire have beaten Wiltshire by 38 runs today. A lot of those matches early starts. Low scoring game there in Marlborough. That one was played as Eskenazi is forward, pushing up to mid-on, 337 for 4, and the game goes something in the way of the lull that we had either side of lunch yesterday, when Glamorgan were scoring very slowly. Leicester is still going a bit faster, but since the departure of the 2 set batsmen Holland and Hill, they've lost even more momentum. Run rate was pushing 5 for a long time. It's now 3.74. As the medium pace of Andy Gorvin will be called upon as he looks for his first success of the match.
I thought they might have persevered more with Hadley, given his success.
Don't like bowling him long spells, do they?
No, they don't give short bursts.
Yep.
So Gorvin is brought back into the action from the River Taff end, with Chris Cook obviously standing up to the medium pacer. So Colin Ingram comes into slip. So it's a semi-defensive more of a conventional field with mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, mid-wicket. Coming in is Andy Gorvin, and that's flicked off the leg side, straying down leg, and it's a single taken, backward point. Protection with a man at fine leg. There's no third man in place, with Colin Ingram coming up to slip. There's a deep backward square for the pull stroke hook shot. Gorvin in and bowls, and that's a bump ball, and it's fielded by the bowler.
What have we got? Just under 20 overs in terms of bonus point acquisition. Leicestershire will have to push it a bit if they want to get to maximum. They should get to 4 batting points fairly comfortably, the 400 mark, and might want to push for the 5th.
Gorvin bowling, and that's tickled round the corner. And there's a single taken. 101 they trail by. So still on course to get a first innings lead, you would think. Although it is slow stuff at the moment.
Yeah, and we still don't know what's happening with Weatherald.
Gorvin coming in. Bowls. It's defended up to mid-on, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, that is a bit of a mystery. I mean, yeah, precautionary, yes, but you wouldn't have thought he would be as far down.
One for Rich to clarify in the close of play interview.
Gorvin wheeling round, right arm over to Tatisol. Played firmly, but too firmly to take a single towards mid-on, where a tumbling Tim van der Hoogten fields.
And Tatisol coming into this
I just
team
wonder,
in place of Rayan Ahmed, obviously not a like for like.
won't be long until we see spin, I don't think, with 2 new batters. Gorvin in, struck firmly once more towards Tim van der Hoogten and mid-on, and there's no run. End of the over, just 2 coming off it. There's a bit of rearranging as Leicestershire's entourage come on. Change of gloves for the batter.
Yes, Eskenazi hasn't been out there that long.
At the Cathedral Road end, Mason Crane.
There we are. Good call, Ken. Crane will come in on the Cathedral Road end. He's bowled mostly here at the far end, the River Taff end, but seemed to be getting a little more life at this end.
There was one ball in particular prior to lunch where it did turn sharply. And it was in that same over where, well, you could have called it a chance, where it went skyward.
Yes, the attempted hit just dropping over long on. As Crane sends down a few practice deliveries, making Eskenazi wait for the time being, but Glamorgan got time in hand on the over 8. They're +3 at the moment, so Crane is pushing Carlson in to cover, and then Al Hassan drops back at mid-off. Crane bowls. Eskenazi stretches forward, pushes back to the bowler, no run.
Mentioning to Richard, that is a surprise he's only got 1 test to his name. Given the spinners that have been used.
Crane in, bowls, pushing forward is Eskenazi.
Some,
Yeah.
mentioning no names, are not their main spinners at their counties.
Well, yeah. the fashion the fashion was to chop and change rather more frequently in those days, wasn't it? A lot more one-cap wonders. As Crane bowls a full toss, and that is punched through the leg side, and that one will run away for 4 runs. Hadley is not able to catch up with it, and that's something of a gift offering to take Eskenazi into double figures on 10, 3, 4, 3 for 4. That one slipped. It was a knee-high full toss.
I suppose the problem for talking about England, even after such a poor Ashes series, most of the team is nailed on. Number 2 is probably up for debate.
Yes.
The lower order, the bowling department is probably more, but there aren't many positions up for discussion.
Well, I suppose the fast bowlers, there's sort of perm 3 or 4 from however many, but you'd have thought that most of the top order was fairly secure as Eskenazi
The point
defends.
being, Nick, after such a disastrous tour, one would have thought, or you would expect naturally that to be a more robust debate, but Duckett plays, Bethel did very well coming in. Bethel plays, Root, Brook.
As Crane bowls on leg stick, poked round the corner by Eskenazi, no run.
Discussion regarding Jamie Smith, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, does he?
I mean, Jamie Smith doesn't keep. You know.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? Does Rue win a place? And if so, does Smith or Rue?
I mean,
keep?
Jamie Smith is in because of his Gilchrist style destructive batting. Well,
There we are. We'll just swap over, and Richard will come in alongside me.
Andy Gorvin from the river end continue with just the one slip. Ingram bowls and a little bit short, and looking to help it on its way is Tatisol, and not getting anything on it. A little bit of bounce for Gorvin, and he tried to ramp it down to third man. It was a kind of more legitimate shot than that played by Holland off the bowling of Hadley earlier, because there isn't a third man, so the only risk was with a very thin edge to Cook, and he was lucky he didn't get one, and it was taken cleanly by Chris Cook. So the moment Glamorgan have sort of got control of the scoreboard as Gorvin rushes in and bowls full to Tatisol, who blocks it back up the pitch towards it gently mid-on.
So, far cry from last night, isn't it, when Patel and Weatherald went off at a rate of knots?
It was, I liked it. It was good thinking by Carlson and Hadley. Trying something new. Big demand of the big fast bowler to come around, bang it in into the body, and it worked. I mean, 2 wickets. The most you could have hoped for, probably, from the new ball. Gorvin is in, forward is Tatisol, playing it down into the ground. Cook comes out to field.
And this slowed down scoring rate means there's slightly less opportunity for Leicestershire to pile up a really substantial lead and give themselves time to bowl Glamorgan out again tomorrow.
This is all true. That said, there are 51.5 overs left to be bowled today, so we're not halfway through the day yet. If these two, Tatisol and Eskenazi, can see off the new ball, what's left of it, as Gorvin is in, Tatisol is clipping beautifully firmly, but straight to Crane at mid-wicket, which, had it been a couple of yards either side, would almost certainly have been 4. Must be frustrating. He's timed the ball quite nicely in this innings so far, John Tatisol, but has found the field for the most part. 18 balls faced, 5 runs to his name. Very keen, the Yorkshireman, to to make a mark for his new county and sort of cement a place in the side, really, because this is the first time he's played this season. In goes Gorvin, bowls to him, leg stump. That's a comfortable one to work away down to wide-ish long leg and take one, which he does. Come into the side in place of Tom Scriven, really, the all-rounder. So they've strengthened, they would feel, that this sort of middle order batting, and it's up now to Tatisol to justify that selection. Eskenazi with a century around a 100 against Surrey 2 weeks ago. He's going to pick up 4 there and just nibbles that one off his... well, I think Mr. Hadley's body was almost entirely over the rope there when he stopped it. However, as is often the way, he wouldn't know that.
No.
Perhaps, it's up to...
Well, in these days where
taken.
we're still not getting video adjudication at the county level.
One taken.
The advantage is to the fielder, isn't it, in these circumstances?
It is.
Because they rarely know entirely.
Unless they're
one way or
chasing it
another.
back, and then they know. But he was sort of running along the ropes and sliding. Eskenazi took 2. I should have said there. So he moves on to 12, and Leicestershire on to 3, 4, 6 for 4.
So 4 short of the 3rd bonus point, which is what Glamorgan got with the bat, as Tatisol plays no shot. The first ball of Crane's over.
Yeah, they'll yes. Should get past 400, shouldn't they?
Yes.
Within the 110, you would have thought.
Fairly easily at 3 and over or thereabouts. Tatisol driving into the offside. There's a comfortable single towards deep cover. 3, 4, 7 for 4. Tatisol onto 7 not out. Crane on his way. Bowls. Eskenazi forward. Defensively, and there is no run.
31 now, John Tatisol. December 15th, 1994. So, yeah, 31. 32 in December.
As that's defended by Eskenazi on the leg side, and there is no run.
Harrogate born, but he's a Knaresborough boy, which is sort of 3 miles north of Harrogate. He's forever putting on pictures of Knaresborough Cricket Club and the viaduct there and what have you.
Forward comes Eskenazi again, defends back to the bowler.
Best batting, 180 not out for Yorkshire, obviously, against Surrey at Scarborough. That was just only 2 years ago, 2022. And he can bowl 2 for 27 against Lancashire at Old Trafford. Same year.
As Eskenazi is forward to defend, I thought he was more of a wicketkeeper, Tatisol.
Yes, he is. I mean, those are the only 2 wickets he's taken.
All right.
but I tell you what, as a Yorkshireman, you'd probably settle for Lancashire at Old Trafford, wouldn't you, if you weren't a bowler, to take 2 for?
Absolutely. 347 for 4. We are through 94 overs. We have 50 left in the day. And we have potential use of floodlights.
I think we'll be okay today. Maybe later in the season they'll come into their own. The sun's coming back out, actually. The sort of high cloud is just beginning to clear from behind us.
Be ironic, wouldn't it, that we don't need them for the entire match, having won the right to use them.
Gorvin in from the river end. Bowls very straight. Tatisol covers up, plays it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. His dream overseas signing is, ironically, Keshav Maharaj, whom Leicestershire had signed. And sadly, wasn't able to make it in the end. They decided it. The South African authorities, I think.
What, they objected, did they?
Not initially, no, but I'm quite sure what happened in the end. I might have picked up. In goes Gorvin and bowls, thick inside part of the bat, as pushes firmly at that one. Tatisol runs it again out to Crane at mid-wicket. Cook standing up to Gorvin. His speciality subject in a pub quiz, quotes from the Harry Potter films. He looks a bit like an elf, Johnny Tatisol. So I don't know. I'll have to quiz him on that if I get the opportunity. If he goes on to make a big score, who knows? Gorvin is in and bowls neatly turned off his legs by Tatisol, but again, Crane is in action. This time diving to his right to make the stop and save. Certainly 2 runs.
Busy game, Mason Crane, hasn't he? Long innings and bowled 24 overs and flinging himself around.
Notts making rather a better fist of their second innings following on against Warwickshire. They're 114 without loss, trailing now by only 66 runs. I must admit, thought Warwickshire might not enforce. In goes Gorvin, bowls, waiting for it is Tatisol and sort of chopping it down, and there's a momentary hesitation as who's going to chase it down, whether it was going to be Colin Ingram running back from slip or Eddie Byram running back from sort of deepish gully. In the end it was Byram, who I think is the younger man, who
by a decade or more.
I was being kind to Colin Ingram there, who went on his way.
After you.
And Tatisol picks up a couple, moves on to 9. Gorvin in, bowls, very straight grunt of effort. But he's one of those bowlers who in club cricket you'd think, oh, he's going to be quite quick because he comes charging in at a rate of knots, and there's a huge cry as he delivers the ball, but unfortunately it tends to be about a sort of 72, 73 mph, which at this level is not quick.
No, he's got to work hard, hasn't he, to make everything accurate.
He does work hard. He absolutely sprints in and bowls and almost gets his wicket as Tatisol tries again to chop it from outside off stump, just outside off stump. He looked at whether it was too full and he just sort of misjudged the length slightly. Either way, he missed it and it was neatly taken by Cook just outside off stump. But no reward for the persevering Andy Gorvin. 16 overs, none for 50 for him now. And he's sort of marching off to his fielding position. He looks determined, but sort of slightly fed up determined. He's a stern of face, isn't he? He's a serious business. It's cricket. Well, he's sort of on the edge, isn't he? He could do with a good return.
Here comes Crane. In bowls, and that's squirted away off an angled bat by Eskenazi, and he'll pick up 1. Again. Angled bat, stroke thick edge.
Yeah, thick edge. Again, there was a bit of turn, but this time it was sort of slowish. 350 up for the Foxes. Bonus point time.
5-4 in terms of bonus points on the board now. Leicestershire with their 3rd batting point should get a 4th. Don't think they'll get a 5th. Crane bowls. Ooh, if there's more deliveries yes. like that, they might have a go at it, because it's caned away through the offside. A squarish drive by Tatisol, leaping onto a rather wide ball with not much peril and slapping it through the covers. Tatisol joins Eskenazi on 13 not out. And it is 354 for 4.
I was between rooms when Hadley bowled Hill. Did he chop on?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of assumed he would have done from the level of from the sort of method of attack, but
Crane in bowls forward Comes Tatisol, defends. Yes, it was a shortish delivery outside off stump, and he was trying to get on top of the bounce, but just got a thick inside or bottom edge.
It isn't the first time this season.
Same way as Ingram got out, wasn't it, yesterday, on day one. Crane bowls, that's lobbed up into the air. Is it off the bat? Glamorgan celebrate, umpire says no.
Was it dangerously celeb
appeal almost, wasn't it? Glamorgan were fairly convinced that had taken a bat, and we see from the replay, top of pad, Glamorgan obviously hoping there was a feather of glove on the way through as well. It came up into the air off the bat rather than the glove, but Crane bowls a swing and a miss from Tatisol. Maybe just losing his equilibrium a little bit there.
Turned again.
Cook took the bails off. He's had two stumpings. One stumping. Ben Cox had two. Crane in. Bowls. Punched off the back foot by Tatisol. Single out to deep point. 3-5-5 for 4. 6 runs off the over. But some inquiries as well from Mason Crane.
Yeah, halfway stage in the day now, so 48 overs to go. Leicestershire 85 behind, current run rate 3.7. But things just hinting at starting to happen a little bit with the pitch, a little bit more there for Crane, perhaps. So could yet be a really interesting sort of last 4 sessions of this game. Gorvin trying to have an impact, rushes in and bowls very straight, clipped off his legs nicely by Tatisol, but there is Hadley down here at fine leg. I mean, in many respects bowled his best spell of the game, that one from round and indeed over the wicket. Just to not break the game open, but just sort of open the door a little bit for Glamorgan, and really did set Leicestershire back. 2 established batsmen in Holland and Hill both dismissed, and Tatisol and Eskenazi having to rebuild. In goes Gorvin and bowls. Eskenazi is leaning forward, pushing it out to mid-wicket, where Crane fields, and there's no run. One of those little swings in the 4-day game that your correspondent, was it Dave, was sort of talking about, that is so fascinating and you just don't get in sort of 1-day cricket.
Bish bash bosh in the IPL, isn't it? Scores going up.
Horrendous.
Boundary every other ball.
Gorvin is in and bowls very full, dug out firmly by Eskenazi, who, having blocked it out to mid-on, sort of almost kicks his left foot into the air in annoyance that he didn't hit it that bit firmer and that bit straighter. Beautiful afternoon here now at Sophia Gardens, and the crowd sort of has filled out a little bit over the day, but if you're in the vicinity, is it free admission after tea? It is most grounds these days, isn't it? I don't know. In goes Gorvin and bowls. Turn of the wrist, pushing it off the straight. There is Eskenazi out towards deep backward square. Zain Ul Hassan comes into field, and 1 is taken. We'll inquire as and when we get the opportunity. Or maybe somebody, if they're listening from the Glamorgan Club, can let us know. It's free admission after tea at Grace Road, on the Upton Steel Grace Road County Ground. As Gorvin bowls again, he's over pitched, and this time he's on leg stump, so he's able to clip it away nicely. However, Tatisol has almost hit it too firmly and too square, because Hassan able to sprint around from backward square, pick up the ball as it crosses the practice nets and get it back in time to keep the runs to just the single. You cannot fault Gorvin's effort. Leans slightly as he runs in and bowls, and again it's full and straight, and again it's played firmly but almost directly to mid-on by Eskenazi. He remains on 14. Tatisol has 16 and Leicestershire 358 for 4, trail by 82 runs with those 6 first innings wickets in hand.
Yes, Gorvin picked up 5 wickets at Trent Bridge, but has yet to collect in a game and a half here in Cardiff, which is against the pattern of last year when he tended to play more and look more dangerous here in Cardiff. But obviously first division opponents, different kettle of fish. You'll have to work hard to retain that place in the side. Glamorgan second start a friendly against Gloucestershire in Newports tomorrow. As Crane is in to bowl to Tatisol, back on his stumps, plays that well nicely through the leg side, but just a single as Hassan runs to his right at mid-on. Seems to be cricket played almost permanently at Newport these days with the various sides that play there. Clipped on the leg side by Eskenazi. Again, Hassan is the fielder. Again, a single. Well, as well as the Newport club side playing in the South Wales Premier, there's quite a lot of Glamorgan second 11 cricket. Glamorgan women play there some games. Cardiff students play there sometimes. As Crane bowls over pitch, Tatisol takes a quick single there up to mid-on. Hassan was again the fielder, but this time he had a little shy at the wickets, just in case Tatisol was loitering. 3-6-1 for 4. Hassan has been in action for every ball this over. Crane bowls, and he will be again as he makes a good tumbling stop, and although that was more firmly hit, that one, it was the first dot ball of the over. Eskenazi driving it back. The fact that he hit it firmly meant there wasn't a run there. Crane in bowls, Eskenazi forward defending. No run. 3-6-1 for 4. 12 overs after this one for bonus points to be gathered. Glamorgan needing 2 wickets for the next one. It's a full toss that's driven straight, and again Hassan makes a tumbling stop. This time he couldn't quite pick up in the process, and so they do go through for the 4th run of the over. 3-6-2 for 4. So Leicestershire needing just 38 runs in 12 overs for the next bonus point, and although the run rate is going down, they should get there at a canter. And it doesn't seem, although the maximum points is on their horizon at the moment.
The 2 punch gloves, no, they'll get past 4 and see. I guess they'll have if there's a few loose deliveries, they might change their mind, but it looks like they're sort of going down the same route as Glamorgan at the moment, and settling for 4. Gorvin's going to continue.
For 3, didn't he?
3, sorry, in the end, yeah. Eskenazi, born in South Africa but brought up in Western Australia. In goes Gorvin and bowls to him. He's forward. Lovely bloke to talk to, Eskenazi. I'm sure Gorvin is as well, but I haven't had that pleasure. Eskenazi is. And then obviously came to England at quite a young age, so...
Bit of a hybrid accent.
International man of mystery. He went to university in Australia as well, so although he sort of went through the Hampshire system to some degree, he was between both countries. In goes Gorvin, and he's on driving again. He's peppering mid-on, whoever it is, at both ends, but he's not getting past him at the moment.
Gorvin brought up in Hampshire, but picked up by Glamorgan from the Cardiff UCCE system, and a Welsh parent as well. So
his ambition, his one ambition is he wants to take a wicket before he dies. He hasn't got one yet.
Eskenazi.
He's only bowled 3 overs in first-class cricket, so. Gorvin is in to him. Oh, he almost lost his own wicket there because it was a thick inside edge as he looked to play it through the off side, and it runs away behind square on the leg side, so could easily have played on. Didn't. Picks up a single, moves on to 17. He has a sense of humour. He says his earliest cricketing memory is getting knocked over for a golden duck for Hampshire under-10s and crying the whole walk off.
Bless.
And he puts, not much has changed really. Not much has changed, to be fair. In goes Gorvin, bowls to John Tatisol, who cuts him away down to the fine leg, to the third man boundary for 4. A lovely, delicate, late cut. And he tried to play that in the previous over and missed it. It was taken by Cook. He didn't miss that one. Really lovely shot. Very delicate shot. Picks up 4, moves on to 22.
Yes, there was plenty of pace on the ball there, wasn't there? You wouldn't have thought it would go so fast off a medium pacer, but it raced away.
Gorvin in again. Better line, better length, and Tatisol leans forward, blocks it out down the pitch on the on side. He did play one game for Leicestershire last season, John Tatisol, the last, as seems to be the way this season that when a permanent signing is announced, they sometimes arrive for a couple of loan matches at the end of the season, don't they? And he duly played in the last game against Northamptonshire, got 47 and 20 not out, so this is actually his second appearance for the Foxes. Gorvin is in, bowls to him. He's pushing to a straightish mid-wicket, but without great pace, and Crane can move across and field. End of Gorvin's 18th over, none for 58. His figures, 367 for 4 off 99, Leicestershire. So, as I say, Glamorgan have done well, given, you know, they have opening partnership, a big one between Rishi Patel and Jake Weatherall was 5 and over, but it's now, the run rate is dragged back to 3.7.
Yeah, that was 167 for 1 in the 34th, so they've added 200 runs since then in 65-ish overs.
Yeah.
So that's under 3 runs and over since the breaking of that first wicket partnership. Wrexham face a nail-biting last week of the season, lost 3-1 at Coventry today. Crane bowls a full bunger that's smashed through the offside for 4 by Eskenazi. Forgettable delivery from Crane, and duly put away.
But they are still 6th, I think, aren't they?
Still 6th.
But they're on the same points as Hull City.
Yeah, narrowest of margins over Hull. Wrexham goal difference 4, Hull 3.
And each have 4 games left to play, don't they not? Is it 38?
No, they've both played 45.
So 3 games each left, okay.
Or was it 1? It's 1, isn't it?
No.
Yes. Eskenazi defends that one. So there's 24 teams in the division, so if you play 23 teams each, that's 46 games. They've played 45 apiece. 1 game left. Crane bowls a little bit shorter, turned to square leg. Eskenazi picks up a single. He goes to 22, as is Tatisol, 372 for 4.
Is this all going to be next Sunday then? They tend to all take place on a Sunday these days, these final.
They do. May
not
not
next
know.
Sunday,
It's Saturday
no.
lunchtime.
Okay, so it's a Saturday.
Crane bowls. Forward comes Tatisol defensively. Yes, be able to listen to that one too on BBC Radio Wales in the north of the country. As Crane is in to bowl, straight driven. Crane tries to get a hand to it. Ul Hassan runs round behind him to mop it up, but it's still single. 3-7-3 for 4. May get a BBC Radio Wales update fairly shortly. Crane finishes his over with a delivery that's driven back to him. Eskenazi remains 22, Tatisol 23. Leicestershire 373 for 4 in reply to Glamorgan's 440. So the visitors still likely to get a first innings lead, but they have lost a couple of wickets since lunch, with the Aussie paceman Ryan Hadley having Ian Holland caught at third man for 79 and bowling Lewis Hill for 42. Tatisol and Eskenazi are making a solid partnership though of 43 so far. Leicestershire 373 for 4.
Andy Gorvin's effort has come to an end, and Zain Ul Hassan is going to replace him at the river end. So Wrexham next Saturday at home to Middlesbrough, Hull at home to Norwich, and Derby, who have got an outside chance, I think, of if Hull and Wrexham were both to lose, are at home to Sheffield United. North Wales awaits. Hollywood awaits. Even.
We'll have a nail-biting finish. It's in the script.
In the script, says Nick, as he departs. And Kenneth comes back alongside as the sun comes out, and it's, as I say, a glorious afternoon here at lovely Sophia Gardens. We have a little bit of a delay while Kieran Carlson adjusts his field. Is now adjusted as Ul Hassan comes in and bowls a touch short. So Tatisol, who has shown he is an adept cutter, waits for it and just dabs it down towards third man. There is a third man now. Tatisol takes 1, moves on to 24, 374 for 4. I don't know how they feel in South Wales towards Wrexham's new fame and success.
Oh, there's a few newfound Wrexham supporters in South Wales, I can tell you.
Are there so? In goes Ul Hassan and bowls very straight. Eskenazi covers up. Roman Walker, once of these parts, once of for 4 years, 5 years with Leicestershire indeed. Big Wrexham supporter. Roman.
I'm not sure they were there before the advent of the 2 Americans, but
What are you suggesting?
Surprising what Netflix does. But no, they are doing well.
Well, Hassan is in and bowling very straight. Eskenazi covers up, pushes out into the offside. Dixon picks up and threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps, and then holds up his hand to Chris Cook.
They've gone down today, though, by 3-1 against Coventry.
Yeah, we were just going through the permutations for next Saturday. So they are still 6, but only by 1 goal. And then they play Middlesbrough, who are a good side, and will have a bit to play. Potentially, they could still be involved. Could they still get automatic promotion, Middlesbrough? I'm not quite sure. I think they could. In goes Ul Hassan, bowls, and there's a shout for leg before as he stepped right across there. Nothing from wicketkeeper Chris Cook. Ul Hassan went up, and nothing from the umpire. That's the main point.
Yes, it is tight. Middlesbrough are a point behind Ipswich and Millwall, who are both on 80. So yeah, they are very much in the mix.
They will have plenty to play for then when they go to Wrexham on Saturday. Norwich won't when they go to Hull. I don't think that they won't. They can't, but they're in good form. So yeah, a nail biter. No doubt. The cameras will be at Hull as well as Wrexham. Al Hassan is in and bowls forward solidly goes Eskenazi. Orange soled cricket boots to the fore. We could see them. His back is to us, so when he leans forward on his toes, the orange soles of his cricket boots very visible. Plenty of shirts off now in the crowd. I can see at the river end. Hope you've got your sun cream on, folks, if you're listening, because it's deceptively hot. In goes Al Hassan and bowls. Eskenazi is forward, turning the ball into the leg side. There's a little bit of byplay, juggling, throwing the ball to each other between Gorvin and Chris Cook as Gorvin feels it's the end of the 101st over. Leicestershire have 9 overs in which to score another 26 runs if they want another batting bonus point, which I'm sure they do. Glamorgan, 2 more wickets in those 9 overs are the order of the day.
Yes, and from those flurry of wickets we had by Ryan Hadley, Leicestershire pendulum has swung back in their favour.
You're saying how well Glamorgan have done just to wrest some sort of control on the scoring rate back and make the Foxes work for these runs.
So it's going to be the leg spin of Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end. Bit of adjustment from Eskenazi in terms of his gloves. 1 slip for Mason Crane, 1 wicket to his name. In he comes, bowls, right arm over, and that is going to be fielded. Fielded well by Hadley. Not easy for his tall frame to get down. He's at wide-ish mid-off.
What did you say he was? About 6'4", 6'5", something like that?
Yeah, good line-out option. Crane coming in, bowls and squeezed. He was looking to play it on the onside, but it ended up at that man fielding at the on 45, short third man. Crane coming in, right arm over the wicket, and that's full and played out to deep cover. Trailing by 64 now, so slowly but surely knocking them off through Tatisol and Eskenazi, a partnership that's worth 46. Crane bowling, and that's tucked away on the onside, and they take a single. Plenty of open spaces for these batters to manipulate the strike. Crane coming in, bowls, full, and it's easy. There'll be at least 2 here. As the man in the deep comes around, they'll settle for 2 actually. Just waiting for something to happen, but it's been that sort of pitch. Short from Crane and easily dabbed on the offside.
Well, this ball is now 22 overs old, and in the last 2 or 3 or 4 overs, it's been noticeable that there's been less on offer to the bowlers. I wasn't sure whether it was because the sun had come out really and the pitch had been affected accordingly, whether when under the cloud there might have been a bit more, but now I think it's probably the ball really, and Hadley will have taken a bit out of it with all the short stuff.
That single brought the 50 partnership, and there's been no fireworks really, just nonchalantly knocking it about.
Yeah, it was an important partnership. Those 2 wickets fell quickly, and another 1 or 2 then, and been into the tail, potentially. We still don't know whether Weatherald will come out to bat. Ben Cox is in the form of his life with the bat. He would be normally coming in 7, and unless Weatherald comes in next, it would presumably be Cox, but he got a big century against Surrey at the Oval. Zain Ul Hassan is in from the river end and bowls to Eskenazi, very straight. Eskenazi is respectfully forward, pushing the ball up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Leeds against Chelsea in a pleasingly old-fashioned FA Cup semi-final. Chelsea in their blue kit with white socks. Leeds in their white kit. Now, if it was really old-fashioned, Kenneth, and I know you're too young to remember, but sometimes that old Revy team used to wear red socks with their white kit. Yeah, if there was some sort of clash. In goes Ul Hassan and bowls. Eskenazi again leans forward and defends, but they've put blue socks on them.
Chelsea need to use the cup semi-final to...
I want Leeds to win this one, don't we? Yeah, it's half of them are Welshmen, aren't they? Roden, James, Ampadu. James probably hasn't started, I wouldn't think.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. There you go.
In the enclave.
Ul Hassan in, bowls, again very straight, very much settling for containment, and Eskenazi is not to be tempted. He just strokes it carefully, but very straight bat in response out towards mid-on. So Glamorgan have gone back to containment. We have 8.5 overs until the tea. 9.5, I beg your pardon. 9.5 overs until the tea interval, as Ul Hassan is in. Eskenazi's driving down into the ground. A good leaping stop away, half stop away to his right by Dixon, and it's a sort of full stop really, because he does enough, although he doesn't gather the ball cleanly, to keep Eskenazi in his ground. 26 apiece to he and Tatisol. Eskenazi, as I say, also on the back of 100 at the Oval, and 100 in the last match of last season against Northamptonshire as well, so allowing for the close season, he's in pretty decent nick. In goes Ul Hassan, bowls to him. He is solidly forward, pushing out into the offside. Dixon again fields, and I feel particularly warm to Eskenazi, A, because he's a nice guy, and B, because he offered to buy me a coffee this morning.
Oh, well.
I wouldn't let him, because I was staying for my breakfast as well, but the gesture was much appreciated. 380 for 4, and being an Aussie South African Englishman, he knows his coffees. Ul Hassan is in. He's turning that one off his legs, not wide of mid-wicket. Gorvin, who scrambles away to his right and makes the stop and saves one.
As I've mentioned to you before, Richard, this area is coffee central. He won't go short on options.
But it's finding the right place, and I think I found it this morning. Certainly it was the best one I've had since I've been here. 380 for 4. Leicestershire, 7 overs until the bonus point chase expires. 20 needed, or 70 needed, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Kieran Carlson.
Carlson coming on. He brought himself on prior to lunch for a couple. Had that, well, it was very difficult chance off his own bowling. Snap chance. But he's coming on from the Cathedral Road end this time. Trying to vary things. Nothing much in terms of highlights since those 2 wickets by Ryan Hadley. Bit of rearguard action by Leicestershire. Carlson, and that's played into the offside. They'll pick up an easy single. Vast open spaces now for these two to pick up singles, even the twos are on offer. One slip in for Kieran Carlson, the captain, coming in. Bowls. Played firmly. He fields. Backward point. Backward square. Mid wicket. Extra cover. Mid off, mid on. Deep cover. Deep backward square. Played firmly by Eskenazi towards Carlson. Carlson is in, bowls just slightly wide and
just a bit low, didn't it?
Slightly low. Taken by Chris Cook.
No turn for him at all.
Penultimate ball of the over. In comes Kieran Carlson. It's played on the onside. Just lost it momentarily. Ul Hassan is out there on the deep square boundary.
I don't think Carlson and Glamorgan will mind that. It was a bit of a swing across the line. It isn't turning for Carlson at the moment, so it was tolerably safe, but a bit of a risk from Eskenazi.
Carlson in, last ball of the over. Drops that one in slightly short of a length, and mid-wicket in the shape of Sean Dixon comes round. End of the over. Just too good over to start by Kieran Carlson. Two coming off it. Leicestershire in prime position, though. 382 for 4. They trail now by just 58 runs.
8 overs until tea. 6 overs until 110. So 18 off 6. Should be a straightforward for the Foxes. Can Glamorgan pick up a couple of wickets in those 6 overs? There's no sign of it at the moment. The game has sort of settled back into a battle of patience. I would imagine that Glamorgan after tea they'll summon up big Ryan Hadley to have another burst. Perhaps try that around the wicket short ball attack, which worked post lunch with the new ball. That was, though. Ul Hassan is in, bowling to Eskenazi, just waits on off stump, dabs it down through the gully. It's pursued down there by Eddie Byram, but third man running up gets there first, and one is taken. Eskenazi on to 28. He and Tatisol pretty much keeping each other going pace for pace.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll have a field before tea. Just they use him in short bursts, sadly.
I doubt it before tea. I think it'll be after tea, but you never know. Ul Hassan into Tatisol on leg stump, clipped away in the air, wide of deep backward square. Has to scramble across to his right. Gorvin does so, but there were always going to be 2 runs in those circumstances, and Tatisol duly takes them. 385 for 4. Tatisol on to 29, so this is third innings for Leicestershire. 47, 20 not out, and now 29 not out. There were 1 or 2 eyebrows, I think, raised when Leicestershire signed him. Basically because Cox has been playing so well as the keeper. In goes Ul Hassan, and about thickish outside edge from Tatisol along the ground all the way towards a deepish gully. Byram gets round to field and there's no run. But I think they seem to have signed him as a late order batsman primarily, and I guess as a backup keeper in case of problems with Ben Cox, but he's there to strengthen the lower order, it would appear. And at the moment he's doing just that. In goes Ul Hassan and bowls to him, comes back a bit, goes through him, and Cook tried to knock the ball onto the stumps, lost control of the ball, didn't sort of gather it in his right hand. Tatisol looked back quickly. His foot may have come out of his crease there. Whether that counts as a stumping chance of sorts. I'd have to see again from sideways on. He says hopefully, but no replay cometh. So I think that's what happened. It all happened very quickly. Hassan is in bowls, too short, pulled around the corner by Tatisol, down to fine leg, where Ryan Hadley is the fielder. One is taken. Tatisol is the first to 30. .386 for 4. 14 more needed. A delay for White. Hassan wants a chat to his skipper. Fielding positions, no doubt, are discussed, and nothing changes. No slip for Zainul Hassan as he runs in and bowls to Steve Eskenazi. Very straight. Eskenazi pushes the ball straight back up the pitch, and Hassan tosses it to Carlson, because that is the end of his 10th over, none for 28. He's bowled very straight. He's sort of done a job for his side without really looking like he might make a breakthrough. Tatisol 30, Eskenazi 28, 386 for 4.
Yeah, what are we, 7 before tea? Run rate has slowed. They've consolidated a bit, put the brakes on, Carlson, and that's aggressively pulled through mid-wicket for a boundary.
Yeah, sort of slog sweep, wasn't it, from Tatisol? So maybe he's conscious of the need just to up the tempo a little bit. Got all of it, didn't he?
Yes, so there is a man out, but he's deep square. In comes Carlson, bowls, and that's paddled through square for a single. 391 for 4. The lead now trail just by under 50 now. Carlson is down to long on as they come through to a single. So Glamorgan need some inspiration from somewhere. Not happening at the moment. Again, similar outcome to Eddie Byram at long on. He's not even at long on, but they've come through. He's pushed back now. He's sort of halfway. Carlson in. Bowls and dabs that one short of a length.
Got away with it.
Yeah. Played to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Sean Dixon. Dot ball. So 7 off the over so far. Last ball. Carlson again short, but firmly struck. Fielded by the bowler. End of the over. 393. Leicestershire in arrears by 47. These two are looking strong. Tatisol on 36. Stevie Eskenazi is unbeaten on 29.
The two Leicestershire batsmen have a chat in mid-pitch, as does Carlson to Ingram, I think, there. A senior man in the side will have a lot of experience to impart. But the ball goes out to Zainul Hassan via Tim van der Hoogten. 7 more for Leicestershire from these 4 overs. The sort of short-term requirement, so to speak. And van der Hoogten's taking forever. The game has stopped. Doing a bit of very desultory polishing. Finally throws it to Zainul Hassan. 6 overs to go until tea. which theoretically is 14 minutes away. Hassan is in. Tatisol turns him off Midland leg down towards deep backward square. Gorvin fields and one is taken. Tatisol examines the bottom of his bat with minute attention, but all is well, it would appear. 394 for 4. Tatisol was just accelerated slightly away from Eskenazi, 37 to 29, as Hassan is in. Eskenazi drives, square drives, and he's got that one through for 4. It was a big dive across to his right at deepish gully by Eddie Byram, and he's so athletic. I thought he would get there. He didn't. It went past his right hand down to the wide third man boundary. 4-4. So Eskenazi into the 30s now, on to 33. 398 for 4. Hassan in, bowls, leg side, comes off the pad, I think, of Eskenazi, bounces out to square leg, pursued by Cook. One leg by is taken, and indeed signalled by umpire Blackwell. One more run will do it for the Foxes, so that's going to happen. I don't think there'll be a late charge for 450. Glamorgan basically trying to slow things down at the moment by any means that they can. Hassan is in. Tatisol is driving down into the ground. Byram again dives across to his right. Again doesn't get there, but it was much squarer this time, and Tribe covering behind from a deepish cover position makes sure that there are no runs. The crowd basking in the sort of half light, half sunshine. There's a lot of high cloud around, which is just taking the edge off things, but the wind has dropped and the temperatures are beautiful now. In goes Hassan and bowls. Tatisol, nice high left elbow as he defends that straight delivery off stump back up the pitch.
Yeah, tough out there.
Leicestershire backroom staff I can see walking around down below us in the new sort of black and gold training kit.
Yeah, I was going to say, unfamiliar with that kit.
Off the field as well, not just sort of when they're away from the ground. In goes Hassan and bowls. Tatisol defends square on the off side. They're all in very smart sort of cotton white t-shirts and dark shorts and caps, and they've been newly equipped. End of the over, 399 for 4. 3 overs to go until the 110. 5 until tea. And it's steady away as far as the Foxes are concerned. The run rate has started to creep back up a touch. 3.73 it is now for the innings as a whole. If they keep that up, say 4s over the next 37, they're going to be best part of 100 ahead.
Carlson, and that's wide, and is left by Eskenazi. Yeah, Glamorgan needs something to happen, but it's easier said than done on this docile wicket. Carlson just dabs into the ground defensively by Eskenazi. Carlson striving for a wicket, a breakthrough, something, but that's played on the offside.
And that is the 400.
That is the 400 up. So they trail by 40 to Leicestershire.
And they have a 4th batting bonus point. 6 now.
Carlson chucks one up. And again, it's defended.
So if the bonus point situation remains, if Glamorgan don't pick up another couple of quick wickets, they're going to, and the game is drawn, it'll be 12 points Glamorgan, 14 points Leicestershire from the game.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, both sets of players would have been hoping for more. That both would have been targeting the win.
They would, but they won't jeopardise this, will
No,
they? I don't think
no.
at this early stage of the season.
No.
I don't think. Carlson bowls and just pushed out into the offside for a single. End of the over for a 2 for 4.
Is it your good self, Richard, to get an early tea or see what cake is available down the corridor?
I don't mind. Quite happy to see out these last 4, whichever you prefer. Has Nick got an update to do?
4 o'clock.
Not yet, then. Go on, then you do the last 4.
Thank you, Richard. Nick is giving us a report of what is available for...
Yeah, good choice today. Chocolate brownies, flapjacks and Welsh cakes, which I've snaffled the Welsh cakes, so Richard can...
I saw it was Black Forest Gatto yesterday. There was no fresh cake last season, so that's
it's improved.
changed. And
Al Hassan is into bowl, and Eskenazi pushes forward. There's a gentle inquiry from Chris Cook, just in case it was pad before bat, but no real support for his inquiry.
nothing much going on, Nick, since you
Nothing
last
continues to happen, yeah.
were in with us.
Oh yes, it's Glamorgan, Leicestershire meandering in the same way as Glamorgan did yesterday. Al Hassan bowls and Eskenazi defends.
Yeah, absolutely no demons, nothing untoward. And since the 2 wickets in 2 overs for Ryan Hadley, very little panic for Leicestershire, who before long will be charging in front.
Indeed, just 38 behind at the moment. Al Hassan in bowls. Eskenazi pushes forward into the covers, no run.
And could have a handy lead at stumps.
Yes, I mean, looking at the pace of scoring yesterday, I thought that Leicestershire might be into the lead by mid-afternoon. It's going to take about an hour longer than that, I would have thought, to get into the lead. With just 3 and a bit overs till tea, 38 runs behind, so it'll be sometime in the half hour after tea, you would have thought, as Al Hassan bowls and Eskenazi pushes forward and pushes the ball to point, and there's no run.
Yeah.
Had an inquiry about Johnny Tatisol's antecedents, which I'm just trying to check. Because there was a Tatisol previously in the county game, as that is driven on the onside by Eskenazi, but a good diving stop by Crane at mid-wicket, and it's another dot ball, the 5th of the over. The inquiry being from Robert Jones. Is he related to Roy Tatisol, who played for Lancashire in the 50s? I can't find any record of that being the case in usually Playfair Cricketers Who's Who or Cricinfo between them would have mentioned it. It's a close relative anyway. As Al Hassan completes a maiden over, Tatisol playing again on the leg side defensively. 402 for 4 it remains.
Today when 32 overs are remaining.
The inevitable announcement about the timing of the tea interval and what you are and aren't allowed to do. Don't be spilling those Welsh cake crumbs out on the length, Ken.
No.
Otherwise they'll get very narked here.
Yeah, 3 to go for tea. It will be Kieran Carlson to continue. 1 slip. Protection on both sides of the wicket as Carlson comes in full, and it will be stopped at mid-on by Eddie Byram. Deep square, deep cover.
Got away with that one, Carlson.
Carlson in, better line, better length from Glamorgan's captain. And it's a dot ball.
Tatisol 38 off 61, respectable scoring rate. Eskenazi 35 off 79, slightly on the slow side.
Carlson coming in, fullish again, and that evades extra cover. In comes Tim van der Hoogten, just the single.
It's been a slightly characterless afternoon, really, the way Leicestershire have accumulated steadily, and they've got every right to do that. Glamorgan just with the Hadley spell threatening.
Carlson chucks one up and prodded into the offside.
But Glamorgan going at 3 and over, Leicestershire 3.67, so the home supporters can't complain.
Carlson full again. Out to Tim van der Hoogten, who comes round from the perimeter. And another single. Last ball then. I think Glamorgan desperately want to get into the tea interval. That's defended by Tatisol, who's unbeaten on 39. That was the end of the over, just 2 coming off it.
Partnership 74, so Bat continues to dominate ball and really has done since the first session when Glamorgan were 4 down on Friday morning, and since then the batters have been on top, mostly, quite often at a fairly sedate pace. Since the Leicestershire opening partnership between Patel and Weatherald. So Tribe becomes Glamorgan's 7th bowler with his occasional off spin. Sent down a few overs at Trent Bridge in the second innings. 0 for 28, but this is first ball of this match. First bowl of this match. Mid-on is dispatched to the ropes, so it is going to be a containing over or 2. And that one is punched up to long on by Eskenazi, all along the ground. Gorvin Fields, single taken, 405 for 4. As Leicestershire close inexorably, it would seem, on a first innings advantage, but in slightly less than lively fashion at the moment. Tribe bowls full pitch, driven through the offside. If you bowl full tosses, that could liven things up, but even that's only a single as it's fielded by the sweeper away on the cover side of on the grandstand side of the ground, Zain Ul Hassan. 5 saving the single, 4 out at the moment. Down leg side, knocked away safely by Eskenazi, down to backward square. Absolutely no jeopardy at all.
No.
As Tribe looks to get the rust off his bowling arm. Tosses that one up again, over-pitched, driven through the offside. Tatisol picks up another single. It's 3 out of his first 4 balls have been pretty full, almost full toss. 408 for 4. Milking the singles, Leicestershire. Eskenazi drives up to long on. Single taken. 5th of the over. Might be just a token 1 over appearance by Tribe before tea. As that one's given air as well, and guess what? It's played up to long on for a single. Tatisol moves to 42 not out. Eskenazi has 39, and Leicestershire on 410 for 4 against this rather innocuous seeming Glamorgan attack at the moment. Ryan Hadley has been the only man to break that pattern in the afternoon with those 2 wickets. Holland for 79 and Hill for 42 in successive overs from the Aussie. But apart from that, Glamorgan have not created much in the way of peril for the Foxes.
No, there haven't been much chances at all in this second session. It's been seamless from Leicestershire. It will be Carlson, the final over prior to tea, and that's the dot ball.
Yeah, 95 runs so far in this session. It was 100 for 1 in the morning session, 95 for 2 in the afternoon so far.
Carlson in from the Cathedral Road end, played but too firm to take a run to Eddie Byram, who doesn't field cleanly, but no run. Yeah, they'll be glad of this break because it has been tough. Carlson in and played towards mid-wicket, but Dixon is there, so no possibility of a run. Bowlers haven't been aided at all, or very little, from the pitch. We did see 1 or 2 turn from Mason Crane, but by and large hasn't been any problem for the batting side. That's pulled aggressively, but Dixon intercepts. And it's a 4th dot ball of the over. Final 2 balls then of this session. Carlson in, gives that some air, and that's pulled, hiked towards the square boundary. Ul Hassan was over. They take a couple.
Yeah, signs that he's starting to open his shoulders a bit, Tatisol. Have a go.
He's up to 44. Under 30 now, they trail. And this the final ball of the session. Kieran Carlson bowls, and that's aggressively thrown back by the captain just to keep Tatisol on his toes. And that is the final ball of the session. A tough one for Glamorgan. There was some early promise with the flurry of wickets that came in Ryan Hadley back-to-back overs. But since then, these two have consolidated. Tatisol on 44, Eskenazi unbeaten on 39. It's a partnership worth 82, and Leicestershire workmanlike nearing the Glamorgan first innings total. They trail by 28 at tea, following Glamorgan's first innings tally of 440. Leicestershire are 412 for 4. We'll be back in around 20 minutes' time after the tea break.
Yep.
presence in that hotel and in that.
Okay.
And then obviously.
Okay now.
Barnes also stressed that he was confident that the king, who county championship action against Leicestershire, Dick Webb has been watching.
Glamorgan up against it because visitors Leicestershire are 412 for 4, just 28 runs behind Glamorgan on first innings, and the Welsh side's bowlers have struggled to make much impact today. 2 wickets for Ryan Hadley, 1 for Mason Crane, but Leicestershire have batted solidly all day. Ian Holland made 79, Lewis Hill 42, Tatisol is 44 not out, and Eskenazi 39 not out. Glamorgan look to face a struggle to save this game tomorrow. Leicestershire are 412 for 4.
Thank you, Nick, and that is the BBC.
To resume Leicestershire's first innings after tea, Johnny Tatisol and Stevie Eskenazi. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the river end, Ryan Hadley.
Welcome back then to the final session on day 3 here on BBC Sport Online, where Leicestershire are very much in the ascendancy here at Sapphire Gardens on 412 for 4. We're past the bonus point stage, which slipped by just before the tea interval, and Leicestershire are ahead on points 6-4 at the moment. Have they got a chance of adding the 16 we wonder for victory? Glamorgan really have struggled to take wickets. Only 4 fell yesterday, to be fair, and only 3 have fallen so far today. 2 to Ryan Hadley and 1 to Mason Crane, as all Leicestershire's batters have got in, and it'll be Hadley into bowl, and that first ball had a bit of venom and was well played by Eskenazi out on the offside for a single. So Hadley has 2 for 77. Has looked like flogging a bit of extra life out of this pitch, which the other seam bowlers don't quite have the pace to do so, despite the usual accuracy of Tim van der Hoogten. Medium pacers Ul Hassan and Gorvin have yet to look really threatening. Crane with 1 wicket. Carlson's got 1 wicket as well. Here comes the big Aussie, Ryan Hadley, round the wicket, and Tatisol gets his bat out of the way as that one passes down the leg side. 413 for 4 it remains. Leicestershire having added 100 runs exactly in the first session for the loss of 1 wicket, and 97 for the loss of 2 wickets in the afternoon session. And a further 100-ish runs would put them 70 or 80 ahead by close of play.
Yeah, we were calculating during the interval that they'll maybe look for sort of, they'd prefer 120, 130 runs from the session. You would have thought, I've got to get through this burst first, though.
Hadley, short, sharp spells for Glamorgan, bowls a short pitch ball that Tatisol ducks underneath. It's the short pitch stuff that did earn him a couple of wickets. 1 caught at third man and 1 played on. And Glamorgan pushing in an extra close fielder by the look of it, because Eddie Byram has just been handed a helmet and other important protection for a gentleman. And he will field it short leg. Why isn't Asa Tribe there? Is he on the field?
Recovering from his over, perhaps.
Hadley bowls, clipped off his legs but past Byram. As Tatisol will pick up runs here. A despairing plunge by Ul Hassan on the boundary. Fielding is completed by Sean Dixon, and they've gone through for 3. Tatisol moves on to 47, 416 for 4 as Ul Hassan just clawed that back after a brave chase round the backward square boundary. 416 for 4.
I wandered out to have a really good pitch inspection during the tea interval. It's interesting to see the hybrids close up, really. We say hybrid as though it's sort of like 50-50. It isn't 50-50.
As Hadley bowls and Eskenazi ducks another short pitch ball.
Obviously, you can sort of see when the natural grass is as reduced as this is, then you can see all the green sort of plastic stuff, and there isn't that much really. A few sort of rather forlorn looking tufts sort of right down the middle where the bats where Eskenazi is sort of scraping the dirt away at the moment, but I don't know, I would say about 10-15% at the most is
doesn't look
not
much
natural.
Artificial stuff there,
No.
does there? Hadley bowls and stepping back, gave himself room, Eskenazi, and carves it over the offside and has picked up a couple of runs up to deep cover. Well, Tribe is the fielder, so he's still on the field, even though he's not fielding short leg. But that was unusual, really, from Eskenazi. 418 for 4.
Yeah, it was absolutely sort of out of the blue. Now, it could be a response to the means of attack, the sort of short stuff from around the wicket, trying to deal with it in that respect, or it could be a sign of intention of things to come from Leicestershire, that they're going to try and up the scoring rate and sort of get 140, 150 ahead maybe by the close. They're going to have to go some to do that, but the only way they're going to get themselves in a position to declare and have something to bowl at sort of maybe half an hour before lunch tomorrow, 3/4 of an hour before lunch, who knows. Gorvin, as you heard, is coming on from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, bowls down the leg side, and it's turned by John Tatisol down to wide long leg. Hadley gets there sufficiently quickly to prevent any chance of a second. Tatisol on to 48, his best score for Leicestershire in 3 innings. 47, 20 not out, and now 48 not out for Tatisol, so he'd be very pleased to go on past a half-century. Helicopter buzzes around the ground as Gorvin buzzes in to bowl to Eskenazi. It's a half volley and it's driven away by Eskenazi, half stopped, I think. Well, he slowed by Carlson diving across to his left at shortish extra. The energetic Ul Hassan chases it back to the deep extra cover boundary and gets his throw away. Eskenazi takes 3. Carlson examines his left elbow a little ruefully, but he's on a sort of fairly lush part of the square, so hopefully hasn't lost too much skin from it already. Hands on his knees.
Yeah, short sleeve shirt.
Gorvin is in, bowls to Tatisol with that now a very familiar grunt of effort, or shout of effort really, on off stump, and it's just played gently out to point by Tatisol.
I'm amazed anyone playing first class cricket for a living wears a short sleeve shirt, to be honest, because the number of times that one has to dive in a match, I'm surprised any have got any skin left on their elbows.
Gorvin in, bowls off stump line, just stroked by Tatisol out towards mid-off, intercepted en route by Carlson, still examining his sort of left hand elbow. It's what he fell on when dived on in making the half stop in the previous drive.
Yeah, quite often has quite a bit of tape on his fingers, Carlson, fielding cover.
Gorvin's 19th over of the innings coming down. Chases in, kicks up his heels and bowls very straight and full. Pushed straight out to mid on. Crane picks up, throws at the stumps, misses at the bowler's end, and Tatisol, who's pretty quick between the wickets, had made his ground anyway. It was on to 49.
Cheeky one, that.
Was. You could see that Crane was just that little bit deeper. .93 the partnership now for the 5th wicket as Gorvin is in, bowls, line and length, and Eskenazi respectfully forward, blocking the ball down the pitch on the on side. End of that 19th over of Andy Gorvin, done for 63 for him. 4-2-3 for 4. Leicestershire trail now by just 17.
Yes, it's a salutary lesson. Life in the First Division for Glamorgan's medium pacers. Andy Gorvin had a good match at Notts, but yet to get in the wickets column here in Cardiff. And Zain Ul Hassan also still looking to get his first bowling success of the season. Ryan Hadley has 12 of them so far for Glamorgan, and bowls a short pitch ball that flies over the head. Is that going to be called wide? No, not quite. Tatisol taking some sort of late evasive action, but I think the ball was halfway to the keeper behind him by the time he actually ducked there. And it's a good take by Chris Cook up above his head. And the umpires decided that they wanted to get home tonight and didn't give a wide. 4.23 for 4. Past the bonus points stage. 6-4 to Leicestershire. Hadley in. Bowls, grunt of effort, but it's down leg side. And Chris Cook can't take it cleanly. And Colin Ingram and Kieran Carlson have a little play fight as to who gets to pick the ball up. Things you have to do to keep yourself amused and concentrating during the course of a long championship day, although no play fights are as yet scheduled here in the media box. So Byram has taken over short leg duties from Tribe, who's at backward point. And Hadley tries his luck from over the wicket and bowls in yet another short pitch ball that doesn't get up very far and won't count as one of his 2 for the over. Put his back into that delivery, but Tatisol in turn just watching it go past or over his back. So again, a near stalemate in the game. Leicestershire's run rate over the whole innings is a healthy 3.69, but that courtesy of starting off at 5s or thereabouts. That's a good short pitch delivery from Hadley that time, because Tatisol had to play it, and he played it well defensively on the offside. So the switch to over the wicket could cause a few more problems, or at least force the batters to play a bit more.
Yeah, he was bowling over the wicket when he got Holland, and as I said, I didn't see the Hill dismissal, but I'm guessing that was up from around or over.
Now you're asking. And there's a delivery a fair way outside off stump. Anyway, another short pitch delivery. It's pulled fiercely by Tatisol, and he reaches his half century with that blow. His first for Leicestershire, as he goes to 53 not out, and Leicestershire on to 427 for 4. And it's taken him 84 deliveries, and that was his 4th boundary.
It's been pretty assured, hasn't it, really, from Tatisol. He's played the short stuff well. Yes, it's a very flat pitch, but yeah, Leicestershire supporters will like, I suspect, what they have seen. That was a very nice pull.
He's just accumulated pretty efficiently most of the time, Tatisol, as he faces up again to Hadley around the wicket for that delivery, and he plays it defensively into the offside. So the boundary was the only scoring shot in the over. 4.27 for 4.
Tatisol's 50 came off 84 balls and included 4 fours.
$84.4.
Indeed.
Makes note for post-play interview, just in case.
Well, we talked to Ian Holland last night, and he's the leading scorer of the day so far. So
yeah, and you talked to the captain at the
yes.
end of the game as well. So
someone else today, and
amenable,
Tatisol's a
though.
viable candidate.
Exactly, amenable though Ian always is. I'm sure he'd be happy to have someone else do the talking. Andy Gorvin is into Steve Eskenazi, just leans forward very calmly, plays the ball out to mid-off. applause from the Glamorgan fielders. Just looking round, there's a deep, just backward of square on the boundary there for the skied pull or hook perhaps. In goes Gorvin and bowls, line and length, and Eskenazi again forward solidly plays it out to Tim van der Hoogten, who's at mid off. There's Carlson at shortish extra cover. Zainul Hassan is covering behind him, really, is it at a deepish cover. There's a point, a third man, a long leg, a mid wicket. Dixon just stretching off a quad. And that man at deep square. In goes Gorvin and bowls. It's a little bit more leg side, a little bit middle and leg, but even so, doesn't try and clip it away. Eskenazi just plays it firmly out towards mid on. The swat away through the offside off Ryan Hadley notwithstanding, appears to still want to be patient.
Very much an outlier, that shot, wasn't it?
It looks as though that was a one-off. In goes Gorvin and bowls, and again a very solid forward defensive, everything nice and close together.
Yes, it's a concern this for Glamorgan. I mean, they did take 17 wickets in the first match and 19 in the second match, albeit in defeat in the latter case, but they haven't looked more than innocuous for the largest part today.
Gorvin bowls a little bit wider this time, driven in the air, and it's square and hands are in the air. He's going to pick up 4 for it, but it was a little bit fortunate there, Eskenazi. I thought for a minute point diving to his right might be in the game, and he sort of was Colin Ingram, but it was wide of him. It was just that little bit in front of square, and out to the boundary it flew, but well, could have, you know, just a foot or two nearer to Ingram, and he might just have got a right hand to it. 431 for 4 though. Eskenazi on to 49. A disappointed Gorvin tosses the ball from hand to hand, then turns. Ingram maybe just goes a little bit squarer, goes in and bowls on driven, but can't get it past Crane. Didn't quite put enough weight into the shot, Eskenazi. Crane scrambled across to his left behind the stumps and made the stop. So Eskenazi 49 off 95. Tatisol 53 off 85 now. Has been the slightly more aggressive of the two, as those figures imply. And Eskenazi in line for what would be a 3rd century in 4 championship games for Leicestershire, if he's able to go on. Long way to go, of course.
Hasn't looked in a lot of trouble so far. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are into the lead against Warwickshire, having followed on. They're 190 for 1 in the second innings, 10 runs ahead. Ryan Hadley from the River Taff end in bowls to Tatisol, who plays it down to point, no run. Hasib Hamid is 89 not out, Ben Slater out for 48, Ben Duckett is 40 not out. At the Oval, Surrey have moved into the lead against Essex. Essex made 409, Surrey 416 for 6. Dom Sibley made 101, Dan Lawrence 125, and Ollie Pope 69. So Surrey looking to turn the pressure back on Essex. Hadley in, balls, oh, that's hit Tatisol, as I think we might have a concussion check, the umpire signals.
Yeah, helmet. Grill, possibly even, where they ducked into it.
Yes, he didn't play that hugely well, Tatisol.
On the badge, I think.
Or that one, and so therefore a compulsory concussion check. So there's something of the strength of helmets that a ball being bowled that fast doesn't knock someone off their feet. But thankfully that's not the case. At Headingley, Yorkshire have made 457 for 8 in reply to Sussex's 502 all-out. Centuries for Bean and for Whiteman, 96 for Joe Root, 50 for George Hill. So that game looks to be heading for a high-scoring draw. In Division 2, Derbyshire are following on. They're 19 for 1 in their second innings, and they still trail Gloucestershire by 198 runs. At Chester Street, Lancashire 194 for 6 in their second innings. A recovery there underway with Michael Jones and Paul Coughlin, former Durham player. Lancashire 194 for 6 lead Durham by 269. Not missing any action because Johnny Tatisol is taking a drink on board and chatting calmly to the physio, who'll ask him questions like who are you, what day is it, and where are you? I'm sure they're a bit...
That lady who's talking to him is nothing to do with Leicestershire, so presumably she's maybe the Glamorgan doctor? I don't know.
She's not someone I recognise.
Ditto. It's normally, Lloyd is the Leicestershire physio, so she's not wearing any
kit.
She's not wearing any Leicester kit either. So whether Lloyd has had to depart or something, and there's a in-house medico, I don't know. I'll try and find out if I get the chance.
And events look to be about to be concluded at Worcester New Road, because Kent are 246 for 9 in their second innings, still 5 runs behind, so maybe avoiding the innings defeat is all that Kent can hope for, despite the efforts of Chris Benjamin, the keeper, who's 74 not out, but he's being partnered by the last man there, Michael Cohen. So Worcestershire should be the first winners of the round. Tatisol has convinced the medical authorities that he is still compos mentis and fit to continue. And Glamorgan are looking a little bit weary there. Wasn't much in the way of a huddle. Just a few desultory chats going on, because Leicestershire are 9 short of the Glamorgan first innings total. Carlson is now at slip and just gesturing his leg side field exactly where he wants them. There's no leg gully at the moment, even though Hadley is bowling around the wicket. And he comes, bowls to Tatisol. Yet another short pitch ball that Tatisol ducks underneath. Didn't get up very far. Probably only went past about chest high. But Tatisol, who's not the tallest, managed to crouch down far enough.
Being out in the middle during the tea interval, it was noticeable how hot it actually was. It was actually quite... The wind has completely dropped, and it almost felt quite humid. So these are... fit and strong and big though he is, the hard overs for Hadley. He's into his 21st.
As he races in now. Balls, leg glance, 4 runs. No, there's a player fielder down in front of us, lurking. I hadn't spotted Sean Dixon beneath the front of the commentary box. Hold that thought, it's just a single. And he moves on to 54 Tatisol, 432 for 4. Eskenazi on strike, 49 not out then. Looking to continue his excellent form. Century against Surrey, 54 in the second innings against Sussex, and high score of 155, I believe, last season.
In the last match, so
in the brief.
So he's in cracking form, really.
In the brief spell he had before the permanent move. Hadley in, balls to Eskenazi, yet another short pitch ball. And Eskenazi has nothing to do with it. Must have had his 2 official short balls. He's bowled virtually everything short of a length, but several of them haven't gone up.
No, I am slightly baffled by that. And indeed by that ruling. You don't often see a third bouncer called a no ball, but there often seems to be 3 or 4 or even 5 in this particular instance that look above shoulder height. But anyway.
Back over the wicket. Well, he's trying it, Hadley, on this fairly unresponsive surface. Getting a bit of pace, but not regularly, as that is a short ball. Umpires consult, and yes, the umpires don't want to go into overtime tonight, because I think there were a good 3 that would have counted as bouncers in that over, but umpires are paid to adjudicate, and they disagree with my opinion from this distance. 432 for 4. The deficit now is 8, still with 6 wickets in hand.
In our defence, it is a bit hard to judge sometimes, because obviously it's when it passes the batsman that the height is judged, and it might well continue travelling upwards. Well, it often does, and it, if it's taken above the wicketkeeper's head by the keeper, then one naturally sort of assumes it was that high when it went, at least when it went past the batsman, but apparently not. Gorvin is in to Tatisol, leg stump line, wrong line, and he can just work that out to deep square and jog a single to move on to 55. The scoreboard's rapid here. 433 now for 4, just 7 behind the Foxes. Will they put their foot down, so to speak, before the close? Still 26 overs and 5 balls tonight. If they were to score at 5 and over, then they're going to be that 120 or so ahead. Gorvin is in, Eskenazi is forward, just slightly angled bat, pushing it out towards point, who comes into field. It's one of the 12th men. I'm not quite sure who number 35 it is.
35 would be Jamie McIlroy.
Jamie McIlroy it is.
Left-arm pace bowler.
And we reckon Ace Tribe is off, don't we? Or you
Well, he
possibly Cots.
He was fielding at point earlier, rather than his usual short leg.
Gorvin is in. It's a reasonable shout for leg before, but he turned in joy. But he knew straight away. Steve O'Shaughnessy had sort of put him out of his misery very quickly, and there was it wasn't a bad shout, but he knew straight away, and it was rather heartbreaking, really. You could see his face fall as he turned, with his eyes alight, and the light in his eyes was sort of extinguished immediately. Poor lad. As Dickie Bird would have said. In goes Gorvin and bowls, and Eskenazi, who's having trouble with insects out there, defends on the front foot, pushing it out into the offside. They seem attracted to him. He's swatting away. He was swatting away in the last over as well, but one seems to be attracted by his particular... He's got too much links on or something. It's as a Welsh flying object finds him a increasing fascination.
It's our specially trained attack fly.
In goes Gorvin and bowls down the leg side. Good stop by Cook, because he tried to nudge it on his way, didn't get anything on it, and Cook managed to get 2 hands to it. Didn't take it cleanly, but that could easily have been 4 byes or 4 leg byes if it came off the pad. And he managed to get something on it. So just the single from the over. It's not been a particularly distinguished one, though. Gorvin turns, kicks up his heels, charges in, bowls very straight, and it's a good delivery, and is met by a very straight bat. back down the pitch it goes. Chris Cook is now swatting away as well, or briefly was swatting away. Eskenazi continues to swat. We are quite, well, obviously we're very close to the river. It's only sort of 50 yards, 60 yards away from Eskenazi on the other side of the stand there. It's just the sort of raised protective bank and a path thereon, and then it just slopes down the bank to the river. But it isn't a deep river, the Taff, at this point, is it? It's quite shallow, and it looks like a good sort of trout stroke salmon river, and I think they are back, aren't they?
Yeah.
The game fish.
A little bit of fishing is possible. No, it looks fairly innocuous at the moment, but can cause a bit of damage, the Taff round here, and has done in the past.
Not like the Severn, though, in Worcester.
No. Hadley in, bowls, down leg side. Tatisol gets bat out of the way.
So have the gardens, they have flooded at stages in history, have they?
In the 60s, I think it was, there was, and occasionally you get water coming across the playing fields here, but they managed to keep it out of Sophia Gardens in recent years.
Kenneth reckons the 80s?
Oh yes.
On my street.
There we are.
Glad they dredged it.
Kenneth has more local knowledge. I think I was still either in college or working in Newport at the time.
Well, keep that knowledge to yourself, Kenneth, and then come and talk about it, because we're going to need something to talk about over the next few overs. I suspect, if this continues.
The major flooding in Cardiff was in the 60s, when large parts of this part of the world were underwater.
That was the river, really, rather than the sea, the estuary rising, sea rising, or anything. I mean, it's a long way down to the sea, isn't it, from here? But
Hadley is taking his time about proceedings.
Carlson, long discussions with Cook about the field. He's gone to a sort of second slip.
As Hadley is into bowl to Tatisol, who pulls and will get a single down to backward square, despite the frenetic efforts of Hassan, who actually has a shy at the stumps in a fit of huge enthusiasm. Leicestershire women are about to make progress, it would seem, in the Women's County Cup first round.
Shropshire, I believe, is it?
Shropshire were dismissed for just 81 in the 19th over at Grace Road. There were 5 wickets for Ellen Weston, 5 for 19, and 3 for Caitlin Chisel for the female Foxes.
Commentator's gift.
In reply, Leicestershire are, let's see if I can get anything more up to date, 66 for 3 in the 10th over, so needing another 16 runs to win. And Lucy Weston, as opposed to Ellen Watson, Lucy Weston is 36 not out, as that is a delivery that has caught Eskenazi amidships. Now, how close to amidships? He's having a think about things, maybe
tummy,
in the
I
stomach.
think, yeah. Tummy.
Yes, above the vitals, but still quite painful at Hadley's pace.
Certainly no padding there, other than subcutaneous, so we'd be all right. But the muscle man that is Eskenazi isn't. He's winded at the very least, I suspect. He's down on both knees at the moment. Right in the... Is that what boxers refer to, I suppose, doctors too, as the solar plexus?
One in the guts, poor so-and-so. Yeah, Leicester women in the top 4 have got a Western, a Western and a Watson. So... need to be precise when commentating on them.
And the replacement physio or doctor, or maybe somebody who's come down from Leicester, who appeared with her medical bag, has been sent away. not much can be done, can it? Nothing she can do other than buy him a little bit of time to recover, which he doesn't seem to need. He seems to have been on 49 forever. Eskenazi.
He's now faced 103 deliveries. And, well, Hadley hasn't managed to dislodge this pair, but he's caused a bit of discomfort to both of them. Tatisol hitting the helmet and Eskenazi now in the guts.
Did we acknowledge the century partnership? You possibly did. I didn't. Apologies.
Well spotted. Hadley is in. Bowls, and there is another one to reach Eskenazi's 50. Another success with the bat for the former Middlesex man, who started so well for Leicestershire last year and has carried on in similar vein this year. He has 50 off 104 balls. His boundary count is 5. So well batted to him. 2 wickets falling in quick succession in the afternoon when Holland and Hill went, but these two taking Leicestershire ever onwards towards a first innings lead as Hadley bowls. Tatisol up on his toes, defends to Byram, who's at short leg.
Yeah, over 200 runs now this season for Eskenazi in 4 innings. Came into the game averaging 51.66 on the back of the 100 at Surrey, so he's keeping up that average. It's a genuine average. No not outs there.
There's nothing wrong with not outs in the average.
No, telling me.
As Hadley is in bowls and turned away off his legs by Tatisol. Single taken, 436 for 4 runs behind the
Stevie Eskenazi's 50 came off 104 balls with 5 fours.
The misleading nature of some stats evidenced by the fact that in a reasonably recent season I averaged 47, but that was also my tally of runs for the season.
Well, Leicester supporters have heard me say this on numerous occasions, but I'm not going to get many more opportunities. I'm going to say it again. I had one season when I batted 28 times and had 18 not outs. In goes Gorvin and bowls, and forward goes Tatisol. And you won't be surprised to know that I did top the batting averages that year.
Well done, sir.
Going in at number 7, basically. and it's your job to shepherd the tail, which, right, that means
watch them from the other end.
That means not getting out, right, okay.
436 for 4 in the long distant days when I used to play Sunday matches that were not played for overs, in other words for time.
Gorvin is in touch short and rather stylishly. Tatisol rocks back and just chops it down towards third man. There is a third man, so just a single.
I was the draw specialist if we were batting second,
Okay.
and in some trouble I would be sent in as soon as my captain wanted to shut up shop, as it were.
Send for Webb. The rock.
To block out the closing stages. Which is more my forte than actually scoring runs.
It's part of the game, and a big part of the game, securing a draw. Gorvin is into Eskenazi's bowled him. He's gone straight to him, and he punches the air with delight. He has worked so hard for that wicket. So Eskenazi got to 50, but he couldn't go on this time. Did just perhaps straighten a touch off the seam, may have flicked the inside edge and threw Eskenazi on to his off stump. So the partnership comes to an end. The fifth wicket partnership comes to an end on 107. Eskenazi bowled by Andy Gorvin, inside edge on to top of middle, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of
Goes for
in-swing.
50.
A little bit of in-swing to deceive the batter. Gorvin gets his first wicket at Sapphire Gardens this campaign. And a valuable innings from Eskenazi as part of a stand of 107 with Tatisol, and that's taken them 33 overs, so almost exactly 3 and over.
No,
Just a
I'm not
fraction.
sure there was much of an inside edge on that. It did look like almost pure in-swing when seen from behind the bowler's arm.
There was a bit of movement there.
Yeah, well bowled, young man. Bowled. Punch of it. He punched the air like a man who meant the air to remain punched.
Right, name that batter, Mr. Ray. From his gait and height.
Doesn't look like Weatherald. It's Cox. It's Ben Cox.
Yeah. So the
Again, do
The
they need?
incoming batter for Leicestershire is Ben Cox.
Do they need to go to Weatherald yet? If I suppose if they can give him the day off, or put the foot up or whatever, they will. I will ask again at the end of play. They say they might not need him, but Cox comes in onto the back of another a big century at the Oval in prime form.
I'm not a medical person, but surely cramp for the vast majority of people is something that goes.
It is, but it is a
hours.
symptom, isn't it? That there is there could be a bit of an issue, and they'll want him to be fit and firing for the Notts game next week. That is for sure. So it might just be precautions. Yes, it is a precaution if
Yeah,
you don't bat, isn't it? And
the-
if you don't need to, then I suppose there's vague sense to it. You think he could crack on more quickly than some, perhaps.
It would be strange, though, if Leicestershire need a 10th wicket, that they only have 9.
Yeah, that I suppose
play
then
with.
is the only moment we'll absolutely find out for sure, isn't it? But
You know,
well,
if the next 4
yeah.
go this evening, which is possible.
So 24.3 overs remain. There's plenty of cricket left to be played tonight, and the teams are pretty much level. Leicestershire just 3 behind as the wicket-taking Gorvin runs in to try and make it 2 and 2, but he drifts onto leg stump and it's clipped down to fine leg by Cox for 4. So that was a disappointing first up delivery from Andy Gorvin to Ben Cox, and he sort of, his head is down as he walks back and he puts both hands into the air. Then he raises his eyes to the heavens, just enthusiasm, perhaps looking for that in-swing again, and it didn't quite get it right directionwards.
And there is the lead for Leicestershire.
I think I can hear 1 or 2 Leicestershire accented claps around the ground. Me duck. In goes Gorvin and bowls. That's a better, straighter delivery. Cox walks into the defensive press, pushes it to mid-on.
Yeah, there was a Leicestershire flag here for the women's game. Doesn't appear to be here for the men's.
But a few, as I had wandered out into the middle, came up and had a chat. And I'm pleased to say that the Friends of Grace Road, several representatives of whom are here, told me that they are going to, and this is good news for you, not necessarily for me, they're going to go back to producing a cake of the match. So for a couple of years they produced a cake dependent on which team they were playing. In goes Gorvin and bowls very straight. Cox solidly forward again on off stump. They obviously produce all sorts of different cakes for the game, but there was always one that was related to the visiting county.
All right.
And in the case of Glamorgan, that was usually a sort of barabrith of some kind. Well, apparently they are going to do one called cut and butter, which is a form of barabrith, apparently. Whether that's a Leicestershire version thereof, I shall find out next week when I taste it. But I'm promised a slice. But yeah, they sort of did some proper research into.
I'm surprised that there are individual cakes for 17
Yeah, I was, but they
Counties,
did.
Southern Leicestershire.
There was a London, you know, they did the research in history. A Sussex cake. There was one from. Yeah, everyone had one. Everyone had one.
Cakes of history.
But obviously they didn't play 17 counties. So
No, you wouldn't.
Division 2 it tended to be the same counties.
Hadley once more to bowl yet another short pitch ball. It was a better one, and Tatisol played it well, fended it down into the ground on the leg side.
I think this is the future for Ryan Hadley. This is what he's going to have to do. If the pitch is going to be like this in every game, it's going to be tough going for him.
Ryan.
Bang it in.
Bang it in, keep going. He'll deserve whatever post-play delights he gets. Worked hard. Probably be an ice bath or something. In comes Hadley, bowls, and down leg side. Tatisol gets his gloves and his bat out of the way, just in case it should feather something out of the way on the way through. To Chris Cook. So Byram is in short leg. Ingram is at slip, and Carlson is at A. Oof. It's almost a shortish fine leg. Would be up in the circle in the one-day game. As Hadley goes back around the wicket, keeps swapping back and forth during the course of the over. As that one is defended on the leg side by Tatisol. No run, fielded at mid-wicket. If you're just joining us, the wickets to fall today. Davey, the night watchman, for 15. Then Holland for 79. Hill for 42. Eskenazi for 50. So all the specialist batters so far have got going. Tatisol on 58 not out. A batsman's paradise. Or at least a bowler's graveyard. Hadley trying to dig himself out of it. Into ball. That one more of a length ball than most. It's the shock value of the good length ball. And it's defended by Tatisol. Back past the bowler, picked up by Van der Hoogten. At mid-on. 23 overs to go. Leicestershire 1 run in the lead. They might have to get on with it at some point late tonight or early tomorrow if they're to declare and or establish enough of a lead to put Glamorgan under pressure in their second innings. Hadley bowls. That one is fended just short of short leg. Byram was on the back foot, and from his body language he knows he probably should have caught that.
It was a dolly, wasn't it? But he was rocking back and he couldn't. Oh, it sort of sold him a dummy. He went to his right thinking it was coming all the way to him. It was just lobbing straight to him and landed, 4 foot in front of him, just half a step forward. But he was right on his heels.
Yes, if he'd managed to hold his ground, I know it's a lot easier said than done.
Now he's a pitch closer. Too late, possibly.
Hadley bowls, and that again is fended off the hip, this time down to Carlson in that short fine leg position. So a chance that's gone begging for Glamorgan. Not sure if you can technically describe as a dropped chance, because I don't think he got a hand to it, but maybe could have done. Byram fielding short leg rather than the usual specialist Acer tribe, who's out on the boundary. 4:41 for 5, 1 run ahead. 23 overs remain today.
Good stuff from Ryan Hadley. He sank to his knees in disbelief when poor Eddie Byram wasn't able to take that catch. He worked so hard for it. Ryan Hadley, that is. He couldn't believe it. Gorvin is into Ben Cox, who is very solidly forward. He's a beautiful player to watch, Cox. He's very correct. He's worked very hard on his batting since he came to Leicestershire with James Taylor. He gives James an awful lot of credit for his improvement in that respect. He said he'd completely lost his way, sort of technically, so to speak. And he feels Taylor has sorted him out, and certainly his returns support that as Gorvin bowls to him. And again, he's defending back down the pitch. Gorvin stops the ball in his follow through. Various Glamorgan fielders complete the fielding. Sun has gone behind cloud again, but it is warm. As I say, the wind has dropped back.
Strange, isn't it? It was a bit breezy and not as warm as it looked in the sunshine, and now the sun's disappeared, and it's quite pleasant.
Flags are limp atop the pavilion as Gorvin is in. Cox looking to drive, steer is it really, out to Kieran Carlson, who's sporting a very natty pair of sunglasses atop his Glamorgan cap. They're like my cycling glasses, those sort of very reflective ones. Is anybody actually wearing sunglasses? Or are they a sort of fashion accoutrement sitting on players' hats these days? Gorvin is in, drops a bit short, and Cox can whip it away down too deep backward square. Should be cut off, but unless there's an argument between the two players down there, which there very nearly was. However, deep backward square won it, got there just ahead of long leg running round, and in the end kept Cox to a couple. He moves on to 6, 4:43 for 5. The lead beginning to build, but only 3 at the moment, with 5 first innings wickets in hand. Gorvin into Cox, fullish, inviting the drive, but there was a little bit of swing in, and although Cox was interested and went at it quite forcefully, it was the inside part of the bat that rather squirted the ball out to Mason Crane at mid-on.
You mentioned Carlson's sunglasses and cycling, and Carlson does quite often cycle into work here.
Good on him.
He was
from far afield or from...
Not very far afield, I don't think, presumably less than a couple of miles. But
Gorvin is in, bowls, outside off stump, looking to square drive, thick inside edge, bounces out into the onside, so maybe just a little bit of in swing again there, defeated Cox's attempt to punch it away off the back foot, drive it away out into the offside.
But when he was doing the post-match interview on day 1, he came out wheeling his bike, which he was about to ride off into the sunset.
Proper biker, nice racer with.
I'm not an expert. It didn't look terribly aerodynamic, to be honest.
Okay. Was it of the chunky mountain variety?
Yeah, probably more that way. It didn't look particularly streamlined, but
okay.
You'll have to ask him. I don't think he was about to do a triathlon on it anyway.
But if you live to the outside the city, especially along the Taff somewhere, you basically don't go. There's beautiful stroke running path all the way out of the city. You just don't see a car because there's no roads. You go underneath a couple, underneath Eastern Avenue and places like that, but essentially.
There'll be a brief Radio Wales update in the next few minutes somewhere. Okay. Instructions to keep it brief. As Crane from the River Taff end is into bowl to Tatisol, who pushes it out into the offside and picks up a single. 4 for 5.
Are you having a break after it, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. Oh, that was almost a plea, wasn't it?
Well, I'd better do a bit more writing on the second half of the day's play.
Right, sure.
Though I suspect it's one of those days that can be reasonably easily kept short. The report, that is. Crane has taken over from Hadley and bowls to Cox, who works it into a gap on the leg side and goes through for a single. 4 for 5 for 5. Slip is the only close fielder. There's Crane in balls. That's pulled away on the leg side, and that will be 4 runs through mid-wicket. Crane dropping short on that occasion. Tassel latched onto it and dispatched it with great enthusiasm, given the struggle that it's been to score at any pace for most of the afternoon. The next ball is cut away into the offside. There'll be more runs here. Just the single, in fact. They don't opt to push for 2 on this occasion. 450 up for Leicestershire, but past the 110 over mark. So no bonus points can be accrued from now on. 6-4 to Leicestershire on bonus points. Crane in, bowls. Cox pushes forward defensively, stuns the ball, trickles back down the pitch. Leicestershire 450 for 5, 10 runs ahead of Glamorgan already on first innings, but can they turn that into a substantial advantage? Only wicket in the last hour. Stephen Eskenazi bowled by Andy Gorvin for 50. Tatisol is 64 not out. Leicestershire lead by 10 at 450 for 5. Top ball to end the over and to end my stint on commentary, Richard Ray and Kenneth Davis. I'll be back to give Richard a break in around about half an hour.
Thank you, Nick. We're just hearing again confirmation of the first 2 men to break 2 hours for the marathon in London today. World record also broken, the women's world record obviously, in the women's race. So that will have cost the London Marathon a bit, because they get massive bonuses for world records, that's for sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if it goes into 7 figures. Kenneth Davis comes alongside a man who didn't threaten the world record when he completed the London Marathon.
World record in a different way, possibly.
For Welsh men over...
Yeah.
Andy Gorvin then is in from the Cathedral Road end of the ground, bowls straight to John Tatisol, who defends on the front foot. So, Kenneth, floods on this ground. There have been floods in the 80s then,
well,
you recall?
I can't recall. I was a young whippersnapper in the 80s. However, I have seen vintage photographs of the street that I live, which isn't far from here, flooded.
Gorvin is in and bowls Tatisol again solidly
at the
forward.
Start of the 80s, but I'm sure listeners will be able to tell me if I'm wrong. But yeah, it used to flood this area. And they've dredged the Taff River now.
Okay.
At times of inclement weather, it does. We still get flooding in Cooper's Field and Bute Park.
In goes Gorvin, very straight, and again Tatisol is respectfully forward.
However, had the Taff not been dredged, this area would have been far worse, a la Worcester.
Okay.
But it's not anywhere near that, I'm glad to say.
I don't know whether the Severn has ever been dredged, really. I don't think there's much they can actually do about it, to be quite honest. Poor Worcester. It's now pretty much an annual event, isn't it?
Yeah, it's such a shame. It's a great ground.
I think in the end, they probably will have to move. In goes Gorvin and Bowles, nicely chopped down towards third man, but it sort of hit it into the ground, so it rolled quite slowly, and backward point was getting quite close to it, so Cox decided not to call Tatisol through for semi-risky single. I think he'd have made it, had gone straight away comfortably, but chose not so to do. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen the Taff high, so to speak. We often hear in April as well. In goes Gorvin, just drifting onto leg stump, and so Tatisol can work it around the corner and go for the second and make his ground comfortably. Quite quick between the wickets. Ben Cox likewise, and Cox just with his bat and left glove gives Tatisol a little gentle applause for calling for that second.
It is rare these days. However, if it takes a lot of rainfall for the Taff in this part to burst its banks.
There's when you run up it, there's a weir about 2 miles up the Taff as well. In goes Gorvin and Bowles. Off his
that can get very high at times in times of heavy rainfall.
By Tatisol, and of course there's which is fun to run across, the barrage up at the river mouth.
Yes, well,
which is what, 3 miles, I would say, up, maybe 2.5 miles up from the city centre towards the sea.
Yeah, that is the half marathon route, coming back over the barrage back into Cardiff Bay, and then it meanders through.
Up Lloyd George Way?
Yes, up there, Adams down, and then it eventually goes into Roth, then around Roth Park, a big circuit, and there is a slight incline. It's the only incline up Fair Oak Road in towards towards the university campuses, and it finishes there on Edward VII Avenue. This is Mason Crane. Well, this isn't Mason Crane. That was a false start.
It's Cox flapping at insects, as Eskenazi was. Trying to bat them out of the way.
So the lead is 12. In comes Crane, Bowles. Bit of turn there for Mason Crane. It was played nicely in the end, no run. Into the offside by Cox, who's just come in after the last wicket. They've been few and far between. The last one was Stevie Eskenazi. Crane in, Bowles. Bit of shape to this from Mason Crane. That's another dot ball. Ben Cox is on strike. Tatisol nearing 66. In is Crane. That was full and squeezed out towards point. That's not where Ben Cox was aiming for. I think he was aiming to play it towards mid-off. Decent over this from Mason Crane. Tough work. 1 for 135, his figures. In is the leg spinner. Oh, that's playing across. You are playing with fire slightly. It was swept away by Cox in the end, but hence the roar from Crane.
He loves a sweep, does Ben Cox, and he's played them to some effect this season so far. He's top of the batting averages. 2
to go. Good over from Crane so far. Coming in from the Taff end of the ground, River Taff end. Crane, that's just prodded into the onside by Tatisol.
266 runs in 3 innings at 88.66 coming into this match for Ben Cox.
Final ball of the over. Crane in and gets to the pitch of the ball as Tatisol along the ground, and there's no run. Good over from Mason Crane, just the one run coming off it, with the lead now 13.
It's 19 overs to go, so 70, 80. Can they get 100 ahead by the close?
Well, that would
gonna
be
have to be
a
if they're going to try and
decent, lead then, but they'd have to get a move on, you suspect.
But if they are and can get 220 ahead and declare half an hour before lunch, then they're not going to lose the game, obviously, and you just never know. But the pitch has been just has shown no signs of offering anything very much for anybody throughout the game. Gorvin is in. That cuts back a little bit on Ben Cox, who plays it on the back foot, wristily in defence out to Crane. Whether it's a bit early for reverse with the ball, which is only 44. It could be getting a little bit of reverse. It's certainly sort of dipping in occasionally to the right-handed batsman. What is it, 45.1 overs old, Gorvin. My word, he's put in an admirable shift for his side. Charges in and bowls very straight and forward. Half forward is Ben Cox, playing it out to mid-on. And there's no run. Boo, Chelsea. Boo.
Have they
Yes.
gone through?
Yeah, incredibly fortunately.
So
Hey-ho.
So Chelsea, Man City.
Jeez. It's not a final to stir the blood, is it? Two horrible setups. In goes Gorvin and pushed out by Cox out towards... Well, I was going to say apologies to Chelsea, but I don't really. I haven't got apologies to offer. Because they are both horrible setups.
Well,
The Saudi fund or the bunch of American
there's no point
idiots.
taking. I was going to say there's no point taking a managerial job at Chelsea, but the payouts are brilliant anyway.
Exactly, you take it.
But they are a basket case when it comes to managers.
I was told during the tea interval, Rossini's sort of cleared up 15 million from his.
Nice work if you can get it. For what?
In goes Gorvin and defended by Cox.
He arrived in January.
Was it that long ago?
I think it was January, wasn't it?
He won his first 5, lost his last 7 or something, and
then out the door.
walked away with never having to work again if he doesn't want to. But apparently, whatever. Strange old business. We're in the wrong business, aren't we? We should be football managers. Or directors of football or something. Gorvin is in and bowls again very straight. Cox, as patient as the rest of the Leicestershire batters have been post the opening partnership, which fairly rattled along. Jake Weatherald and Rishi Patel. Since then it's been steady away for the Foxes. Cox again bats away something flying. Kieran Carlson goes in at silly mid-off. As Gorvin is in and bowls just drifting towards middle and leg, and Cox can push it out into the vacant leg side and jog a single. He moves on to 9. He keeps the strike, I believe. I think that's the end of the over. It is. 4.54 for 5. Leicestershire's lead. Not exactly galloping upwards, it's creeping upwards. It's 14 now. 18 overs remain tonight.
We might require those new lights now.
You reckon?
Well, no, it's not
Could
that
no,
bad.
it's a little gloomier. Yeah.
Should
what you're saying.
be okay. Tim van der Hoogten back into the attack. This time from the River Taff end. So his field is set, mid-off, mid-on. It is a defensive field now, just no slips deep backward square, deep fine leg, deep third. Van der Hoogten, and that's clipped down to deep fine leg, where Gorvin will hurl it back towards Chris Cook. Extra cover and backward point. Two men on the onside. For the drive, Tim van der Hoogten into Tatisol. And dabs that into the offside. There's no run. Tatisol unbeaten on 66. This partnership just getting going after the wicket of Stevie Eskenazi. Just under 18 overs remaining of this third day. Wheeling round is Tim van der Hoogten from the river end. Bowling to Tatisol. Dabs that, and that just ricochets and dribbles backward towards keeper Chris Cook. Oh, could have gone anywhere, could have played on. Few supporters dotted around Sophia Gardens. Coming in is Van der Hoogten, bowls, and played defensively down to mid-on by Tatisol. No wickets for Timmy van der Hoogten as of yet. Of course, it is 5 down, but it might be in effect 6, dependent on Jake Weatherall's fitness. Tim van der Hoogten, he retired hurt last night. Van der Hoogten in and firmly struck, but they won't pick up a run. We were told it was precautionary because of cramp. However, his absence, his prolonged absence, would suggest something more than that. Tight over from Van der Hoogten here, just the one single. The lead is 15. Naught for 67 for the Dutch international. Van der Hoogten is in, and that's played late, but it'll be cut off at point by Eddie Byram. That is the end of a good over for Tim van der Hoogten. It is 455 for 5, with the lead at 15.
Notts have recovered well against Warwickshire. There's 255 for 1 in their second innings. They lead by 75 at Trent Bridge. Looking like a draw there now. Likewise in Leeds, where Sussex were bowled out for 502 in their first innings. Yorkshire in reply of 505 for 9. So honours very much even at Headingley. Surrey have got a little bit on top against Essex at the Oval. Essex 409 in their first innings, Surrey 471 for 9 in theirs, so they've got a lead of 62. As Mason Crane continues from the Cathedral Road end bowls, a nicely looping delivery on middle stump to Ben Cox, who is forward, killing the spin, pushing it out towards Carlson. Boundless energy, runs into field. Crane, with that familiar little kick of the heels, goes in and bowls. Fuller this time, and again Carlson is showing just how agile he is, but then he laces in a throw from 10 yards, which requires Cook to show how agile he is by diving away to his right. To gather. Crane is in again, line and length on middle. Again, Cox is forward, being very circumspect. Ben Cox, 10 off 26 balls. 66 off 118 for John Tatisol. He hasn't really changed his tempo throughout. In goes Crane, forward goes Cox. Carlson fields, throws to Cook, rinse and repeat. That's gone a little gloomy, is the wrong word, just it is a fairly uniform cloud covering over the ground now, and one or two slightly sort of darker patches reducing the light. Crane is in, tosses it right up, and again Cox isn't going to give it away, just going to block it out to mid-off this time, where Ryan Hadley is the fielder, hoping beyond hope that he isn't going to be called back in for a final burst before the close, I suspect. In goes Crane, bowls, drifting a little bit leg side, and it's clipped away nicely by Cox. Could be 3. McElroy picks up at deep mid wicket. He's a left arm and he throws left-handed, but it is slightly wide of Chris Cook, so Tatisol and Cox in the end complete 3 comfortably. Not many 3s on the ground, its size notwithstanding, because the outfield is as smooth and quick as it is, but Cox is on to 13 and Leicestershire now lead by 18.
With 16 remaining of the day.
First time in the match, I'm going to have to take off my sunglasses and put on my normal ones. Tells you how dark it is.
Tim van der Hoogten continues from the river end. Cox is on strike, coming in, bowls. And it's fielded. There's a man just off the playing strip on the onside. Tough work for the bowlers today, and be interesting to see what the lead is at stumps. Van der Hoogten, right arm over, and that's flicked. I think it was airborne for a while, but it's flicked down to deep backward square for a single. What did you say, Richard? 70 possibly? A bit more in terms of the lead.
By the close? It's looking. I mean, there's 15 overs to go. If they score at 4 and over, that's 80. But they're not looking as though they're going to score any faster than that.
Van der Hoogten in bowl. Oh, that could have been dragged on, and that was squeezed and missed the stumps by a whisker. And McElroy, who's on, feels down at fine leg. Oof, he's lucky to get away with that.
Well, John Hull has been in touch. That's Josh's dad. Good to hear from him again. With cake news.
Oh, Van der Hoogten in bowls, and that's played on the onside towards wideish mid-on. It's a dot ball.
The cut and butter cake that I was talking about earlier, and that's what I was told it was called by the Friends of Grace Road. John says the cake you mentioned is in fact a cold tea cake, and he's actually sent me a recipe. Soak the mixed dry fruit in cold tea overnight. Next day add flour and an egg, turn into a loaf tin and bake for an hour, and then enjoy. And then he adds...
Van der Hoogten in, played firmly, and that man at silly mid-on has intercepted that.
And this is the clincher. Josh likes it. Best wishes from the Holes. Thank you, John. I will give it a try. Certainly I'm going to give it a try next week. I'm on a promise. A cake promise. Friends of Grace Road, with their cakes, raised the best part of £23,000, I think it
Wow.
was last year, all of which went to various items for the club.
Van der Hoogten in. That's extravagant drive, but Kieran Carlson is at extra cover. And there's no run end of the over. 460 for 5.
They bought the groundsman a super new, massive mechanical scarifier, so no excuses for not having perfect pitches at Gracie as the season goes on. My word, there's a splendid Welsh voice.
Fine voice.
It's been imbibing of the brains, perhaps. I don't know what the beer is served here in the Pyramid Cafe, etc. I don't know whether. I know they were a sponsor of Welsh Rugby for a long time, weren't they?
They were.
Brewery. Whether they're involved here, I do not know. Crane is in and bowls a little bit too full to Tatisol, who can wait for it on leg stump, clip it out to deep mid wicket, and take a comfortable 2. Move on to 69, 462 for 5. But that was a more tuneful chant than you'll ever hear at the Upton Steel Grace Road, that's for sure. Much pointing going on out there. Carlson telling his sweeper on the leg side to go a little bit squarer as in goes Crane and bowls a full toss just about that Tatisol doesn't get all of quite. Tried to whip it into the leg side, it was a bit inside edgy. He got it past short mid wicket, but Gorvin could move around from mid on to field, and Tatisol had to settle for a single that takes him on to 70. His highest score, as we've already said, for Leicestershire. Solitary chopper.
Yeah.
Overhead somewhere. Crane sends Gorvin a little wider at mid-on as he comes in and bowls to Ben Cox. Again, very full outside off stump. Cox reaches out and strokes it into the offside. Carlson, the irrepressible, bounces to his left, fields and hurls in a throw. What it must be to have energy like that at the end of a long day in the field, towards the end as Crane goes forward. And Cox goes forward in response and blocks the straight delivery out into the offside. Yorkshire all out at Leeds with a lead of 9 runs. Very hard to see where that game goes. From there, in goes Crane, pushed out to mid-wicket by Cox. You never know, maybe they can bowl Sussex out quickly, but they've had a brilliant start to the season, Sussex, that I don't think anybody really predicted. Wins in their first couple of games. In goes Crane, back on his stumps. This time goes Cox. It doesn't spin or bounce, and he plays it off stump with great comfort into the offside. End of the over. 14 remain at 5:30. 463 for 5. The lead 23. Tatisol 70. Cox 14.
We've had one period where we've had a flurry, that couple for Ryan Hadley, but apart from that, there's been a wicket, and then there's been a period of consolidation. And that's been the theme throughout. Van der Hoogten to continue. Coming in, right arm over, and that's played. Thud of the bat towards Kieran Carlson. There's no run. Bumped into James Harris last night on the way to BBC headquarters. He's now working for a Danish company called Trackman that traditionally specialise in, well, they've known for revolutioning golf. they are expanding technology now into cricket as Van der Hoogten comes in. And there's a couple here through mid-wicket. They specialise in radar and computer vision. So he was telling me that he's just come back from Copenhagen, which is why, of course, there was an abrupt end to his Glamorgan career, because it all happened rather quickly.
Apologies, I should point out that John Hull is actually Josh's grandfather. His dad is Tony, and he said if he was coming next week, he'd make me one.
Van der Hoogten, and that's squeezed out towards third man.
Don't worry, John, because the FOGR are making something along those lines, and so I will get something along those lines. Won't be as good as yours, I'm sure, but who knows. Leicester Marathon. Inviting entrance.
Leicester Marathon.
There you go. If you're inspired by the exploits in London today.
In comes Van der Hoogten and bowls. Have you participated in the Leicester Marathon?
No, just a half in Leicester.
I have to say, and this is no disrespect to any cities that have marathons in them, but having done the training for the London Marathon, it's so difficult to do a marathon anyway. I would only have... It would take a lot for me to do a marathon, and I would only want to do them in the major ones,
okay,
as an incentive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nothing against the Leicester or Brighton or whatever else. Newport do a marathon as well now. The Cardiff was a marathon, but you could do a half, or you could do the same route twice. But they did stop that in the early noughties.
Okay.
Because yeah, it would have been a bit heartbreaking.
Too many people got halfway and thought, no, I don't think I'll bother.
In comes Tim van der Hoogten, bowls.
Shot.
Oh, that's a shot, good shot. Shot of the innings, possibly, through the covers for 4.
The economical power of excellence there. No great follow through, but beautifully correct from Cox. It was in the slot, but even so, I say he's a lovely batsman to watch, as he is a lovely keeper to watch, really. Moves on to 18.
Lead is 30. And that was the end of Tim van der Hoogten's over. 470 for 5.
I need a cup of tea.
Are you... Richard will take a break as Mason Crane continues from the Cathedral Road end. That's prodded defensively towards point, where Zainul Hassan is fielding. Crane just the 1 wicket, and that's played. Again to Ul Hassan, will have a shy, but good backing up, and they come home for a single. Couple for Ryan Hadley. Rish Patel caught Byron, bowled Carlson, the first to fall last night. Of course, Jake Weatherall retired hurt after his century. Josh Davey, the first to fall this morning, bowled by Crane, and it's played out to point once more. He was stumped, Josh Davey, by Chris Cook off the bowling of Crane for 15. Lewis Hill bowled by Hadley for 42. And Stevie Eskenazi was bowled Andy Gorvin for 50. In is Mason Crane, and that's play. They thought about a run, and they thought better of it, as it only went to backward square leg. through, came in very quickly. There's a slip in place for Mason Crane. This, the penultimate ball of the over. They're not steaming ahead here, Leicestershire, but plodding along. The lead is 31. Run rate is almost 3.6 and over. There's a leg gully, there's a backward point, deep cover. Mid off, mid on. In is Crane, and fullish, and that's out to deep cover where Tim van der Hoogten is fielding. Deep backward square. So defensive setup here. Last ball of Mason Crane's over. In he comes, bowls, good length delivery, but his played around the corner on the onside, and it's a dot ball. End of the over, just the 2 runs coming off it. And it's pretty mundane at the moment, to put it diplomatically. The lead is 32 now for Leicestershire.
Certainly not high-octane stuff at the moment, is it? But Glamorgan batted fairly slowly. Overall, 3 runs and over. Leicestershire started off at a spanking rate, but their rate has gradually slipped back. They're now 3.58 runs and over. And at the moment, with 15 wickets having fallen in 2 3/4 days, the pitch is the winner. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, Cox on the defensive. Apart from Patel and Weatherald, who scored at a fair lick, no one else has really been able to. Carlson, to be fair, 95 off 132 balls was rapid. Dixon will be, I'm sure, very grateful to get his first big innings for the county, 90, and Crane with that oh so frustrating 99. Van der Hoogten bowls, hits Cox on the pad. Appeal from behind the wickets and from mid-off, but not from the bowler. So it has been a battle to score quickly for most people in this match. And since 4 wickets fell in the first session, it's been a battle to bowl teams out. Van der Hoogten bowls and Cox is hit on the pads. The ball dribbles down towards a leg slip position and is picked up by Chris Cook. Glamorgan only claiming 5 wickets in 132 overs. It's a fairly chastening experience. They were expecting the pitch to provide a little bit more help to the bowlers as the match went on. Instead, it's become very docile as Cox leg glances down to backward square. All Hassan fields with great enthusiasm as always, but it's a comfortable single and no more. 4-7-3 for 5.
Yeah, it hasn't deteriorated at all, really.
Tatisol on 74. At the moment, that's the 4th top score of the innings. Virtually everyone's got in. Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Tatisol pushes out on the leg side. And obviously around the middle of yesterday's play we had Crane understandably playing things cautiously for the most part as he tried to get his maiden century, but that spell sort of brought the tempo of the game down halfway through day 2. And It's been a long, slow accumulation process for Leicestershire since the fall of their first wicket. Tatisol punches on the offside. Fielded by a backpedalling Carlson at cover. There's no runs for 73 for 5. The lead is 33 and 11 overs remain.
There's no fireworks out there whatsoever. And today has been indicative of what we've seen over the last 3 days. Run rate dropping slightly. Eleven overs to go then. Crane will continue from the Cathedral Road end, right arm over, the leg spinner. That evades Crane, but Hadley comes over.
Our colleague Edward Bevan pondering whimsically on social media how we think the umpires will mark the pitch.
In comes Mason Crane. Bowls a flight on that one, and that's played out to mid-on, and it's fielded by Gorvin.
Well, it hasn't so far produced a thrilling contest.
Crane in, bowls, and that's tucked away around through square on the onside.
But that is the responsibility of the players as well as the curators. One result in Division 2. Kent bowled out for 249 in their second innings, and Worcestershire won by an innings and 2 runs at New Road.
Crane. Down the track comes Tatisol, and partially started, was stopped. Took the sting out of it, did Mason Crane. Yeah, tough start for Kent so far.
Not looking a great side, are they? Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in Division 1, 272 for 2 in their second innings, now leading Warwickshire by 92 after following on. Hamid 111 not out, Duckett made 93.
Crane. A full, and they're asking the question, and it's not out. There's great excitement from bowler and Chris Cook, the wicket keeper. Let's have a look again. Crane, a lot more flights.
Cook thought there was a little tickle on it, but there wasn't.
That's what they were asking for. Feather off the bat.
No, span sharply, missed everything.
Last ball. Mason Crane, flatter. And there's all sorts of excitement out there in that over.
Yes, there's quite distinct footmarks, aren't there? And that might have turned out of them, but pitched outside leg stump as he looked to work it away.
Going to bowl at the river end, Kieran Carlson.
But those footmarks look from this distance to be quite problematic for the batters. So Glamorgan will hope that it doesn't provide too much purchase for Patel on the final day.
Kieran Carlson is back to action.
The Oval, Surrey made 472, which was 63 ahead on first innings. Essex a 4 for naught in their second. Carlson bowls, Cox blocks. And at Headingley in Division 1, it's almost even Stevens on first innings. Sussex 502, Yorkshire 511. Cox pushes into the offside, takes a single, Sussex 5 for naught, trailing by 4. So it's not just Cardiff where they're having trouble moving towards a positive result. A lot of runs around in Division 1 in particular. Carlson bowls, and a slightly quicker, flatter ball beats Tatisol outside off stump as he tried to cut He's got a couple away down to third man. 475 for 5. Carlson bowls. Oh, that's on outside leg stump and duly dispatched to the boundary down by the cricket school. Pulled away. And it was a help yourself for Johnny Tatisol. Carlson won't want to see that one replayed. Tatisol will. But most professionals would have put that one away. At Derby, Derbyshire are 96 for 2 in their second innings. That's still 121 runs short of Gloucestershire. As Tatisol defends that one back to Carlson. At Chester Street, Lancashire 251 for 8 in their second innings, 326 ahead. Coughlin 95 not out against his former club. As Tatisol is forward defending. 3 wickets apiece for Potts and for Rain. But Coughlin batting at what is it, number 7 or 8, has given the impetus back to the Red Rose County. 479 for 5 here. The lead is 39 and there are 9 overs to go of the day's play.
I think Glamorgan will be glad when the day is at an end.
And then they'll want to fast forward 24 hours.
Exactly. Because you could only foresee the same unless there's a marked deterioration in the pitch. Mason Crane from the Cathedral Road end, and that's played towards backward point. Zainul Hassan is there fielding.
Well, Leicestershire have played themselves into a position where they have some chance of winning on the final day. Glamorgan, it's difficult to see how they could possibly win from this situation.
Crane, right arm over. Oh, there's a full toss, and that's meat and drink for Cox. It is dispatched over the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Just, it's one of the perils of being a leg spinner. Just not coming out as one would have thought.
Yeah, thigh-high full toss. Duly given the treatment.
Cox moves to 26. So everybody really has got going. And that has been the theme. Even when Glamorgan had those 2 quick wickets, which would have gave them some promise, it was quickly dispelled by Leicestershire. And another dot ball off the bowling of Mason Crane.
Yeah, Tatisol scored slightly more quickly than some of his colleagues, but nothing spectacular.
Yeah, 78 from 136. Flatter that time, and it's missed everybody. It's gone down behind Chris Cook, and they'll pick up a couple. Dixon is after it.
Byes
called.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more bounce. Chris Cook is giving it the teapot. As if something unexpected happened here, signalling maybe that how did it bounce that high?
In comes Mason Crane, bowls. Good length delivery, rocking back on his stumps. Here's Ben Cox, and just plays it defensively backward towards the bowler. Last ball of Mason Crane's over. In he comes, bowls, and that's whipped off the pads by Cox towards mid-wicket, and it's another dot ball. 6 off the over. And we have 8 remaining on the third day. The lead is 45.
4 wickets falling today, 4 yesterday, 7 on day 1, of which 4 were in the first session before lunch. So since the very first new ball, it really has been heartbreaking work for the bowlers.
Yeah.
Karen Carlson, 1 for 43 off 16. Is in to bowl. Cut away, misfielded, but Gorvin recovers quickly. And Tatisol can't add to his score. 1 short of those registered by both Patel and Holland at the moment. As Carlson bowls, Tatisol blocks on the offside, and there's no run. 2 teams who will be having to work hard to stay in Division 1, and neither willing to give an inch at the moment. As Tatisol drives into the offside, scrambling stop by Gorvin at backward point, but comfortable singled out. As we've been saying, it might be a fixture that both would have eyed up as a possible victory, but
At the outset, yeah.
fought each other almost to a standstill, although obviously it is advantage Leicestershire, 46 ahead, and still with 5 wickets left, but we're so well advanced in terms of time. As Cox pushes into the offside, thinks about a single, and Byram is there quickly to prevent it. Carlson using himself as a holding bowler almost. Deep on this 3rd evening, Cox pushes forward, defends again to Byram at cover, and there is no run. Slip is the only catcher now. There is interestingly a short fine leg in case of a top-edged sweep. Midwick and cover are fairly close in. Carlson finishes his over. Cox prods it out on the offside. Gorvin makes ground to his right and fields. And just a single off the over. 486 for 5. Leicestershire lead by 46 here on BBC Sport Online.
And no sign of a wicket at all from Glamorgan's point of view. Seems a long while ago since Eskenazi departed.
As far as Leicestershire women are concerned, they duly dispatched Tier 3 side Shropshire by 7 wickets at Grace Road. Shropshire 81 all out, Leicestershire 85 for 3 in 11.2.
This is Crane, and that's a short delivery, and that's pulled aggressively. They will only pick 1. There is a sweeper out on the mid-wicket boundary. That is Ace Tribe.
And it was Lucy Weston, the captain, who led Leicestershire home with 43 not out, by far the highest score of the match.
Crane coming in, bowls, good length delivery, and that's played to Zainul Hassan at point, and there's no run.
5 wickets for near namesake Lucy Weston for Leicestershire.
Crane in, bowls, and that's whipped on the onside behind square. The man at deep backward square, that is Tribe.
Glamorgan women, by the way, after winning yesterday, beating Devon by 11 runs, their opponents determined today will be Berkshire. Away.
Crane in, and that's chopped on the offside to the deep. That's another single to the tally. Was Leicestershire near the 500 mark. Penultimate ball of the over. Crane coming in to bowl to Cox, who comes well forward, plays it back to the bowler. Last ball then. Full by Crane, got away with that one, and it's played towards Ryan Hadley at wideish mid-off. So the end of the over. Nothing on offer for Crane, nothing much on offer for the bowlers as a unit. Leicestershire 489 for 5, and the lead with 36 balls remaining today is 49.
Yeah, Crane's starting to look a little weary now after 36 overs. Leicestershire's frontline spinner Ajaz Patel sent down 46 overs, so he's got a bit of work to do yet. As Mason Crane, probably a few more tonight, but Kieran Carlson is sending down some spin still from the River Taff end, and his first ball is defended by Tatisol on the leg side. Virtually no time between deliveries as Carlson bowls. Tatisol lets that one go through outside off stump. No run, 489 for 5. Just 5.4 overs remaining of the day's play. Tatisol drives up to mid-on, takes the single since mid-on is pretty much set back.
I think we can assume that Leicestershire will bat on tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Tatisol in no hurry to get to 3 figures.
Carlson bowls. Cox is forward defending. No, but they'll need to, you'd have thought, accelerate fairly soon tomorrow morning, as Cox steers one away through a gap on the offside for a single. 491 for 5, lead 51. Carlson in, bowls off the inside part of the bat. Tatisol was trying to play straightish. The ball ended up at mid-wicket, but safely enough. Tatisol 82 now, second top scorer of the innings. Cox is 28. Leicestershire a monumental 491 for 5, leading by 51. But of course you're used to such dizzy heights after last week at the Oval.
I was going to say, it looks like it's going to be second innings in succession past 500, and who knows, maybe a little bit more. Zainul Hassan is being brought back to bowl the final 3, I would imagine, overs from this Cathedral Road end of now quiescent.
There hasn't been
Sapphire Gardens.
Anything really to enthuse the Glamorgan part of the crowd since Hadley took those 2 wickets in 2 overs. That's been it today, really, isn't it?
Indeed. Unless Zainul Hassan has something extraordinary up his sleeve. In he comes, over the wicket to Ben Cox on 28. Touch short, might just have come back in a fraction off the seam. Cox standing up tall, pushes it firmly out to mid-on, wanders off towards short leg. Now well past 300 runs. Already Ben Cox, the run machine. And catches as well, lots of those, and a couple of stumpings. In goes Zainul Hassan, little short outside off stump. Not exactly punched away off the back foot, steered away really, quite wristily though, pleasantly. Out to the sweeper, Tim van der Hoekten on the cover boundary, and one is taken. Cox on to 29. Partnership 55 now between these two. That's all having put on over 100 with Davey Eskenazi earlier this afternoon. Hassan looking for a first wicket is in, drops very short and neatly clipped off his legs by Tatisol. Fine legs, going to have to move quickly, loses his footing. He does make the stop though, and picks himself up, gets his throw away. And there was probably always going to be 2 for Tatisol then, and he took them. He moves on to 84. Slightly undignified slide down there, ended up on his rear end. Might be a spot of dew, but I doubt it.
Dew.
Well, Hassan is in nice and straight. Again, just the merest suggestion of a touch of in movement. Tatisol covers up carefully, 84 to him. He absolutely won't want to give it away now. Make it very hard for the Leicestershire selection committee, if there is such a thing, to drop him. After this, in goes Zainul Hassan, bowls, and a fine punch off the back foot, but very good work at mid-wicket. Is Triber back with us there? I think it possibly is.
Yep.
And he made a good stop to his left that... Oh, it's not. It's,
oh, no, sorry,
it's Byram.
Yeah,
They were, weren't they? Just the way he was carrying himself. Update coming?
Indeed. Final one of the day. As Ul Hassan is on his way in to bowl to Tatisol. Plays it back to him. It's the end of the over. There are just 4 remaining in the day's play, and you feel that Glamorgan can't get off there quick enough, as we've been saying for large parts of this evening session. It's not as bad as going through the motions. I'm sure they're trying wholeheartedly, but the body language is not as bouncy as it might be. With Carlson bowling off minimal run-up for his little off-spin. We might get there fairly quickly. First ball is ignored outside off stump by Ben Cox.
Glamorgan are in championship action against Leicestershire. Here's Wicket.
Leicestershire 494 for 5. Glamorgan's bowlers have been struggling today. Only 4 wickets have fallen during the day's play. 2 to Ryan Hadley, 1 apiece to Mason Crane and Andy Gorvin. But Leicestershire piling up the lead, 54 runs ahead now, thanks partly to the efforts of Johnny Tatisol, 84 not out, and Ian Holland, 79. But all their batters have got runs, 495 for 5.
Thank you, Nick. Elsewhere, Wrexham remain in
As the next ball is driven back to Carlson by Tatisol.
the BBC News for Wales. It is 3 minutes past 6.
Single taken. No single taken, rather.
I'm Samantha Dean at Heelwine in Rothesay.
As on the back foot, Tatisol plays it back to the bowler. Carlson, well, looked as though he'd picked up and threatened to throw down the stumps, but A, Tatisol hadn't moved, and B, Carlson hadn't picked it up. So apart from those 2 minor details, it was almost a run out. Carlson bowls, and Tatisol plays it up to mid-on, who comes in. Carlson and the man at mid-wicket ran across the ball just to help deter Tatisol from taking a single, but as Richard said, he's in absolutely no hurry to try and knock up 3 figures unless he gets a series of full tosses. Tonight, that is. As that one was a full toss almost, but it's driven hard to deep mid-on. Fielded by Dixon, and there is no run. 495 for 5, 3 overs to come here on BBC Sport Online. The lead is 55. Those 3 overs to be described by Kenneth Davis and Richard Ray.
John Tatisol, you could say the innings has been chanceless, but he did give a chance, really. Unfortunately, short leg. Eddie Byram didn't get a hand to it. It absolutely lobbed to him, but he'd taken a backward step. He'd been somehow, he misread the flight and the body language of Tatisol. That was off the bowling of the Australian fast bowler, and really should have been a straightforward catch at short leg for Byram, but Was back on his heels, going the wrong way, and couldn't recover. In goes Zainul Hassan and bowls down the leg side, nibbled down by Cox, should be one. I think he got something. No, buys. It just came off the gloves of Chris Cook. So one goes to the score, but not onto the score of Cox, who remains on 30. 496 for 5. They should pass 500 by the close of play. I was just looking at the strike rates really for various Leicester batsmen. Patel and Weatherald. Well, Patel's was 75 and Weatherald was 90 essentially, as Ul Hassan bowls outside the off stump, which is why they made such a rapid start. 14 fours apiece in their 79 and 104 not out or retired hurt respectively. But then Holland and Davey dug in 43 and 37 in terms of the strike rates, that is, respectively. Hill picked it up a little bit, as did Tatisol, 56 and 55. In goes Ul Hassan, defended by Tatisol, out to Carlson at shortish extra cover. And Eskenazi and Cox have dug in rather, 47 and just 41. So not quite a case of diminishing returns, but sort of tells a story.
Yes, indeed.
Ul Hassan is in and bowls outside off stump, and Tatisol stepped forward and let it go through to Cook. Little flock of pigeons, nothing like the scraggy old London birds that now populate the Oval. These are fat Welsh pigeons.
Unfit.
You reckon? There's about 15 of them, something like that, 20 maybe. On the lush outfield here, in goes Ul Hassan, bowls foolish on off stump. Tatisol just leans forward and blocks it out into the offside. There in the town where I live, Stamford, there are peregrine falcons nesting on one of the church steeples, and of course the ospreys at nearby Rutland Water. There's 6 or 7 of them now. Pleasingly, they have rigged up sort of cameras up on they built special osprey platforms. Obviously they're protected. In goes Ul Hassan, and again a little bit of movement back in, indicated by Tatisol with his right hand as he blocks that one back down the pitch. End of the over. 496 for 5. Yeah, and the Ospreys have eggs, so fingers crossed they bring off a clutch. I think there's 5 eggs one of them has laid.
2 overs to go of what has been a long day for Glamorgan in the field.
The effect of the training kit, I'm just looking at the training kit when the S&C guy is dragging off one of the Leicestershire kit boxes.
Carlson in bowls, and that's played into the offside for a single.
And they're sort of black and gold, but the gold looks quite flesh coloured, and it looks so he's sort of almost got a boob tube on as he walks off there with his bare shoulders, and maybe it's just the light, but I'm not sure.
Carlson, that's full, and they take a quick single to mid-on, and they're through with something to spare.
Sometimes think these manufacturers don't always examine them in all circumstances or lights, but there you go. What are Glamorgan wearing in the T20 this year? There have been various iterations of kit.
Well, they've been navy with a spreading of yellow, haven't they?
Similar dark blue and light blue mélange.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dragons will no doubt feature somewhere.
Carlson coming in, and Cox gets to the pitch of the ball, and it's a dot ball as Byron fields. Yeah, there's been a difference between the 1 day and T20 strip as Carlson comes in. One yellow, and yeah. Confirmation from the back from Nick. The fashion Glamorgan correspondent.
Well, he's the beating heart of fashion, Nick.
Carlson in, Well, there would have been a time when Nick would have been in Montpellier on the weekend, and the one thing Nick would have picked up was the French merch,
Right.
particularly the cap, the French cap. I'm sure Nick has got a few in his wardrobe, picked up over the years from various French clubs, Pau, Bayonne, Biarritz,
Is it just
Clermont.
the location that's the key, the name, rather than the design per se? Are the French particularly cool in that respect, or is it just the fact that it's from those?
Nick does like his French merch.
Fair enough. I won't ask any more.
Last ball of the penultimate over of the day is blocked out, and we have one remaining over on the third day, with Leicestershire edging closer to 500 and a lead of 58.
Yeah, the sessions have yielded fairly sort of symmetrical scores. 100 for one, I think it was, in the first session, etc. Close to that in the second, and
just shy. Yeah.
so it would be appropriate if it sort of ended 500 for 5 in a funny sort of way. The lead is only 58 at the moment, and they might have hoped for a few more than that. Ul Hassan is in from the Cathedral Road end and bowls onto the legs of Tatisol, who is disgusted with himself for not working that one away through the leg side.
What will the plan be tomorrow morning? Just as we are?
I think they'll crack on a bit more. Tatisol will get to his 100 and then presumably be encouraged to throw the bat a bit. I would imagine half an hour before lunch with a lead of maybe 180 or 200 and just see what happens, really. Ul Hassan is in, and that one he can clip off his legs very nicely out to deep backward square. There is a deep backward square, so it is just a single. Tatisol on to 86, 499 for 5. Will they get the 500, or will the obdurate Cox refuse to take any risks whatsoever? It's been a hard-fought day's county cricket, dictated really by the pitch. I would suggest, as Ul Hassan is in, bowls outside off stump, could stop really by Cook. I was about to say take, but the ball just dribbled out of his gloves at the last minute.
The phrase "one for the purists" is designed for today, I think.
I'm afraid so. That doesn't mean there hasn't been plenty in it to sort of admire, that the way Glamorgan have stuck at it and throughout the day steadily reduced the run rate. It's now pretty much 3.5s. Ul Hassan is in. Cox drops it out into the offside. Carlson. Well, it wasn't sort of fake fielding, as they say. He couldn't quite get there, but he picked himself up as though he had got there. He didn't fake a throw at the stump, so no problems in that respect. How many balls to go? 2. Leicestershire 499 for 5. Ul Hassan is in. Cox gets it on the legs, and that is the leg bye they needed to bring up the 500. And there's a pleased but slightly ironic cheer, I would suggest, from most of the Leicestershire faithful who are here. They're obviously staying, so they've stayed to the bitter end, staying overnight, that is, in Cardiff. 500 for 5 with a ball remaining. The lead 60 and 5 first innings wickets in hand. Ul Hassan is in. Cox is turning it to mid-wicket, and we are done for. Tatisol is turning it to mid-wicket, I should say, and we are done for the day. John Tatisol finishes on 86, not out. His best for Leicestershire by a distance. He gets a pat on the back from Ben Cox, who's been, continues his outstanding form this season. He's 31 not out. 63 they've put on so far for the 6th
Thank you, everybody.
wicket. There is sort of general congratulations to the Glamorgan bowlers all around, who have all stuck at it manfully, really. Carlson, 20 overs, 1 for 49. Ul Hassan, 15 overs, none for 37, and the 2 on the board at the moment. But there were splendid efforts from Crane, from Gorvin, and from your Aussie fast bowler, whose name momentally escapes me. What's he called?
Ryan Hadley.
That's it, Ryan Hadley, who produced 2 outstanding, really, spells post lunch and post tea, banging it in short. It was an interesting tactic, and it certainly worked. Certainly post lunch, when he picked up 2 wickets in 2 overs, bowling short around the wicket, but it took a fair bit out of him. I would suggest 2 for 90 from 23 for him, 1 for 78 from 25 for Gorvin, 1 for 152 from 36 for Mason Crane. So there'll be a few sore bodies in the Glamorgan dressing room. Is there any chance of forcing a result, Kenneth? It's hard to see, isn't it?
I would suggest not. It's going to be very difficult. Tough day at the office, not aided by much in the pitch. There wasn't a flurry of wickets. The only flurry was that of Hadley post-lunch, but even then, after that, Leicestershire always seemed to regroup and could forge partnerships. So, a tough day, and as you mentioned, Richard, they will look to pick up the pace slightly in the morning. Tatisol on the brink of 3 figures, just to ask the question more than anything, but time is of the essence, and the draw, the smart money in Cardiff.
Yep, you would not get to long odds from the bookies there on. Kenneth and Nick and I will be back with you bright and early, 5 to 11 tomorrow, just to see if anything extraordinary happens. At the moment, it looks as though Glamorgan are going to take 12 points from the game, Leicestershire 14, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Join us tomorrow to find out if they do. But for now, from Sophia Gardens, from us all, it's a very good night.
What's with that?